Welcome everyone to the City Council of Englewood regular meeting this night, December 17th, Monday, 2018. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We're going to begin with an invocation led by Mayor Pro Tem Russell, a pledge of allegiance. Please stand if you're able.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us together tonight to do the business of the city. And I just ask, Father, that you would give us wisdom beyond our own ability and that you would help us to deliberate and to make decisions that are in the best interest of this city. Thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Would the clerk please take roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Member Sierra?
Present.
Member Barentine?
Present.
Member Cuesta?
Present.
Member Martinez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
Present.
Member Wink?
Present.
Mayor Olson?
Present.
All 7 present.
Thank you. Agenda 5 is consideration of minutes of the previous session. Could I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular City Council meeting of December 3rd, 2018?
I move to approve the minutes from the regular City Council meeting on Monday, December 3rd.
And a second? Could I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Any conversation, any discussion, any changes? All right, please vote.
All votes have been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Agenda number 6 is recognition of scheduled public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address City Council. There's an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council will not engage in dialogue, but may ask staff for further follow-up. Please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Written materials for presentation to Council may be submitted to the City Clerk as a speaker approaches the podium. A USB port is also available for public presentation. The deadline to sign up to speak during this scheduled public comment time is Wednesdays by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting through the City Clerk's office. Only those who meet the deadline can speak in this section. First up tonight, we have Ms. Kathleen Bailey, an Englewood resident, who will address Council to speak out about a Council Bill number 48, retail marijuana cultivation and stormwater infrastructure.
Kathleen Bailey, 4686 South Jason Street. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, after watching the December 10th study session, I have some questions for the City Council. Based on the 1999 outfall system study, our Public Works Director, DeAndrea, made a false and misleading statement when she declared that our stormwater drainage infrastructure was, quote, designed to handle a 2 to 5 year storm. Question, does this City Council also believe that our existing storm drainage infrastructure is already designed to handle a typical 2 to 5 year rainfall event? Then Director DeAndre followed her misleading premise of already designed to handle a 2 to 5 year rainfall event with, quote, so I think we can get a bigger bang for the buck by floodproofing and protect them from a greater, higher storm event. And she goes on to say, you get a bigger bang for our buck by floodproofing than trying to put infrastructure into the ground. Question, does this City Council also believe we don't need to put infrastructure into the ground, we just need to floodproof the flood victims to floodproof their homes? 2 major citywide outfall system studies done in 1998 and 1999 by the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District and the engineering firm of Turner, Colley, and Braden identified millions of dollars in needed upgrades just to bring our infrastructure capacity up to that can handle a typical 2 to 5 year rainfall event, including $7 million in needed upgrades in that very same Englewood Basin of the recent July 24th deadly flooding. Question, does this City Council also believe that the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District and engineering firm Turner, Colley, and Braden got it wrong? Also alarming was that Director DeAndre revealed that no one in the City of Englewood, including yourself, has any idea of the condition of any of the pipes in our storm drainage infrastructure? Question. We use corrugated pipe for the critical Oxford pipe piece of our drainage infrastructure. Corrugated pipe is the cheapest, least durable pipe you can buy. Was corrugated pipe used throughout our system? And just like with the biogas $7 million from the Wastewater Enterprise Fund, the $5.5 from the general fund also can't be used for the storm drainage infrastructure because drainage projects can only be paid out of the storm drainage fund, which carries an annual balance of only $300,000. My gosh, Council, you do understand that no city is legally forced to be stuck with dangerous, inadequate infrastructure. Englewood has intentionally and consistently chose not to spend any money on storm drainage infrastructure since 1999 to this day. Final question, would this City Council be willing to put together an emergency storm water drainage infrastructure ordinance that would allow the use of the $5.5 million in our general fund, even if ultimately requires a vote of the Englewood citizens? That $5.5 million could be made available by the Englewood voters in 2020 elections for the critically needed storm drainage infrastructure work. Regarding Council Bill 48, Council Bill 48 is intended to amend our municipal code to now allow the licensing of retail marijuana cultivation in our city. Growing up is never easy, but I have no idea how children these days traverse this confusing world. Our federal government still classifies marijuana as an illegal Schedule I drug with, quote, a high potential for abuse. Yet the adults and state and local governments are teaching our children that it is okay to pick and choose what federal laws to obey, that it is okay to seek to profit from increased sales tax revenues and licensing fees from the production, distribution, and sales of a drug intended solely to be used to get high, get stoned, get impaired. And now with Council Bill 48, while our city leaders vocalize concern for and intention to fight against the current alarming drug abuse crisis among our children and young adults, our city leaders themselves want to welcome into our children's city the warehouse, cultivation, production, and general distribution of a federally legal drug intended solely to be used to get high, get stoned, get impaired. Please, just vote no on Council Bill 48. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Next up is Mr. J.J. Margiotta, an Englewood resident who has not given us a topic to address council.
Before I start this video, I wanted to let you guys know that this evening we are going, that's before council is $1.4 million worth of purchases that need to be reviewed. And what I passed out this evening is the purchasing policies and procedures manual would dictate how it needs to be done.
Englewood citizens, my name is JJ. I live at 29 East Radcliffe Avenue, Englewood, Colorado 80113. This evening I come before you with the Englewood purchasing policies and procedures manual that was revised on June 30th, 2016. This document is the official policy regarding the procurement of goods and services for all of the City of Englewood departments. Now I'm bringing this forward and I'm going to read some excerpts out of it because I know that the City Council has not read it, and I know that some of the directors for the city have not read it, and I know that some of the employees for the city have not read it. The reason I know that is because they're breaking these policies and procedures by not putting things out for competitive bidding. And it's been going on for many years, and it needs to stop immediately. So with that being said, let's get started. Section 1, Policy and Procedures Intent. The intent of the purchasing policy and procedures is to provide guidance on and standardize all purchasing and procurement activities. Each employee is responsible for ensuring that city funds are used in a manner which assures the public that the funds they provide are used in an efficient and effective manner that furthers the public good. Section 2, Scope. All employees purchasing goods or services on behalf of the City of Englewood are required to adhere to the city's purchasing policies and procedures. The Englewood Environmental Foundation and the Englewood Mahone Reservoir Foundation should also follow these policies so the public and the vendors are calling for sealed competitive bidding for the purchase of supplies, materials, equipment in any case where it is deemed it is advisable to do so. Now, I can take and quote the ordinance that says the same exact thing, but I want to make sure, for those that don't do that, this is a policy and procedure. There are laws in place that say the same exact thing. Section 14, emergency purchases. City charter allows that in case of emergency affecting public property, health, peace, or safety, City Council may waive all provisions of competitive bidding and direct purchasing division to purchase necessary supplies on the open market at not more than commercial prices. Lack of planning or non-compliance with the city purchasing policy is not a valid reason for an emergency purchase, like a $236,000 computer system. Sounded like lack of planning will make you file. Section 17, penalty and failure to comply. Any employee of the city who willfully violates the provisions of this policy shall be subject to disciplinary action up to including dismissal or discharge, as well as civil and or criminal action. Now, with that being said, I want to know why City Council is not following these policies. Maybe you just haven't read it, but you now have it in your hands. I expect you to follow it going forward. But I also want to know why you still have never held Eric Keck accountable for spending $236,000 without City Council's approval and spending that money without going to bid. I'm holding the city accountable going forward from now on for things over $25,000, everything has to go out to bid. And it's up to you, City Council members, to make sure that we're following these policies and procedures. And it's up to your directors to make sure that they are followed. Thank you very much for your time this evening. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Elaine Hults. Englewood resident will address council without a topic given. Oh, I'm sorry. Cheryl Searfoss is next. I'm sorry. Is this a miss? It is Cheryl. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Hults.
Dave Campbell, and I'm taking Cheryl's place tonight.
Ah, okay.
Having medical treatments. Our family has lived in Englewood for over 90 years. Residents, we have grandchildren, great-grandparents, all living in
Sir,
Englewood.
could you give your name and your address for the record? Sorry, I got a
Sorry
little
about
confused here.
Dave Campbell, 3300 South Downing Street, Englewood.
Thank you.
I'll start over.
Yeah, sorry.
Our family has lived in Englewood for over 90 years. We are concerned about the new passing of an ADU ability in our neighborhood. My wife and I have one of those units behind us, in the alley behind us. It is not taken care of well. They come and cut down the weeds once a year, once they get to about 3 feet high. The main property that goes with it is not taken care of either, but it's also become a rental. So our concern is, as younger families look at Englewood to live in, we're going to have a lot of houses that don't have backyards for their children. We're going to have a lot of traffic going up and down our alleys. It creates a lot of dust for us, and it creates a lot of noise, additional noise in our alleys that we don't need. If it was an area where we had large yards, we're in a small yard area. If we had large yards, you might consider that, but we don't have that. So we would ask the City Council to think about the young families that we'd like to see coming into Englewood and growing their whole family. About adding units like this will not help us in bringing in those younger people. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Ms. Elaine Hults.
I had a question.
Yeah.
Sir?
I actually thought we had agreed we were not going to ask questions.
Yeah, I
Is
have a
that
question for
the correct assumption from our last meeting?
I think the last meeting was a study session, and we can't make decisions at a study session.
Okay, so we'll decide that at the end. Go ahead, Member Barentine.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you please state the name of the citizen that you were speaking for because she was ill?
Cynthia?
Her name is Cynthia Searfoss?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we make a correction to the agenda because the name is incorrect on there. Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. It was listed as Cheryl. So if we can get it with Cynthia, that would be great. Next up is Ms. Elaine Hults.
Elaine Hults, 3333 South Lincoln Street, number 706, Englewood 80113. I want to talk to you tonight about communications. Communications are a very interesting thing to look at, but it's a very specific thing. It's how we relate to other people and convey our ideas and the way we think. According to Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, the word decorum has a specific meaning, and it really is very simple. Decorum means a literal and dramatic propriety and good taste of conduct and appearance. So actually, it means how you behave, very simply. It also says in the encyclopedia that the conventions of polite behavior. It has nothing to do with language. It has nothing to do with time. And I was at the meeting when the study session when Dorothy was bringing up the element of decorum for a discussion. And it got sidetracked and ended up in an area had nothing to do with decorum. It ended up in an area of time factor concerning the time that it takes for you people to have a meeting. And especially the time it takes to have people like me and the other members who come up here and speak to you about issues they're concerned about. And the appearance that I had from that little discussion was that we have another attack, just like we had with the RVs, that happened back, I think it was 2010 when that happened. I know I was involved in the city for about a year and a half at that time. And we had massive people in here. We had standing room only. You couldn't move. 45 people were signed up to speak that night for 5 minutes. They were taking lists because we would have been there for a day and a half. They were very upset because a right that they were entitled to was being threatened. And they spoke out, and that did not succeed. Any more than this little thread of communications is going to succeed. Because in my opinion, and of course I've heard this before from City Hall, that maybe we need to let the employees run the city. It's a good idea. I thought about that. Get rid of all of you. In fact, we should hire one person who is paid very well, who is more than qualified to run our city, but to whom he has to answer to the people so that we have a check and balance. That could be done. It's also called a dictatorship. And that's how Hitler made his way, by taking away little by little the rights of the people. This is why I'm against any action of taking away your right to carry arms for protection, because that's what Hitler did very successfully. I see a trend here. So maybe you better look at what it means by communications. Because what you are revealing to people, you're revealing yourself in how you speak. You are revealing what really is going on in your mind. And you might experience what I've experienced sometimes, where someone is saying something to me, and yet I know in my spirit that what they're saying is quite the opposite of what they intend. And it's an interesting experience to have. And if you really listen to yourself, that little inner voice within you, you will find out that you'll know more. You'll have better understanding. I've been doing it for a long, long time. But it takes a little practice, because you have to put yourself aside in order to listen. And it teaches you how to put yourself aside, your agenda aside, your narrow way of thinking aside, and open your mind up to other people, because you'd be surprised how all of a sudden many questions that you may have in your mind are so easily clarified, and answers come so much easier. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hults. Next up is Ms. Lisa Smith, here to speak about health and wellness events in Englewood.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Could you state your name and your address?
City Council. My name is Lisa Smith. Just so you know, on the agenda, it's listed that I am a resident. I am not. I'm a business owner. I'm here this evening to speak about the event proposal that I've given copies to each of you. I can also email that as well. This is for Colorado Coalition for 2019 to 2023 quarterly and monthly health discovery events. Our goal is to seek partnership with the City of Englewood to build community relationships with its citizens, the business owners, and beyond. Our intent is to help educate people who are health-minded, wellness-oriented, in ways that would bring awareness to businesses and groups to help people in general. In this proposal, I have quite a bit of information in the timeline, quarterly events, monthly events. This would be for the next 5 years. I've also laid out the benefits that I believe this would have for the City of Englewood, for its residents, and for the businesses. There's a marketing plan that's included so that you understand that this would be reaching everyone equally in the Denver metro area and beyond. Looking for the quarterly events to have a participant level of 1,000 to 1,500 people minimum. I've also asked for a deadline for a decision from City Council and or the designated representative. I was here on November 5th to present this idea and have yet to have heard from anyone in regards to this, hosting this event, being interested in it, continuing with this. I would like this event to happen here in Englewood, and I'm offering this to Englewood. However, time is of the essence. I was interested in having this first event being in the first quarter. That's not going to happen as we are in just the late part of December. The reason I'm asking for a January 12th decision is so that we can get the marketing in place. There's a lot that would need to happen in order to have a May event, but it can happen. It's possible. However, I need to know if the city is actually interested in participating in this event. If this is something that the city feels would be of a benefit and value. If so, I need to know who the designated representative is that oversees Hampton Hall, the atrium on the second floor, and the community room, so that we can lay out the events, but also negotiate the terms of the use of this space. I'm starting with 5 years, but this could go further and much bigger. I think this could be a huge benefit for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Ms. Pamela Beets, an Englewood resident, will address council regarding ADUs and retail marijuana cultivation.
council members. Pamela Beets, 3224 South Delaware Street. I've usually come to these meetings feeling hopeful, and today not. I wanted to come here and ask you for an immediate moratorium on building in the transitional neighborhoods that planning and zoning has deemed transitional. And I also wanted to speak to you about some of the health hazards and issues of marijuana cultivation. I've had some events happen today that have caused me to rethink what I want in my neighborhood. And what I want is a house I like. I want to be able to park. I want to be able to get out of my car and not be accosted by vagrants and drug users, which has happened. I want to be able to go to the grocery store and not see people smoking dope on Safeway or panhandling and smoking dope at McDonald's. I want to see my neighborhood stay a neighborhood. I also have family ties that go back many years to Englewood. And what I came to realize today is that the Planning and Zoning Commission seems to see my neighborhood and many of the neighborhoods that have been now rezoned transitional as cash cows. And the only people that benefit from this are developers. We don't, as residents, have any benefit from this. It ruins our neighborhoods. It puts our schools at risk. I can't see any reason to stay here. It's not a neighborhood anymore. It's going to be a swath, and if it's from what little I can understand of the map, a huge swath of row houses and townhomes, and that's not a neighborhood. And I really had to think about what I want here. And I've always felt hopeful and appreciative of coming before council and asking for your help and your interest and your regard about what we as residents want. And I realized, it costs a lot to buy a house in this area, but we're not the wealthiest of residents. If what this was being proposed in a wealthier part of Englewood, it wouldn't be happening. And I also find it very suspicious that of all the community meetings I have attended in the past 20 years, I've never heard of one community meeting about rezoning our neighborhoods. And if you have to keep it secret, why is that? And then my next comment or issue is with retail marijuana. As I spoke at the last meeting, I'm having some really severe respiratory issues because of that. And regardless what anyone in this room believes about that, I do know for a fact that it's an emerging respiratory issue in the city of Denver and surrounding. The CDC is aware of it. The respiratory hospitals in Denver are aware of it. Allergists and asthma specialists are aware of it. I'd like to walk in my neighborhood without an EpiPen, and that is not an exaggeration. I'd like to get up on Sunday morning, like yesterday, and not have my neighborhood stink. And I'd like to drive down Santa Fe between Oxford and Littleton Boulevard and not have my eyes water because it smells so bad. And then when you look at the astronomical environmental issues with marijuana cultivation, water and power. I have some friends who live in another city. Their transformer's constantly blown by a grow house in the neighborhood or in the nearby area. When I look at the power and water, I think it's unsupportable. For the health issues, it's unsupportable. If you want row houses and marijuana, we're gone. And I think most of us have supported this city for a long time. And when I think of row houses with ADUs in the back, what happened to Englewood? Our motto has been what? Small town feel, community. And where's that going? So I would ask you tonight to put a moratorium on building until it can be investigated, or at least a community referendum or some kind of community response to the rezoning, because I don't think we should have been rezoned. I think it's suspicious. and I would ask you to not pass retail cultivation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Doug Cohn, an Englewood resident, here to address council regarding historic preservation.
Good evening. Doug Cohn, 3051 South Marion Street. What a crazy year this has been. Have you noticed that? I don't know about you, but I'm ready for a new year. So, I want to wish you all, the council, the staff, the audience, a Merry Christmas. Take a little time off, you have my permission, before the new year starts, and reflect on the reason for the season. Then, I want you all to have a good new year. I hope that you have a good new year. I pray that you have a good new year. And I wish you a happy new year. And then just one more thought here. As you guys are looking at the rules for speaking, please ask Attorney Brown about the freedom of speech and its limitations and what's not limited. It's a little complicated, and you don't want to intentionally put a landmine out in front where somebody's going to step on it. Anyway, Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohn. Next is Ms. Sean Herbert, an Englewood resident, addressing council regarding ADUs. Sorry, sir.
Good evening, and thank you, Council and Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. I want to thank you for your time and letting us citizens speak up here, because the first time I ever spoke was at the last meeting, and it was just on the spot. You guys let me sign up, so that's nice. And I called ahead this time, even though you spelled by name. Just kidding. It's S-E-A-N. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Could you please state your name and your address, too?
Yeah, my name is Sean, S-E-A-N, Herbert, H-E-R-B-E-R-T, and I'm at 3323 South Ogden Street. And I've owned since 2005. I was fortunate enough to make it through 2009 period when the housing prices went down. But right now, I couldn't even afford to buy my own house like a lot of people around here. So I don't know how many young people are going to move into the city, but I'm always intrigued with how they can even get a mortgage. It must be family money or something. But what I'm here to ask you tonight is regarding the accessory dwelling units, and to maybe take a vote and put it to rest. And I know in 2017, a couple of years ago, a little past that in September, your own Planning and Zoning Commission recommended the approval for about 5 zones. And I understand that 2 of the zones survived, 3 did not. One of the 3 is mine, and it's just the R1C. And so when I looked on the big map for the MUR3A and the B, I see that just west of me, as I look out my kitchen window, I see an apartment complex, and I say, well, those are all apartments down there, but those aren't homeowners. So I'm just not really sure how these 2 zones survived. And if our zones don't have enough approval now, I think they will in the future. I think ADUs, like your own Planning and Zoning Commission told you and recommended, are a viable option at little or no cost to the city potentially. But I don't know if it's going to be now. I know that different demographics kind of feel different ways about it. But I ask you tonight to include, or maybe just answer, how did you get to the 2 zones you did, and who's the support for that? If our other zones, if we don't have a lot of support, and I beg to differ, but I don't think there's a lot of support. I think I've heard from maybe 5 people next door, and so I guess it's not an overwhelming amount that I've seen either. But in the Planning and Zoning Commission, they said their little sample said, I forget how many people they sampled, but it was a 51% approval. So I don't know how representative of the entire city, that is. But I'm just curious, if we didn't have support, how did those other two zones, who supported that? Because I think they're just large landlords and corporate investors that own those properties. But I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Last up for the 5-minute time is Mr. Martin Frazier, an Englewood resident, here to address council regarding ADUs. Please state your name and your address.
Good evening, Council. Martin Frazier, 3744 South Bannock Street. Today I'm again here talking about the ADUs, which I do support in all zones of R2B, R2A, R1C, and what has been passed with all the apartments that you guys passed at last point, or at least included. So tonight I recommend Council to reconsider adding the previously excluded zonings of R2A, R2B, and R1C to Council Bill 2. In order to provide smart, sensible growth, allowing these zonings to be included will provide the best positive impact for future growth in Englewood. Here's a few outtakes from planning and zoning reviews in which they had affirmative support for passage of CB2. 5 officially declared purposes of ADUs: provide options to varied and flexible lifestyle arrangements, provide options for alternative building structures / living space when current structures have become functionally obsolete, provide potential supplemental source of income. Keep in mind, Dave over there is talking about 2 properties that are, one is supposedly an ADU out back and current property out front, both rentals. That's illegal according to the CB2. One must have been lived in, okay? Increase property values and encourage higher levels of property maintenance. Most of the time out there, the properties, like Dave said, they're not being maintained properly. Provide options for building structures, living space expansion, while simultaneously encourage preservation of existing structures. This could help to deter all the scraping currently going on in town that everybody talks about tonight. Okay? Here are a few design requirements for construction of ADUs that would alleviate some of the concerns that have been brought before council at these meetings. An ADU shall not exceed 650 square feet of gross floor area. That's roughly the size of a 24 by 26 square foot garage. Current code allows construction of a garage up to 1,000 square feet, which in some cases is larger than an existing house in Englewood. So if one wanted to build the carriage house above a garage, it would then limit the size currently allowed for a garage. 1 off-street parking shall be provided for each ADU. By building an ADU, this would actually reduce street parking. Example, you have to actually eliminate a garage. If you build a 2-car garage on the property, according to building code, you have to eliminate an existing 1-car garage. Can't have both. So this requirement may also limit the construction of the garden cottage. So ADU placement is restricted to the rear 35% of the lot. That's the reason why zoning with alleys are important, which will be good for R1C, R2B, and R2A. ADUs must conform to all existing accessory structure setbacks. Currently, one can build a garage with a 3-foot side setback, whereas if there is a carriage house above it, it would have to go to a 5-foot setback or more in order to stay within the 12-foot bulk plane required for an ADU. Thus, overbuilding would eliminate shading the neighbor. In conclusion, we all know change is inevitable. I know it's hard for some Englewood residents to accept the change. However, lifestyles are changing. How people live, work, play in their community is changing. Passage of CB2 is overall positive change where everyone can have equal opportunity to benefit if they choose to do so. Actually, I don't see a massive influx of building going on if this ordinance is to pass in all the previous allowed zones. There's a lot of planning a homeowner would have to go through to get started and would probably have to sacrifice some existing structures on the property itself. That's it. Thank you. No questions tonight?
Thank you very much.
Great.
Appreciate it. Next up is agenda item number 7, which is recognition of unscheduled public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address City Council again. There's an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council will not engage in dialogue, but may ask staff for further follow-up. Please limit your presentation to 3 minutes. Time for unscheduled comments may be limited to 45 minutes. I will time it tonight. We have quite a few, but hopefully we'll get through. And if we go over that time, shall be continued to general discussion. Written materials for presentation to council may be submitted to our city clerk to my left as the speaker approaches the podium, and a USB port is available for public presentation. So first up tonight, we have Mr. Jerry Walker here to speak about CEAC, Code Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting.
My name is Jerry Walker, 4180 South Pearl Street, and I apologize to the council. Would like to change my agenda because of some news I heard right before this meeting started. I spent 13 years in the United States Marine Corps defending this country. I spent 13 months in Vietnam defending the Constitution of the United States of America. And I'm tired of seeing this city council, especially one person on the city council, trampling all over that Constitution. I have a concealed carry permit. Thank you to the Arapahoe County investigation, a Colorado investigation, and approved by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I submitted a core request to find out if there were any laws to keep me from carrying concealed weapon in here. There are none, not in the city of Englewood. I have a right to do that. It's called the Second Amendment. Just 2 weeks ago, we praised this Constitution of the United States. We used to could just walk into this room, just to have the freedom to do that. And one crazy old woman whispered in the ear of someone, and all of a sudden we had to go through a metal detector. One person decided that. Not a vote of the people, not a law, just somebody decided we would do it. There's no rule that says that we have to do it. There's no law that says we have to do it. And now, because of one other person, who I'm not going to name any names right this minute, but all of a sudden we want to get rid of the concealed carry through there. And when you tell them that there's no law in here, they will tell you there's a Colorado revised statute. And when you ask them what it is, they go, well, I don't really know, but I know there is one. This is the United States of America. We have a Constitution. And from what I heard of the rumors, this microphone and this stand may go away, and public comment may go away. That would be called removing the First Amendment of the Constitution. So why don't you just cuff me and make me answer all the questions so we can get rid of the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. This is not Russia. This is not communism. This is America. We have a Constitution. You read it last week. I defended it with my life. And you want to deny me what? First, Fifth, Second Amendment? Just go for the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, and thank you for your service. Next up is Mr. Steve Muth. I'm not sure if I've done that correct.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm here
You state your name and your address. Thank you.
My name is Stephen Muth at 2880 South Lincoln Street. I'm here to plead with members to approve ADUs in all zones. Before I get into that, I'd like to speak on behalf of urban lot owners. I dropped off a letter from the planning department where they gave an informal basic agreement that they forgot to include urban lot holders in the request for ADUs. There are a substantial number of people that own these lots that I think if it's not approved for these urban lot owners, it will be very detrimental to them. But after hearing a couple of the arguments on ADUs, I'd like to address what they had talked about, which I think very clearly their information is false. Number one, they talk about having big yards. ADUs will prohibit that. That's completely false. If ADUs are not passed, what will happen is developers will come in and scrape these properties and build duplexes which have no lots at all. It will also destroy the integrity and the nostalgia of the area. Another thing, if ADUs aren't passed, you're going to have people that build illegal ADUs, like the person in back of this house. Where was that approved? Did he follow code? Probably not. Is the house safe or dangerous? Probably so. With the approval of this, it's going to enhance the revenue dramatically to the city for requesting permits on ADUs, and the properties are going to be built properly. Another thing that they talked about is a small town feel. I agree. I love Englewood for that, and I applaud the planning department for what's been happening in Englewood. I think it's definitely going in the right direction, and they did a very wise move requesting ADUs for our development. However, the fact is that if ADUs are not approved, I am not a developer. I need the space for my family. I'm not going to be renting this space out. And what I'm going to do is build above the garage, which is going to be a larger unit with a flat roof. Both my neighbors hate this, absolutely hate it. I hate it. I believe it will decrease the value of the area. Unfortunately, I need the space. So what happens in 20 years if I sell this home with that space? They're going to rent out this space above there, which is not going to be built appropriately for people, and you're going to have a junkyard of an area.
Mr. Muth,
so ADUs are vital. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is Ms. Vicki Hoffman. No topic agenda item. Oh, yes, drains. It's hard to see. Here to speak about drains. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, Council and citizens. Vicki Hoffman, owner of 4630 South Bannock. Tonight I come before you to discuss drainage. I've been providing you with potential solutions since the flood on July 24th. I have emailed you all pictures of different drainage that is being implemented in Australia, the City of Denver, and most recently a picture along I-25. My intent has always been to protect the health and safety of every citizen who were affected by the flood, as well as potentially other citizens in the future. I would like to thank Kathleen Bailey for notifying me about the study by Calibre that is currently posted on their website. While the study is not complete, it appears that floodproofing is Calibre's and the staff's chosen method to lessen the financial implications in what really needs to be done. These floodproofing suggestions are impractical, expensive, and will not solve the drainage issues. The victims have already endured emotional, physical, financial, and lost wages. These methods will only put an added burden of cost, time, hiring contractors, obtaining permits, and most importantly, will still not solve the root of the problem. The problem is the infrastructure is inadequate and outdated, not regularly maintained, let alone updated. December 10th study session director DeAndrea states using $500,000 towards some sort of floodproofing program, a program that the city could help victims financially, although maybe not 100%, but in some manner towards people floodproofing their homes. We think $500,000 will go a long way in protecting structures from future flood damage. Floodproofing is a more cost-effective way, not just by putting more pipes in the ground, and we can get a bigger bang for our buck by protecting structures than trying to put infrastructure in the ground. Please be mindful that victims are still trying to find normalcy since the flood. We are emotionally and physically exhausted and constantly live with uncertainty. Why would any of these flood victims have to bear the burden of anything else? We have all lost so much. Please schedule a study session to implement an effective emergency operations program. Please vote to update the drainage to ensure the health and safety of all citizens and not settle for floodproofing. Invest in updating the infrastructure at whatever the cost. Understand the citizens' welfare is in your hands. Request all prior records of drain cleanouts. Extend permit fee waivers indefinitely. Please request all information from Calibre, survey results and how many homes participated, pictures, hydrology reports, drainage specifics, interviews with citizens, and infrastructure details, not just what staff decides to provide to you. Please do not let the loss of Rachel Haber's death go by the wayside. And I ask all of you, including the citizens, to remember all of the victims during the holidays and recognize that there could have been more deaths that fateful night. And I also wanted to thank everybody that I've met in Englewood. I've only knew one person prior to this, and I wish everybody a happy holiday season, happy Kwanzaa, Hanukkah.
Thank you, Ms. Huff.
Thank you.
I believe we have one question for you, Ms. Barentine.
Just one statement. Are you able to provide your, I know you were trying to read that quickly to get into the 3 minutes. Are you able to provide that to the council, a copy? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Robert Reagan.
Hello, I'm Robert Regan. I live at 3429 South Grant Street. And I was going to talk a little bit about the ADUs and traffic and a police response I had. So I had an incident where someone tried to kick in my garage door. We have a lot of more traffic in the neighborhood. I'm not saying it was related to that, but my garage door got kicked in, and police officer that came out was awesome. He listened to everything I had to say about my concerns, and it was a great response and a good meeting with the officer. I wish I had his name. I didn't even think to get his name. About our ADUs, I represent our block a lot. I walk our block quite a bit and talk to the homeowners and people who rent. I haven't talked to any landlords or anything, but we all still like staying small. We all still love our location. We all still love that we have a nice little neighborhood that's old and historic, and would like to see it stay that way. I live on 3429 South, 3400 block of Grant, and so I've noticed a lot between my house, Safeway, and down the Broadway. It's just been a lot of more people. They seem nice enough, I don't know, but it's just a lot of people walking around more than usual. I also noticed coming down Old Hamden, because I've been working my job in Aurora and coming down Old Hamden, with all the building there, that part now seems to be really dark. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that. On Sunday, I was watching the football game with my friend, and a realtor was pounding on his door, wanting to buy his house on Sunday while we were trying to watch football. I thought Pamela, who spoke earlier, I had agreed with a lot of everything she had said. Some of maybe the overdevelopment could be part of this problem, which is a lot of rats. We've had rats like crazy. There's a gentleman across the street in the apartment building that's caught over 100 of them. I've only had one in my yard, and he seemed disoriented, and I think he might have been drugged. I'm not sure, but thankfully I haven't had a lot of them. I also wanted to make mention again that Mayor Olson, Rita, Nathaniel, and John from Planning and Zoning have always called me back really quickly, and I'm grateful for that, because I do try to speak for a lot of our neighborhood, our block. And as far as homeowners compared to landlords, from what I can tell, we have more homeowners than landlords on the 3400 block. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Regan.
You're welcome.
Next up is Cian Dickerson with no topic given.
Cian Dickerson, 2835 South Pennsylvania Street. MOA has asked to dissolve the remaining 1.5 years left on their final 5-year option and make a new 3-year lease on the same terms. We need new terms. If the new lease is effective January 1st, 2019, it will end 12/31/2021 instead of 5/12/2020. That would be 1 year, 7 months longer term. And the current terms are not fulfilled, nor the monetary support justified. MOA was established in the city in 1999 and amended to reduce the cost of the common area renovations from 70,000 plus to 40,000 approximately, and to grant MOA use of the 4,000 square foot cultural space, now known as Hamden Hall. That amendment specifies that control, scheduling, and rental of the hall resides with the city, but somehow, without a change to the lease with MOA, the management and income is in the hands of Englewood Arts, not the city. MOA has received $96,000 per year for approximately 18.5 years, a total of $1,776,000. And as Mr. Cuesta noted, it adds up. It added up to almost $2 million so far. Under the terms of the lease, $50,000 of the $96,000 is required to be spent on programs for Englewood, and a written report by August 31st of every year justifying it. Where are those yearly reports? Where is the justification and proof that they actually spent $50,000 that we provided for them for Englewood residents' education? They've also received utilities, janitorial, and security for free for 18.5 years, and over $100,000 for art installation and free rent, which former city manager Keck valued at at $120K per year as in-kind services. The in-kind rent alone amounts to $2,220,000. What have we received in kind for that amount of money? $2 million. That's a total of over $4 million. We could fix the roof and a few other things. They've also received utilities, janitorial, and security for free. And they don't pay sales tax on any sales they make, nor do they have a license to sell from the Civic Center. Why do they get exempted when it's required of everybody else that sells as a vendor in the city on any fair or any show? If MOA could have gotten this deal, 10,000 square feet for free plus CAM charges, janitorial, utilities, and at will use of another 5,000 square feet plus monetary support, anywhere else, they wouldn't have been in Englewood. We need to end the bleeding now.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. Next up is Ms. Vicki Archer, here to speak about ADU zoning.
My name is Vicki Archer. I live at 3218 South Clarkson Street in Englewood, 80113. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Madam Mayor Pro Tem and all you City Council members and City Clerk. Thank you so much for allowing me to voice my opposition to the ADU rezoning issue. I moved to Englewood, down on South Clarkson Street, from Denver 5 years ago, specifically because of the residential zoning. In Denver, I lived in a multi-unit zoning area, and I saw exactly what can happen. Anyway, I'll continue. I've got 3 minutes. My concern is that there is a vacant lot to the south of my property currently owned by a real estate developer. The developer has voiced in the past a desire to build an ADU over a garage, although actual building has never started. My backyard and patio area has a wonderful southern exposure and was one of the big reasons I fell in love with that house. An ADU over the garage to the south would block all the sun on my patio area and ruin the privacy that I currently enjoy. As previously mentioned, I'm opposed to rezoning my neighborhood to allow ADUs. I moved here for the residential zoning to protect my property from being negatively impacted by ADUs. Thanks again for allowing me to voice my concerns regarding this rezoning decision.
Thank you, Ms. Archer. Next up is Shannon Coleman, here to speak about ADUs. Sharon, sorry, maybe.
Hello, my name is Sharon Coleman. I live at 2901 South Ogden Street, and this is the first time I've ever been here to the City Council. So I've lived in Englewood for 18 years and very happy with my 18 years in Englewood, which is probably why you've never seen me before. But I'm here to ask you to reconsider and vote to include all areas for ADUs in Englewood. I live in a small 2-bedroom house that I love very much, and I work from home, so my second bedroom has become my office. And I've been looking forward to building an ADU in my back garden that I could use for my office, but also for a place that friends and family could stay over when they came to visit us. So I hope you reconsider. I think some of my neighbors have given you some great feedback tonight about the reasons why you should support this, and I'm just asking you as a community member. This is something I've looked forward to. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rick Wade, here to speak about ADUs as well.
Hello, my name is Rick Wade, and I live at 2901 South Ogden, and I'm going to be building her office if you guys ever approve this. What I really want to speak to tonight is that I'm a contractor, and there's a lot of talk about people, as soon as this passes, we're going to have ADUs everywhere. I don't think people understand the cost of building today. Just to get a shell is $120 a square foot, and then you've got to put tile in it and carpet and everything else. With the cost of these homes, I don't understand how people think this is going to just explode. I'm sorry for some of you who live in areas. My area has increased in traffic too. I really wish it wasn't so, but it is, and this is the way it is. Some of us live in a high-density area, and that's why the traffic's increasing too. All the apartments. So I'm here to ask you to look at that piece. This is what I can contribute as a contractor. If you do pass it and everybody else is right and people are going to flock, I'm going to make millions. But I don't see that happening. It's an expensive time to build anything. And just buying a house is pretty exorbitant. We've lived here for 20 years, by the way, and we could not rebuy our house right now. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me. I'd like you to reconsider all zoning areas and allow ADUs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Next is Michael Evans, here to speak about ADUs.
Hello, my name is Michael Evans. I live at 3228 South Clarkson Street. I've been an Englewood resident for 35 years. I've worked with my council members over the years to put in stop signs on South Clarkson Street, to put in a lower speed limit, and thank you all for helping us do that. As you know, Swedish Hospital and Craig Hospital, very busy area. By allowing this addition of people being able to build units on top of their garages is only going to add to the traffic in Englewood. I understand the fiscal responsibility of the council, but as a 35-year manager for corporate America, I know what that's all about. I also know that now that I'm retired, I drive part-time for one of the largest retirement communities here in Englewood, and I encourage you all to drive from South Downing Street down to South Logan Street on Old South Hamden, on Hamden, and see what it's like with the building that's going on there right now. It's incredible. We moved here 35 years ago because it's a wonderful old-time field town. We're losing that, and if we allow this, we're going to get more and more people. People are not going to be building these so grandma can live above the garage. They're doing this to rent those out. That's my belief, and I think this is really a bad idea. Please don't let it happen. Happy holidays. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Edmund Bartel, here to speak about, I'm assuming CB 48.
Yes, definitely. Edmund Bartel, Nature's Kiss, 4332 South Broadway. I didn't plan on speaking, but I made some little notes here so we could clarify a couple things. In 2016, ballot question 301 asked Englewood voters if they wanted to ban the retail sale, cultivation, or manufacture of marijuana. 10,167 of those voters, of the 16,163 voted on the issue, said they did not want to ban these activities. I originally reached out to council just seeing if, all right, so put simply, every plant in a legal grow in Colorado is tagged with an RFID tag. What I'm really trying to do, does this move?
It does.
There it is. That way I don't have to bend down. What I'm trying to do is put blue tag plants in the same grow as I already have yellow tag plants growing. So essentially, there's never been a request to expand, modify, or operate our licensed premises in a different manner. Sorry, I got the sniffles this morning. That's some good, let's see. The life of a retail marijuana plant is treated the same as a medical marijuana plant. So basically it changes nothing in the operation. It's just, unfortunately, Englewood doesn't sell a lot of medical marijuana, sells a lot of retail marijuana. Right now I'm buying it and selling other people's marijuana. Be nice to be able to grow it and align ourselves with the way everybody else is doing business in the state. Let's see. I don't think the change would adversely affect any businesses, residents, or visitors to Englewood, being as the zoning here, CB 48 specifies distance requirements, limiting eligible properties, licensable properties, by saying they cannot be within 2,000 feet of a school, 2,500 feet of another marijuana store or grow, or 100 feet of a residence. I think that kind of makes it clear that they don't want any grows popping up, and that's not their intention. I think it'd be cool if we were allowed to change the color of our tags, really. It's the same plant, the same process, everything. We're not trying to bring more marijuana into Englewood. Supply and demand, it sells the same amount. I just want to sell what I'm growing. That's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Bartel.
Thank you.
Get well. Last up is Ms. Maureen White, here to speak about ADUs.
Maureen White, 3271 South Grant Street. And good evening, City Council members and also the citizens. And I want to say first off that I support everything Pamela Beets said. And so what I want to talk about is the unanswered questions and the missing information with ADUs. Often Englewood employees doing presentations at council meetings do not answer questions from council members. They can get the information the next day, but the vote goes forward anyway. And here are some examples with ADUs. What impact fees can be collected by the city for residential development such as ADUs? No answer. How will ADUs be prevented from becoming Airbnbs? No answer. What is the current population of the zones approved in the first reading? No answer. Who will enforce restrictive deeds if the city cannot even decide what to do about Airbnbs? According to the Arapahoe County Assessor's Office, because I researched it, they do not monitor restrictions on deeds. That would be the city's job, along with enforcing them, which they feel could require a lawsuit. There have been no examples of nonprofit corporations wanting to build ADUs were ever given. And why is this? Is Englewood Housing Authority one of these nonprofits? Could this be used to the main house become a group home and the ADU for the supervising, quote, acting agent? And what money would they be using? Funds meant for maintaining the Simon Center? And please know I'm not opposed to group homes, but these are just some of the examples I could give. The Arapahoe County Office Appraiser warned that tax value does not equal sale value. She said that is very subjective, depending on the neighborhood, the real estate market, what buyers are looking for, because, if you have a restrictive deed, that'll limit your buyers. Presentation of plans such as this before the homework is done is a waste of council and citizens' time. That's why we're coming back to speak over and over again. If any council member does not have enough information for all the possible sources, they should just say so. Don't jump on the bandwagon, and as I heard at the first vote on ADUs, let's just get something done. Just listen to the vote on the first reading and see how that went. And it was embarrassing and irresponsible. Council member Mr. Cuesta got it right when he said this is like picking winners and losers. And even tonight I hear people asking why were those zones picked. And it's very curious. But we who live in those zones know, because there's a big push to just get rid of our homes and do away with the type of housing and neighborhoods we have. I sent an email to each of you. I got no response, suggesting that if this moves forward, it be put to a vote of the people of Englewood, because I respect the people who want them, but those who want them and those of us who oppose them, that's not a big enough number to move forward on. And it's not enough to have 7 people decide that.
Thank you.
Go forward, put it on the
Finish
ballot.
up. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it, Ms. White. That concludes our unscheduled public comment. Next is council response to public, particularly council follow-up with requests regarding public comment for staff to take action on or to encourage information. Anyone interested in making a council request? Thank you. Councilmember Barentine is first.
I would like to follow up on the use of the atrium, the community room, and the request that that was made, I guess, about a month ago. She said that she hadn't been answered yet, so if we could go ahead and make sure that that's taken care of. And I believe that it boiled down to who has control of the community room, the atrium, who the contact person would be for that, as well as this. While I may have some reservations about the way that we did the comp plan, it was included for live, work, play, learn, health issues were done in there. So I don't know whether we already have some other piece of what was being worked on with that for you to communicate who the contact people would be for that. Because we had dealt with some of those issues before, so we want to make sure that we're not keeping anybody away from the table, or that it looks like it's only people from within the city. So however that process works, that would be appreciated. And just want to thank everybody for coming out.
Thank you, Ms. Barentine. Anyone else? Give you a minute to look over your notes in case you have anything. Councilmember Barentine, your light keeps.
I would like for the mayor to go ahead and at least, since this is a little bit different than the way we've been doing it in the past, to at least go ahead and explain to the people in attendance here why we are handling the council comment piece differently. Maybe you could.
Sure. I think what we're trying to do is limit our agenda, speaking about items that have not been put on the agenda. So if there are items on the agenda for tonight, we will be talking about those and probably within that item and agenda. But things that come up which are out of agenda, it does have the possibility of breaking our state statutes of open meeting laws by having a conversation about an agenda item that is not duly noted for the public. However, I think we can ask some questions and get some information from the council or from our city staff to keep working on it so that we can address the issues that do come up. Councilmember Barentine.
Thank you for providing that explanation. And if anybody is interested in getting more information on that, I would suggest you listen to the study session. I disagree with that moving in that direction, but I will at least honor it until this council has an opportunity to speak about it. I would probably defer to Mr. Walker's comments as duly noting some of my own concerns as well. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any further questions or council requests? All right, moving on to agenda number 8, communications, proclamations, and appointments. We have none tonight. Council, we have agenda item 9, which is consent agenda items. Could I have a motion to approve consent agenda items?
I move to approve consent agenda items 9A1, 9B1, 9B2, and 9C1.
Thank you. And could I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, or is anyone interested in discussing any of these or pulling them off? Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
I do have, I think, a couple of questions on 9C1. So,
would you like to pull it?
Yes, let's do pull it.
All right. So that would leave 9A1, 9B1, and 2. Any other concerns? Seeing none, please vote.
All votes have been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
Great. 9A1, 9B1, and 9.2 have passed. Let's go to 9C1. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to?
Yes.
And I believe this is the, well, I'll read it. Award contract for services to T&M Construction LLC for Pirates Cove egress project. And staff recommends City Council approve by motion a contract for services with T&M Construction LLC for the Pirates Cove egress project, which involves providing emergency exit, which is egress locations on the west and east sides of the park to meet current fire and building codes. A total contract value of $43,125.25 is proposed, which includes a 10% contingency on the base contractor bid for any unforeseen conditions that may arise during the construction. Engineer 3, Alyssa Lowen, is here to answer questions.
Good evening, Council.
I do have the questions that I have written down here. Was this budgeted for 2018 or 2019?
I believe 2019.
Okay, so actually I wondered why so much was budgeted in 2018, seeing we only spent $5,584,932, but there was like $230,712. No, that's
in the
actually it was $5,584.93, but the amount in the budget was $230,000. So why did we budget so much, and can we carry this amount over into 2019?
You know, I'm going to look to Dorothy to help me answer that.
If I may, in my role as Parks and Rec Director, the contingency fund is a capital fund that rolls over from year to year. So the design of that contingency fund is to maintain a reasonably good balance for partially unexpected, emergencies and that sort of thing, for which it would be appropriate to spend those restricted funds. The egress project was introduced at the request of the fire marshal in early 2018, and it hadn't been separately budgeted, so we said we could take it out of that contingency. So when the project is built, it will come out of contingency, whether that's, at this point, it will obviously happen in 2019. Does that answer your question?
It does, kind of. And so I guess my question is now, really, $230,000 was not budgeted in 2018. How much is there money that goes in there? Where does the money come from?
The money comes from the Conservation Trust Fund, which is awarded us from the state based on population from proceeds from the Colorado Lottery. And we allocate, I think, about $50,000 a year to the contingency fund, depending on how much has been spent the prior year, out of an approximately $300,000 that they give us every year for this purpose. I would remind council that that money is restricted to use in recreational facilities, such as support for Pirates Cove.
Okay, thank you. That does answer my question.
Good. Thank you.
Were there any other questions about this one? All right, Mayor Pro Tem, perhaps you'd be willing to make a motion to approve?
I move to approve 9C1, award contract for services to TM Construction LLC for the Pirates Cove egress project.
Could I have a second?
I'll second.
I think it was Mr. Sierra. All right, any discussion? All right, please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next agenda item is public hearing.
Can we take a quick 5-minute recess before we move on to the next?
We sure can. All right, everyone's in agreement. We'll take a 5-minute recess starting now. Well, let's get back right at 8:30. Thank you.
The only thing, give us one, and I'll make a copy and get it back to you. Anybody got the Englewood Wellness?
Yeah, here we go. I believe, excuse me, here it is.
Okay, I'll make a copy and get it back to you. The sign-up sheet. There's the favoring and closing. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me grab them. Hold on one second.
Do you have the sign-up sheets?
I just gave it to her. I took pictures.
We just have to add. Oh, no, that's okay.
Right. Or get people to use it.
Look alive. Right? Look alive. It's all down here from here.
First President and I wore out the metal detectors for you.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah.
I'm sure it works.
Right. What a big crowd.
I know.
copy.
Good. Yeah, there's a couple people from Transportation Advisory. Always if you want one, you just grab one.
On where? Here?
Yeah, because I emailed them in advance and I said, we have a public hearing tonight that has some transportation-related issues. If you guys want to come. So a couple of them are here. I don't know if any of them are going to speak on the public hearing.
Where are they? You've invited me to that ESAC. I need to go.
Yeah, and maybe if you want to go for me in January, because James's mom is coming into town, and I have meetings every single night that week. It's January 10th.
They meet on Thursday, right?
Yeah, I'll email you if you can. Cool. If not, cool too. Neil is here from the. I don't see him anymore.
I don't see him.
And Patrick.
I don't know Patrick. I know Neil though. Neil Sarno.
Neil Sarno. Yep. He was out in the hall. He had a hat on.
Oh, I didn't see him.
Neil's over. Patrick was over there looking at the map.
Taller dude?
Taller guy with the gray shirt.
Okay.
And I don't see if there's anyone else around.
I know Neil. No?
Yeah, Neil's a good guy. That whole group's just so great. They're also engaged. Super excited about this study.
Can I trade you?
For which one? Any? Possibly. I think seriously though, you would love this group. It's totally right about.
When's the bike paving thing happening? Is that in the spring?
It might already happen. I don't know.
I haven't seen it out there.
I don't know.
I think they waited until the springtime.
It's warmer. Probably. I don't know. We love this group. They're like a bunch of cool guys. Who really care about things. Have really great perspectives.
Okay. Pretty much. I just think Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'll sit in the back room.
Yeah, it's cool.
I was going to try to make it through this without.
All right, looks like we have almost everyone here. Let's get settled and get started as soon as everyone can take their seats.
I saw her.
Did you go to the... Oh, no, there she is again. Thank you. We're resuming the meeting. This is the agenda item 10A, Alta Englewood Station Planned Unit Development District Plan. Thank you. Staff recommends that City Council consider testimony during the public hearing on the Alta Englewood Station Planned Unit Development, and that Council review the criteria for approval of a recommended PUD as provided in EMC 16-2-8F, and direct staff to bring forward an ordinance for first reading at the January 7th, 2019 regular meeting. Staff presenting tonight is Planning Manager Wade Burkholder and Planner 2 Eric Sampson. And we need to open a public hearing. Would someone please make a motion?
I move to open the public hearing.
I have a second.
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? All right, please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open. So staff, please come forward with your experts. Thank you.
Good evening, Council.
I think you might need to move that up a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's that?
Can everyone hear talk a bit and we'll let you know.
I'm going to swear you in first.
Okay.
Yep. Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council?
Yes.
Please state your name and address, please, for the record.
Wade Burkholder, Planning Manager, City of Englewood, 1000 Englewood Parkway. That one wasn't mine.
For the public watching, we're just waiting for the right PowerPoint to be pulled up. There we go. Correct PowerPoint up.
That is correct. Again, good evening. Wade Burkholder, Planning Manager. I'm here tonight to present to you and introduce to you the PUD District Plan titled Alta Englewood Station. Beginning with a brief site overview, the owner of the property is West Hamden Investors, LLC. The developer is Wood Partners. The current zone is I-1 Light Industrial. The parcel, as you can see in the map with the highlighted yellow area, is a 4.22 acre tract. And again, to reiterate, this is the discussion of the district plan, the PUD district plan for Alta Englewood Station. I flipped this slide on its side so that the orientation is correct with the other slides that I'm presenting. But the parcel was the original or the previous Sports Authority headquarters site, and on the north parcel is the current CubeSmart building. On the south parcel is the new EarthTrex gym, as well as a 39,000 square foot flex space for a future industrial or manufacturer business to go in that part of the building. The PUD that we're talking about tonight is in the middle, the 4.22 acres. The property back in June did undergo approval for a minor subdivision. So what was an original larger tract is now split into the 3 separate parcels. And the PUD district plan covers only the middle portion of the parcel. Here is a copy of the city's zoning map. The parcel that we're talking about is right where the number 2 is located. You can see the entire area and the surrounding parcels are all zoned I-1 light industrial. To the north, you can see is Hamden. Immediately to the west is the railroad track and Santa Fe Drive or U.S. Highway 85. To the south is Kenyon, and to the east is Jason. So, the project overview, the Unified Development Code for the city does state that PUD rezonings may proceed in 1 step or 2 steps, the process, at the discretion of the developer. This process is the process where it is a 2-step process, meaning the district plan, what we're here to talk about tonight, moves forward before the site development plan, which is the more detailed plan for the site that needs to be completed before there are any building permits or development permits issued for the proposal. Now, the district plan is the more general plan for the property, and that looks at proposed uses for the PUD. It also looks at density, parking ratios, heights, design, and thus far, the PUD district plan for Alta Englewood Station has been very focused on multifamily residential development. So we'll get into some of the details of what the district plan is asking for and what you all will be deliberating on and hearing comments on this evening. As I mentioned, the site development plan will be required to be approved prior to any development or issuance of building permits. The concept that we're working with the developer on right now is a 316-unit residential development, which equates to a 75 dwelling unit per acre project. The project is a 4-story multifamily complex wrapped around a 5-story parking structure. Upon district plan approval, the site development plan will proceed with additional staff review and approvals. So we need to get the district plan approved so that the site development plan can respond accordingly as to what gets approved with the district plan. So digging in a little bit deeper to the request, I'll focus you on the middle column, which is the district plan requirements. So what the district plan states is a maximum building height of 100 feet, a minimum parking ratio of 1.3 spaces per dwelling unit, plus 1 space per 10 units for visitors. Minimum accessible spaces, there will be 9 in the district plan. The minimum bicycle parking is 1 parking space per 2 dwelling units for 158 bicycle spaces, which actually meets the code. The minimum setbacks, the front setback would be 0, the side would be 5, and the rear would be 5. The maximum lot coverage proposed is 80%, and the minimum landscaped area would be 20% per the written district plan. Now down at the bottom, which I apologize is very small, I see, are what the requirements are in the I-1 light industrial base zoning as it sits today. For the I-1, the maximum lot coverage, there is none. So you're actually capping what the maximum lot coverage would be at 80%. The maximum height in the I-1, there is none. So you're setting a cap for the maximum height at 100 feet. The required landscape percentage in the I-1 light industrial is 8%, and the PUD district plan as written will provide 20%. The minimum setbacks in the I-1 are 0 feet, and only does it become a 10-foot setback when it is adjacent to an R residential zone. And we saw by the zoning map there are no R residential zones in this area. So the 0 minimum setbacks are actually increasing with the district plan because they're asking for side setback of 5 feet and a rear setback of 5 feet, with the front setback still remaining 0. Now the multifamily parking ratio in the code is 1.5 spaces per dwelling, plus 1 visitor space per 5 dwelling units, for a total of 537 spaces as the zoning, I-1 zoning district is written today. So we require 1.5. The district plan is asking for a 1.3 space per dwelling unit. The code states that 1 visitor space per 5 dwelling units be provided, and the district plan is asking for 1 space per 10 for 446 total spaces. So on the far right of this slide, you can see what the conceptual site development plan is actually providing right now. And that is a maximum building height of 50 feet, minimum parking of 471 spaces, or 1.48 spaces per dwelling unit. The accessible spaces will be 10. I mentioned the bicycle parking will be 158. The setbacks as it's in concept right now, is 0 feet front, 5 feet side, and a 20-foot rear. The minimum lot coverage is sitting at 64%, and the minimum landscape area is 23.6. So the actual concept plan as it's sitting today is actually exceeding what the district plan is asking for. So there's been a little bit of additional work done on the concept plan, so that's what we're looking at, which of course would be in compliance with everything that the district plan is asking for. So I want to talk a little bit more about the parking ratio. The applicant, during their submittal of their application, actually went out and did a further study of parking spaces in like developments in the metro area. And this is attachment F that was included in your packet. It's titled Introduction and Code Requirements, District Plan Requirements, and Proposed Number of Parking Spaces. So what you can see is they went out and essentially surveyed the comings and goings of the residents of these multifamily dwelling projects, and they counted how many people were parked versus how many spaces the facility held. And they particularly paid attention to the time frame of midnight to 5 a.m. because that is the max peak parking time for a multifamily residential development. That's when most people are home, so that's when most people are going to be parked. And they studied how many spaces were still open, especially during that time frame. And this table, Table 2 in your packet, shows that the parking facilities during that time frame remained between 70% and a high of 81% open, meaning there were 80% parking spaces still open between that time frame. So they have justified, and we talked extensively with the Planning and Zoning Commission about this, to where the Planning and Zoning Commission were comfortable with the 1.3 parking space per dwelling unit ratio based on the numbers you see from these other multi-unit family developments. They range from a ratio of 0.73 to a ratio of 0.14. And that's still quite a bit lower than what is being requested at 1.3 spaces per the district plan. So that's how we have arrived at that figure. And moving on, the other aspects of the district plan include density design and signage. As I mentioned earlier, this district plan seeks a density of 75 dwelling units per acre. These standards for signage apply as found within the MUB1, except for projecting signs for residential use are permitted at a maximum height of 50 feet above grade, whereas the code right now is a 25-foot requirement. And also the current code states that signage shall be calculated at a 1.5 square foot of building frontage for 1 square foot of sign square feet. So that ratio is actually being proposed at 2-to-1. So 2 linear feet of sign per 1 square foot of building frontage. So it's giving you an extra advantage and increase in signage square footage that would otherwise be required. And again, the I-1 zoning district has no architectural character standards. The design plan proffers for multifamily uses to adhere to high-density residential design standards per the code. And I've listed a number of the various tools that they have proposed to use to meet that criteria, things such as change in texture and materials, offsets, reveals, insets, bays, and other architectural features, use of overhangs, patios, balconies, variations in roof lines, window placement, provide windows that are similar in size, shape, and orientation, incorporation of stoops or front porches related to entrances to create a more pedestrian-friendly and activating the street type environment along Jason. I know the applicant is going to talk a lot more at length regarding the comprehensive plan and multimodal connections, but I want to mention just a few things. The property is located in the downtown/Englewood Station area neighborhood map, and it has very close proximity to the city center, Englewood Station Light Rail, Oxford Station Light Rail, Cushing Park, the downtown, and other pedestrian and bike facilities that run along Jason to Dartmouth, Girard to Elati, and downtown, and the future rail trail project. The site has been discussed as an important site to create multimodal connections to other areas of critical mass, such as light rail stations, to these residents of this project. And therefore, in the deliberation with the Planning and Zoning Commission, a condition was placed on the approval that a detailed traffic and station access study be conducted, and this study will be used to inform the future development of the site development plan. And I've listed here some of the things that the study is going to address, and that is with existing conditions that are there now and how they can be approved, identify additional transit stops and routes within a quarter mile of the development, and this includes the Englewood trolley. We've had initial conversations about what it would look like to extend the trolley to this location so there's better access for the residents to the light rail station at Englewood Station. It's going to look at future facilities, identifying planned improvements to sidewalks, identify capital improvements for pedestrian and bicycle access to tie the development to those previously mentioned sites. And then it will look at on-site options, which will enhance access for people walking, biking, and using transit for their trips. One example of this is that the developer has agreed to provide direct access from this site to the future rail trail, which is planned to run the length of this property, north to south, and then continue all the way to Dartmouth and all the way down to Oxford. So there'll be a continuous off-street trail that is currently in the Walk and Wheel Master Plan and also has references to that project in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And so it is a project that is on the radar, and hopefully sooner or later we can develop that project further. If the PUD district plan is successful, the conversations about all three of these existing future and on-site options will begin in earnest with staff to achieve a safe and clearly identified multimodal plan connecting this site to other critical locations in the area. So the Planning and Zoning Commission findings and recommendation. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the PUD district plan based upon the proposed being consistent with the comprehensive plan and Title 16 as it relates to PUD requirements, with the following two conditions: that a detailed traffic and station access study be conducted, which we just reviewed some of the items that we'd be looking at in that study, and that the district plan is approved as proposed, and any material changes to the plan as determined by staff requires further review by the commission. And the potential city council action for this evening is to consider testimony during the public hearing, review criteria for approval of a recommended PUD, and direct staff to forward an ordinance to City Council for first reading at the January 7th, 2019 council meeting. I did go ahead and list here the approval criteria for PUD. I'm not going to read that unless you would like me to, but it's here in case you need to reference it. And with that, I would welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, time for questions. Who would like to kick us off? No questions. Councilmember Martinez, I believe, got to it first.
Thank you. You mentioned the additional traffic study. At what phase in the process would that additional study take place?
It's really to take place once the district plan gets approved, and then as we work towards approval of the site plan, that study will inform the site plan. You know, if there's some improvements to an intersection that need to be happening, or you know, some crosswalks here, crosswalks there to help the flow, that study will tell us, and then we can incorporate it in the site plan.
Okay, so after the district plan is approved, and then that will before the site plan.
Correct.
Councilmember, did you have anything else, member?
No, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Barentine.
You said that they're going to be making a presentation as well. If I have any additional questions after they've made their, what I think you said was extensive presentation that they're going to do as well, will you be available to answer any questions?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
So in the packet, there was a traffic study that has already been completed?
Correct.
And is there someone here to present on that tonight?
Yes, there is.
Okay, then I'll wait on those questions.
Councilmember Cuesta.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Burkholder. In terms of the neighborhood meeting summary, it appears that there were 3 conducted, the most recent one being held on May 23rd, 2018. The maximum amount of time between the neighborhood meeting and the public hearing before the commission is 180 days. When did that public hearing before the commission take place?
Public hearing took place in, I believe it was September.
Within the 180 days?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, sir. And I'll have further questions when we get to the presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
How many people attended all 3 of the meetings?
I was only on staff for the last one, so I didn't attend the first 2, but the last one we had probably around 15.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe I can ask a question. Those are included in here, aren't there signatures of people who attended, or is that only one of them? I thought I saw in the very end.
You have some meeting minutes of a couple of the neighborhood meetings, but then you have a petition, which you might be referring to, of people signing, supporting the application.
That's the petition, yes. Thanks. Are there other questions, Mr. Burkholder? I do have a question, but maybe it is you're going to have others present, as Member Barentine asked. Could I ask you before then, perhaps this is for the next group, there appears to be some accountability pieces in it. The discussion under the City Department and Division Review, in the last part of that paragraph under the little 6 acres times 20,000 equals 121,000. What page is that on this? Anyway, you suggest that one weakness of the current proposal is a lack of clearly identified friendly and safe pedestrian access. How will that process get resolved?
That is going to be addressed in the future study that they will do after the PUD district plan gets approved. That hopefully we can take a real solid look at, are there missing crosswalks? Is there an intersection that might need lighting much like the Broadway crosswalks have the pedestrian lighting. That might be an option that comes out of the study. So they're going to be looking more specifically at the area in terms of what kind of improvements can be made so people have a safe access to and from the light rail or the parks or other transit stops and so forth.
Thank you. Councilmember Barentine.
All of these studies that are going to be done after this district plan is approved, say it is approved, who approves the site plan?
That's the staff.
The staff would. So all of these unanswered questions, additional traffic reports, whether there's enough crosswalks, everything, after this is approved, that would all be in the hands of staff. No other public process would happen, nor would it come to this council? Thank you.
I see no other questions for you. I'm sure some might arise after the experts come forward, so let's hear the next part of the presentation. And for those of you of the public that are here to speak on behalf of one or the other side, your time is coming, so don't worry.
Can we all, can we all swear in at the same time, or do you want us to, because there's several.
I'll ask the city clerk, yes.
Point of information. I appreciate that you have been introduced as experts, but I think you actually have a title or process in this, and I would prefer that that be used rather than just referring to you as experts. Thank you.
It's fine. Our developers are what I really should have said. Thank you. And do you want to call everyone up? And then I believe our city clerk said yes, that she could. I don't think we've ever seen such a huge swearing in before, except for our police officers.
What I'll do is I will have you all raise your right hand. I'll swear you in, and then if you could each state your name individually, so name and address for the record. Okay? So if you could all please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council? Okay. Please state your name and addresses for the record, please.
Dustin Jones, 2601 Blake Street, Denver, Colorado, 80205.
Wendy Birchler, Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
Tim McEntee, Wood Partners, 4600 South Syracuse, Denver, Colorado, 80234.
Kathy Parker with Studio PBA, 1575 Gilpin in Denver.
Don Ryan with Norris Design, 1101 Bannock, Denver.
Marcus Pockner, 130 Rampart Way, Denver, Colorado, 80230.
And Mike Moore, Harris Coker Smith, 1120 Lincoln Street, Denver, Colorado.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council and staff, thank you very much for the opportunity to present tonight. Again, my name is Dustin Jones. I'm with Ogilvy Properties. We're the current owner of the former Sports Authority redevelopment. We purchased the site back in 2017, and certainly the most recent use was as the Sports Authority headquarters. However, prior to that, it was had a previous life where it was a large big box retail center. And I think as we're seeing around the country, big box retail is undergoing quite a transformation. So therefore, with this site, it's really led to highest and best use today that is a multitude of uses. And in order to continue with the activation in this area that we've seen on the rest of the development, there are really three primary reasons why we believe multifamily is the perfect piece to complete the mixed-use puzzle. First of all, we have had tons of excitement from multifamily industry about this opportunity in the market, really even before we acquired the site in 2017. Secondly, the plan is perfectly aligned with Englewood's comp plan. And last, we have proactively hosted multiple community meetings where we have received great support for this plan. Mechanically, in order to adhere to the Englewood's process, we are establishing a PUD since the original plan for this area candidly did not envision a light rail line and therefore didn't provide a mechanism to create a multifamily use on this site without a PUD. Our proposal allows us the ability to place multifamily on approximately 4.22 acres of the overall site through our partnership with Wood Partners. This will create a true live, work, play environment within one contained development, which candidly can be quite challenging to match a city's vision or a city's intent with market demands, but in this case, we feel that it's achievable. Through a thorough review process with staff, the community, and Planning and Zoning Commission, we have welcomed and agreed to the recommendation of reducing our currently allowed uses by 39% from the I-1 designation. This PUD greatly restricts the development that is currently allowed on this site, and more importantly, this proposal allows us to achieve the best of both worlds by creating a higher density site with more people, however, with less traffic, which is really achieved through the mixture of uses that have offsetting hours of peak hours. So with that, thank you very much again for allowing us to present tonight, and we'll spend the majority of the rest of our time talking about the specific uses on this site and the proposed development. And for that, I'll turn it over to Wendy Birchler, principal at Norris Design, who's been helping us with the land planning process. Thank you.
Thanks, Dustin. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Again, my name is Wendy Birchler, and I'm a planner and landscape architect with Norris Design. I'm pleased to be here this evening on behalf of the project. We are interested in developing a multifamily residential community on a 4.22 acre property that was the portion of the Sports Authority corporate campus located generally at 1050 Hamden Avenue. I'm going to give a brief history of this project, and we'll talk about the PUD district plan. I will then hand it off to Tim McEntee from Wood Partners, who will discuss Wood Partners' multifamily experience and why they think this site is a great fit for their next residential community. Kathy Parker, an architect with Studio PBA, is going to give an overview of the elements in the PUD district plan that will help create a vibrant redevelopment of this unique site into a multifamily community. And Marcus Parkner will then give a brief summary of the neighborhood outreach that was conducted for the project. The purpose of this planned unit development is to change the current zoning I-1 light industrial to a planned unit development PUD. This PUD will supersede existing zoning on Lot 2, planned development PD 8918, and underlying zoning I-1 light industrial. The intent is to create a unique zone district that offers the City of Englewood a development that is not possible within the current zone district of I-1, and whose qualities and forms are not described in other existing zone district definitions. This PUD zone district includes its own list of permitted and conditional uses and will slightly modify the development standards that will apply. The PUD zone district created is consistent with the Englewood Comprehensive Plan. This development is intended to serve as a model for the surrounding neighborhood and the City of Englewood for how to encourage vital mixed-use communities along the transit corridor that has historically been designated for industrial uses. The existing and proposed mix of uses in this location benefit from 24-hour uses on site, close proximity to RTD light rail, the Englewood City Center, and other nearby shopping and services. During the review of the proposed PUD submittals by Englewood staff, it was recommended that the applicant first subdivide the property into 3 separate parcels and apply for the PUD on the center lot only. This was to avoid any delays or confusion that may have come about due to the uses by right being developed within the existing buildings. The project was replatted in early 2018, and the subject site for PUD rezoning is on approximately 4.22 acres. The rezoning of the site will allow for additional uses not allowed under the current I-1 zoning, including residential and other uses. The rezoning will also remove certain uses currently allowed by the zone district, as previously described by Dustin. The property is an urban infill site, thus sufficient infrastructure to serve the project is already in place directly adjacent to the site. Water service provided by the City of Englewood will connect to existing water lines in South Jason Street and West Kenyon Avenue. Sanitary sewer service, also provided by the City of Englewood, that will be built by the developer, will be through private connections to the existing sanitary sewers located around the site. Telecommunications and other utilities are also located near the project site. The site drains from east-west toward the South Platte. New private on-site detention and water quality facilities have been and will be constructed as part of this development under separate applications. Concept site plans for Alta Englewood Station, a multifamily residential community, have been submitted by Wood Partners through the city's DRT review process. I'm going to hand things off to Tim McEntee, who is here on behalf of Wood Partners this evening.
Thank you.
Just no.
Got it. Thanks, Wendy, very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. For the record, my name is Tim McEntee. I'm responsible for Wood as their partner in the Rocky Mountain and Midwest. We are very active in Metro Denver, and I have been developing residential multifamily homes in Denver for over 25 years. I look older than I am. A little bit about Wood Partners. We're a national multifamily development, construction, and management company, so we're completely vertically integrated. We're based in Atlanta with 17 regional offices throughout the country. We are under contract to purchase the 4.2-acre site from the current owner, Ogilvy Properties, contingent on this PUD district plan being approved. This will be our 10th project start this cycle in Denver. Our first Denver development was the Glass House in a high-rise in Riverfront. We were also one of the first to break ground in the adjacent Union Station and have been very active in the Baker and Sobel areas of South Denver. This will be our second development in Englewood this cycle. Out the Cherry Hills at Hampton and Broadway is still one of my favorite developments of the cycle. Why Englewood? On our previous deal, we had a very positive experience with the city, staff, planning commission, and council. Our Cherry Hills project was an extremely complicated one, had a city canal running through it, massive telecom and utilities throughout that needed to be relocated. Like to mention also that current staff has been very courteous and professional on this development. On the first slide, it's showing examples of development that we did from the Glass House in Riverfront, bottom left, Gateway Station in Salt Lake City, top left. Cherry Hills is up there along with Union Station. To give you some examples, we build everything from garden to high-rise. Why this location? Complementary uses all around, natural built-in amenities for our multifamily. More than 3/4 of the development we have done this cycle have been TOD-oriented. Walkability and plentiful retail development, City Center, and Englewood Marketplace provide over 500,000 square feet of retail, key components for us in this site selection. Major investments already made in the adjacent uses, specifically the Urtrex building, which is a pretty spectacular development in my mind, which we see as a fantastic adjacent amenity for our residents and our staff. We think we are the final missing piece to make this redevelopment come together. A couple other just commentaries on the access to recreational trails of the South Platte and regional access easily, obviously, east-west, north-south between Hamden and Santa Fe. What else? Compelling employment story. We tend to chase jobs and population growth. Craig Hospital, Swedish Hospital, and of course Porter, known to me, just down the street on Downing, are wonderful job providers and future residents for us. We discovered that at Cherry Hills. According to the City of Englewood's 2016 community profile, Englewood needs more housing to address the number of commuters traveling into the city every day for employment and to sustain existing retail providers. The job housing balance currently at 1.54, which means we need more housing in Englewood to help with the amount of traffic coming into Englewood from adjacent communities. Key component to this development, of course, is the transit-oriented development nature. Walkable to both Englewood Light Rail Station, City Center, and Oxford. 27,000 riders on the C&D lines come through those. And then the free Englewood trolley bus route we saw was very positive, support in Alta Cherry Hills, and we think we'd love to work with the staff to have a stop in front of our development. Bus line 51 goes near our front door and easy access to the Broadway buses. Currently, only 2 multifamily projects near the 2 light rail stations, Art Walk at City Center and Oxford Station. Obviously, more TOD multifamily is needed. It was discussed earlier that we were asked to produce a multimodal transit study. We have already done an actual traffic study, and our civil engineer is here to discuss that. But we did engage a multimodal study at the P&Z Commissioner's request during their 6-0 vote to approve our plan. Excuse me. We anticipate having the completion of the multimodal plan in early January, and I'll incorporate that into our next design tranche. We've already hired Traffic Engineers, Inc. to complete this, and like I said, it'll be due early January. P&Z commissions, as we do, that we need to capitalize on the transit-oriented nature of this site and design our development to be multimodally friendly: rail, bus, car, bike, scooter, and pedestrians. One additional very important part of this equation is that we already have our capital partner with us with an agreement. It's a large health life company that you all know. We've done multiple deals across the country with them. Getting equity this early in the process, especially where we are in the cycle, is very unusual. It's only happened to me a few times in my career this early. Their one caveat is their investment committee doesn't allow them to take public approval risk on development. And they can only commit on a project that does not continue to have public forum. So they're there for us. We've negotiated the agreements. They've done developments with us before, and they're standing by. It's an approximately $85 million development. And almost as important that we have our equity in hand. Our equity is going to share in the pre-development, which will be around $2 to $2.5 million on this project before it closes into construction financing. There'll be a 50-50 partner on that. So important to me, and I think to the city, is that if the market turns in the next 12 months, our partner won't go away with that kind of investment committed. In closing, we are excited to be back in the City of Englewood and look forward to developing a much-needed quality TOD multifamily project. I'll now turn it over to Kathy Parker, a principal architect with Studio PBA. Thank you for your time.
As Tim said, I'm Kathy Parker. I'm a principal architect at Studio PBA. Our firm has been working with Wood Partners and with the rest of our consultant team for over 2 decades on multifamily projects like this all around the metro area. We know this building type really well, and we know this area really well, so we're very excited to be involved in this one. We've included our concept level plan. Let's see. Forward on the. There we go. Sorry. We've included the concept level plan for the DRT submittal in the PUD package so that we can show how a multifamily community would fit in this context, and also how it sits on the site. We've worked closely with the property owner on the district plan in order to ensure that this project and this layout would create a great community. This is the footprint of the building as proposed, dropped onto the site. We're planning 316 units, as you've heard, and in a 4-story building. As designed, our plan meets or exceeds all of the parking requirements, the height limitations, setbacks, landscaping, and open space, as laid out in the district plan. This is a really great site for multifamily because there's no backside to this site. Jason Street on the east is our front door for residents and for visitors. But the western side is also equally as important because it faces Santa Fe, it's highly visible from the train. And then on the north and south sides, because we abut EarthTrex and CubeSmart's parking lots, we get a lot of open space for our residents, we get views, We get light, but also the community can see the building from the surrounding neighborhood. Here is a more detailed view of the site plan and the building layout. Again, it's very concept level at this point. The parking garage entry is easy to find right along the center of the block along Jason Street. The parking is wrapped on all four sides with residential units, so you never have a view of the parking from the outside of the complex. All of the parking for both the residents and visitors is accommodated within the garage, so there will be no need to utilize on-street parking. The visitor parking is located right out front in an open, covered portion of the garage, so easy to find and easy to use. We have 471 parking spaces, which is over the district plan requirements, and it's consistent with the parking study that Wade mentioned earlier. Bike parking is also in high demand in this area because of our proximity to the rail trail and our proximity to the train stations. And so we're providing one bike space for every 2 units, which is exactly what the city requirements are. And speaking of the trail, Wade mentioned this, we're providing a direct access from our western border of the property to the rail trail so that residents can access the 2 light rail stations really directly. Our overall goal for the community is to enhance the streetscape and bring activity to the area and to Jason Street specifically. As Wade mentioned, architecturally, the PUD district plan includes requirements to upgrade the architectural standards for this zone district, because currently there are no architectural standards in the I district. So the district plan adds language requiring any multifamily building to adhere to what are your most strict standards found elsewhere in Englewood's code, typical of a high-density residential development. Jason Street will be greatly enhanced with expanded sidewalks. The sidewalks will be 15 feet wide, concrete paving patterns, trees and planting zones along the sidewalk, and planters along the building face. Most of the units in the project have balconies, which means that there's outdoor living facing all 4 sides. This is particularly important on the ground floor units that are along Jason Street because they will all have front stoops that can walk right out onto the sidewalk. We think that the positive influence of these 316 households to this area is really exciting. With that, I'm going to hand it off to Marcus, who's going to talk about our community engagement. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you very much for your patience, by the way. We're almost finished. You can tell we take this project very serious and in the investment in Englewood. I'd like to say on behalf, I've had such an honor to work on this project, and apparently I will not find the button. We are not experts on PowerPoints, I can tell you that. There we go. I have been honored to run the community outreach on this project, specifically on the multifamily component of this site. My firm specializes in that. We do it all over the metro area. This is actually the approach that we use to the community engagement, our philosophy on this site. We thought it was very important to take kind of a concentric impact, a concentric approach to outreach, to really focus on our immediately adjacent neighbors, all the neighbors that touch the site, go to more of the district, really 4 to 6 blocks east and south of the site, everything from the rail trail over and south of Hamden, and then more of the community at wide. We thought it was important to have different phases of outreach to each of those and really, most importantly, incorporate those comments into the plan as well. On the neighbors themselves, we had 5 adjacent neighbors, large properties, the Vets, CubeSmart, business owner, the Elks, and then back around to the Earth Treks. We met with each of them. We sat down in great detail and went through our plans and thoughts, really tried to get their feedback on how to address parking, all of those issues, the engagement of the street. We actually walked door to door with the residences to the south and all the businesses around the eastern side of us, specifically with the images that you've seen tonight, to get feedback, talk about the parking, talk about our ratios, and again, incorporate those. We also hosted an informational booth at Earth Treks on numerous occasions to talk to people about this site and would they be attracted to the site, really Englewood residents to understand how they looked at this as really a TOD development. In the district, this larger kind of district, the retail, industrial, and residential, we hosted 2 informational meet and greets at our own, just wanted to do that. We always mailed or flyered the 80 businesses kind of around the area, inviting them to both of the lunches at the South. And then we actually thought we needed to go further, and we mailed all the owners. Of course, there are tenants and there are owners, so we wanted to be sure and catch them. All of those folks, a number of folks attended both of our luncheons, and we walked through them in great detail. Again, we thought this was a great way to really understand how we incorporate into the overall district and feel part of that and really bring enlivenment and engage the street at all levels for the district. Lastly, this was a question earlier. These were the community meetings that were held. Councilman, I think we actually were at Planning Commission in October, but still within the 180 days. But we did 3 different measures for that. And then, of course, for this, for the Planning Commission and City Council, again, we went to all these folks. We thought it was very important to have community touch points and take all of that feedback into our plan. These touch points that we've incorporated, these are not cumulative. So we start with that notice to the community. We sent over 300 notices in the district, door to door and mailing. We reached out to 275 people, including about 75 face to face when we walked the district. And then our adjacent neighbors, this includes folks that we met with at Earth Treks, all of that really went through it. I can tell you there's certainly questions about the site, but there was great support for this project. I'll be happy to go through it. I should mention 2 of our speakers have had to leave this evening. The Elks Club fully supports this project, is working very close with us, and Dan Harris from Cohen Construction, they've had to leave this meet. So I just want to say we've really embraced the community. They've been terrific supporters of this, and we've incorporated so many of their thoughts and comments at the street level into this project. I'll be happy to answer questions. We do have one last speaker just to come back and go through our compliance with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus. The proposed multifamily use is consistent with the Englewood Comprehensive Plan that was completed in 2016. Providing multifamily housing promotes a choice for residents and contributes to a balanced mix of housing opportunities for current and future residents. Locating this proposed use in proximity to 2 light rail stations, bus service, and near a mix of retail, civic, cultural, healthcare, office, and industrial uses recognizes and enhances the relationships between land uses and the existing transportation system. The infusion of people will support these existing uses as well as uses in the future. As stated in the comprehensive plan specific to the downtown Englewood City Center, housing is in demand in this area from downtown Denver commuters and medical district employees. New residents here can help support retail in downtown and Englewood Center. A goal of the plan is to promote infill development with appropriately sized retail, high-density housing products, and reestablishment of the grid through the city center. The plan also designates this area as a catalytic area. The addition of Earth Treks and CubeSmart immediately adjacent to the site is testament to this assessment outlined in the comprehensive plan. The plan also states that Englewood must continue to adapt by offering a mix of housing options, unique retail, cultural attractions, and other amenities that support healthy lifestyles. Community feedback included the following. Industrial land in Englewood is an important asset to the local economy, and the public would like to see the city provide more support for flexible industrial and incubator space that could attract new businesses. Englewood should also consider mixing housing into existing industrial areas, such as near the Oxford Light Rail Station. Supporting plans from Puma also stated the following. Add more housing in and around downtown and Englewood City Center in proximity to pedestrian and bicycle transportation and recreation amenities. A greater critical mass of residents, including households that are not in family-raising years, can support more retail and entertainment businesses, and their presence contributes to the lively street-level activity. MetroVision, the Denver Regional Council of Governments regional plan, outlines principles that offer guidance to local jurisdictions to achieve a shared goal for the future of the metro area to make life better for our communities and residents. This plan states the following. Englewood, especially City Center, is regionally located in an ideal location for future investment. As an emerging urban center, City Center is critical to increasing the share of the region's housing and employment located in urban centers. The goals of MetroVision will help to decrease the housing and transportation costs as a percentage of income and increase alternative and shared transportation options, as well as an increased focus on safety. Infill and redevelopment will be focused along transit corridors. The proposed Englewood Station PUD will exceed the development quality standards required by the UDC in the I-Zone district and is substantially consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the city as detailed in the comprehensive plan. Before I conclude this evening, I'd like to thank staff for working with our team. We appreciate the teamwork that has gotten us through this process and look forward to continuing our work on this project with the city's team. That concludes our presentation for this evening. Our team is here and available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, this is time for us to ask further questions. Who would like to kick us off? Councilmember Barentine.
On page 2 of the plans that you submitted to us, I believe that that's the, I don't know who's answering it, but I believe that that's breaks down the uses and the requirements and the signs and fences and retaining walls. Is that correct, what you're asking for in this PUD?
Correct. That page would be considered the district plan. So
okay.
What
so the district plan, as for the dimensional requirements, would allow, if we pass this, that the maximum lot coverage would be 80%, the maximum height would be 100 feet, the frontage on Jason would be 0, the internal lots would be 5 feet, and the rear setback would be 5 feet?
Correct.
Okay. So once we pass that, those are the parameters. What's listed here is the parameters that then could be an administrative decision as you're working around with it. It also then goes into the parking spaces, which is accurate to what you said earlier, which is 1.3 spaces per dwelling unit and 1 visitor space per 10 units. Okay. And the original zoning for this, as for the comp plan that just got passed in 2016, was that this was industrial. So one of the changes for this is not only the parking, which is actually lowering the parking there, but would also then include a residential area and people living there where it was not before. Okay. All right, so I just wanted to make sure that this is as accurate a representation of what this PUD is about as this page.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. That's all I got for right now.
Other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
I had a question about the parking. In the packet, it actually says that the Unified Development Code requires 1.5 parking spaces per each dwelling unit for multifamily residential, and you are going to provide 1.3, or is it 1.2 spaces?
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Yes, the parking ratio required by code is 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit, plus 1 guest space per 5, and we'll be providing what actually equates to an equivalent ratio, including the guest spaces we're including, of 1.49 spaces per unit. So we're going from 1.7 with guests to 1.5 with guests, all in, as we have it proposed.
Okay, and will you be charging for parking?
I'm being told yes. It's part of the rental package.
Okay, if you're charging for parking, how can you guarantee that there's going to be no on-street parking?
We're trying to provide the spaces that are required. We're also listening to the community and reached out to Englewood traffic staff, and they're willing to work with us on restricting parking along Jason Street as necessary, to 2-hour loading, those kind of things. Obviously, we can't guarantee anything, but we have letters from previous, including Cherry Hills, of previous Wood Partners developments, and these guys do this for a living. They want the apartments to be properly parked and to fill those garages up. And so we've got some letters from some other Wood Partners developments that may or may not have been included in your packets, but that show that their residents are using the parking, regardless of whether or not it's needed to be paid for or not, because they like the security of their vehicles being indoors, especially in this environment, being protected, and surveillance and those kind of things.
Okay, part of the reason that I asked that question, because part of the marketing plan was that there will be no on-street parking. I can tell you from Cherry Hills Alta, the neighbors are very unhappy. They can't even park in front of their own house.
Okay.
So,
and I think, I think we're willing to restrict on-street parking completely if necessary. I don't think this development has an issue with this. We feel like we have adequate parking, especially for a TOD site. And as I mentioned, we're very willing to work with city traffic staff on how we accomplish that.
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez? Oh, go ahead.
Can I add one thing to that just to clarify? So the parking is included in the rent for the first space. So it's a part of the rent. So it's not on top of the rent where somebody would have to say, oh, I have to pay an extra $50. If somebody wants a second space, then it's additional to what they pay for rent, if that makes sense. And then I also have letters that I can enter into the record from the Cherry Hills project, and I have letters that I can read into the record if you'll allow that. From
how many are there? And
there's just two, and it really speaks to the concerns that Mayor Tim Russell brought up about the parking at Cherry Hills. So I think it's important to get that addressed. So,
all right, you go ahead.
So this is from Bell Partners, who owns the project currently, and this letter states, Dear City Council members, we are the owners and operators of Bell Cherry Hills, the multi-unit residence located at 3650 South Broadway. We purchased the property from the original developer, Wood Partners, in April of 2017. The building and our location makes this a highly desirable location for renters, and we are honored to be in the City of Englewood. Since our purchase, we've maintained Bell Cherry Hills as a fully occupied property, and despite this at about 5% vacancy, and despite this low vacancy rate, we still have an excess of open parking stalls in our 2 parking garages. Bell Cherry Hills has a total of 306 units, 433 beds, and a total of 545 parking spaces. Beyond the math, we are happy to report that Bell Cherry Hills has more than enough parking and that our parking garages are utilized by our residents. Our peak usage of parking at the property is in the evening, and we have sufficient open parking stalls in our garages. Feedback from our residents suggests that they prefer to park in the garage since it is enclosed, covered, gated, safer, and overall more protected. Our experience with Bell Cherry Hills is that the total parking count and the parking ratios more than adequately meet the needs of our residents. Finally, we always instruct our residents to use the parking garages for their parking needs. We also request that they use the on-street parking for short-term parking needs only. If you have any questions, you can contact them directly. I also have a letter directly from Wood Partners, who sold the project to Bell, that states Wood's Residential Services managed Alta Cherry Hills from the opening of the property in July 2015 until the time of sale to Bell Partners in 2017. The property has since been rebranded Bell Cherry Hills. Alta Cherry Hills is a 306-unit multifamily property that included 545 parking stalls and 2 enclosed parking garages. During the lease-up and management of the property, our residents were provided 1 parking space per unit, which was included in their rent. Additional parking spaces were available for a market rate fee of $50 a month. When we sold the property to Bell Partners, the property was fully occupied. At that time, only 383 of the parking stalls were occupied by our residents. This left 162 of the parking stalls open and available, leaving approximately 30% of the parking stalls unused. Because of the excess number of the covered stalls provided, parking was not an issue at Alta Cherry Hills. Based on the unit mix, resident demographics for the area, and the property location, the parking provided was more than enough to accommodate residents and guests for our 306-unit apartment community. And just one other side note, as a consultant who's worked on many multifamily projects, I always hear from our clients, you can never fix an underparked project. And I think there's proof in the pudding here that somebody purchased this project from Wood Partners because it's a really great project that, for full disclosure, I also worked on, but it's also parked adequately. So I'd like to submit this as part of the record.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Russell, do you have further questions?
No. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. I have a parking-related question as well. With the comparative projects that were provided to kind of inform, I guess, your estimate of parking spaces, it looks like 4 of the 6 that were compared to are in downtown Denver. So I'm curious why these projects were chosen as comparative and what, if anything, in common they have with our location.
Sure, no problem. So it's actually really hard, believe it or not, to get other properties to let you go into their parking garage in the middle of the night and count cars. These projects were selected because they're TOD projects, which is specifically what we view Alta Englewood as. So the primary common factor is the fact that they were all TOD sites, and the fact that we were able to get access to them through their property management company. We probably, we contact dozens of properties. There are a few in the list that are probably a little bit more comparable from an actual, you're right, I mean, downtown Denver Union Station, obviously, it's quite a bit more TOD than this site is, but there are a few in there that are representative, and the ratios that we're providing are still well above anything that was provided in that table. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have 2 other questions, but I'm happy to hold those until all members have had a chance to ask.
All right. I think Member Wink would like to ask one. Mm-hmm.
For the gentleman who just responded to Member Martinez, regarding do you have by chance any data about the residents at the properties that you used for the comparative study that could compare on some level with your expected or projected?
We don't. I unfortunately take one of the younger engineers that works in our office and send them there at midnight, and they count cars.
Okay.
Have demographic information, if that's kind of what you're asking as far as age ranges.
Just anything beyond the fact that we're comparing TODs, just seeing if there was any other comparative value in the study that could help us understand the validity of what we found.
There's really nothing that I could sit up here and look in the eye and say, I know that information for sure.
Good. Thank you.
Councilmember Cuesta, maybe you all should a few of you stand up here that have to do with parking, traffic, and you don't have to keep coming back and forth because we have a very long agenda tonight. We have 15 more items after this, so any way we can speed it up would be helpful. Not to not let you say things, just come on up and. Yeah, I know. Member Cuesta, I'm just asking them to come and stand up here so we don't have to wait for them to get to the microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. In my questions along the same lines of parking, so. For the UDC, the total required is 544. Per the total that you have proposed, it's 443. So we're coming in at 81% of what have been required under the UDC, which I consider a pretty substantial reduction. And I know that you've provided a study to support your numbers. We've been provided some other numbers as well. So I think that there might be conflicting points of view on exactly what's required. Why don't you just go with 1.5 and follow the UDC?
We're actually, sorry, and just for a correction, we're at 471 spaces proposed.
Excuse me, yes, and that
which would be about a 12% reduction.
Thank you.
Yes. Kathy, can you speak to it?
So designing these projects is always a puzzle to try and fit the number of units that make sense for the developer's pro forma and shape the building in such a way that it fits on the site and still maintains sufficient open space, landscaping, et cetera, and provides sufficient parking. So with Wood Partners' experience on number of parking spaces that they consider sufficient for their residents, and the available space on this property and the available height, so we're going up as high as we can and still keep covered on all sides. That's how we settled on the number of parking spaces, honestly. To provide more parking, we would either lose units or we would, basically we would lose units. We want to make sure that the parking is all covered, so we've got to keep it within the building. And that was the sufficient ratio for the client.
With the purpose being then to maximize units. You've asked for the reduction in parking to maximize units.
Correct. Not necessarily to maximize, but to give them the number of units that they could accept with the parking ratio that they could also accept.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Wink.
Thanks, Mayor. Did you by chance conduct a similar study prior to the development of the Bell property, traffic, or parking-wise, excuse me.
Tim McEntee, the developer, yes, we do traffic studies on, and our engineer uses a traffic engineer to perform our traffic studies. I think a key element that needs to be taken into consideration here is the TOD nature of this development. I mean, many municipalities are limiting parking to no more than one per unit. We're at one, just right around one per bedroom. And they're quoting my quote that you can't fix an underparked development. This project is not underparked. And to answer directly, we kind of have a target when we start out, how many parking spaces we want, and then design around that. It's not maximizing the units and then, how much parking. Everything from a suburban 20-unit DU to a high-rise at 300 or 400 DU. The parking is the critical aspect, and I think that's worth noting here. One other, you asked for demographics, and at Bell Station or Cherry Hills, Cherry Hills, we not only use the traffic study, but I'm sorry, I was thinking demographics, and it's getting late for me. Our demographics at Bell were an average age of 34, an average income of $113,000. We do have a significant amount of our residents, whether it's Alameda Station, Aspen Grove, Littleton Station, Union Station, Sobo, which is another project at the light rail station in Denver. None of those have had parking issues since our sale, and we follow that very closely. I hope that answers a little bit on the demographics and who our residents will be.
That's very helpful information. Thank you.
Can I add one thing, too, about the design of these projects? As a landscape architect and a land planner, the open space area is also an important part of these projects, and so that's also part of the consideration when we're laying these things out, so that there's adequate space for people to enjoy as part of these projects. So I just wanted to make sure that got thrown in there with all the other things that we consider when we're designing these projects.
Councilmember Sierra.
Thank you. There's been multiple mentions of the rail trail project, but those three lines have not been constructed as of yet, and the $3.5 million that we have estimated for those three bridges are currently not on the 5-year capital improvement plan. We've also talked about the traffic study and some type of improvements that may be made for the pedestrian crosswalks on Hampton and Jason. But all of those would come out of the Englewood City budget, if I understand correctly. The only portion that is part of this district plan is just really the connection to the rail trail projects. Do I understand that correctly?
I would think that as a part of the site plan process with respect to the traffic study that we will do that will be site specific, and also the multimodal plan that we're developing at the request of P&Z, that there's potentially improvements in those two studies that would actually be implemented by the developer. We would work with city staff on those items, and those are things that, traffic studies usually are the instigators of signal modifications, lane modifications, striping, and the like, whereas multimodal studies relate more to potential community improvements revolved around, as he's mentioned, pedestrian crossings, with the flashing lights, pedestrian safety, signal timing modifications, those kind of things, along with internal development stuff within the residential community itself, keeping bus schedules and RTD light rail schedules in the office of the multifamily community, those kind of things to encourage that kind of transportation stuff. I can't really speak to the other item that you brought up, but I would anticipate that there is potential for, developer shared costs in the community adjacent to development if the studies that we prepare at site plan warrant that.
I'll just add that, and you know this very well, that I think one of the things about this is the looking forward, the urban design, to have those residents there that actually lead to a lot of the grant monies, a lot of those other monies that go to those types of projects. Without residents being there, it's really not a TOD site there. So we think that's a very important step, actually long-term for all of these. I'll also say, sir, that the design of this matters a great deal about future connections to the rail trail. The very reason the Planning Commission wanted that multimodal is to realize that on all four sides of this, we need to be connecting to this, right, at pedestrian level, vehicular level, and bicycle level. So it's a very important element to actually have people living there and experience it at the ground level. So we actually think it's vital to get those projects funded moving forward to have residences living here at the site.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez, and then Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Similar question to Councilmember Sierra's is with the multimodal piece that you mentioned. You also mentioned in here the expansion of the Englewood trolley. Can you talk a little bit more about that? If you've done any research or talk with city staff on costs and cost sharing of that?
We've made initial inquiries because we think that's a very important part of it. As you all know, it's currently north of Hampton. We think it makes perfect sense to extend that. We've asked actually for initial, I think the budget comes up, or that scoping comes up early next year, so we want to be part of that process and really go through it. I think, Councilwoman, it's that same thing, right? Like, we're looking for those multimodal opportunities. There is a trolley right there, right, and extending across. That's always been that. Frankly, the bridges, the crossing that were just mentioned, that's part of the disconnect there. So that idea of sending this, that's actually a bridge that's built there. So I think we're doing everything we can to contribute to that. I think, frankly, a lot of our study in the street level, that's why we're doing this. And I just want to say about the parking, the reason we use these other properties, these are where there's other restricted property. We would welcome 2-hour restrictions on all the streets around us. We don't want to park on the streets. We want to park just as much as you want us to park, and we're in a district that you all can control that. Put 2-hour parking, we won't have people on the street. So just know we're embracing all the enlivenment that happens in a TOD district. This is what's going to make us successful as well. So we hope that does, but we want to be part of that. We've already committed to it, Councilwoman. So in that budget cycle, we'll be scoping with them.
Mayor Pro Tem.
One of my questions is also on the traffic impact studies that have been done already, and they say that it says the ALTA impact study projected outwards 20 years in assessing the impacts of the apartment building and surrounding uses of storage tech and earth tracks. Based on the analysis presented in the study, the surrounding streets and adjacent intersections will be able to absorb the traffic generated by this multi-family development with no additional improvements needed. But it doesn't mean that there's not going to be traffic jams and increased traffic at certain times, correct? I mean, I'm assuming the major flow of this is going to be either to Hampton or Oxford. Oxford is already problematic because of the Oxford station. So has that been addressed at all in this study?
This study did address those concerns. I mean, I didn't actually prepare this study. The master developer who did the PUD, their engineer prepared this study. But given standard nationwide accepted traffic calculation criteria, the roadways and the signals and the intersections that they were asked to analyze, as a part of the PUD, did show that the roadway network adjacent to the site does have adequate capacity to handle the proposed development. There's a ton of ways to get out of this site, whether you look at it or not. It's not just north and south. There's exits to the east. There's really obviously nothing to the west, but there's a whole finger network that comes from this site where people find a way. They're like water. They're going to find a way that's easiest for them. But at the end of the day, the traffic study that we worked with on city staff, we didn't work on it, but the traffic study that was prepared indicates that everything works at acceptable levels of service. And as a part of our site development plan, we'll prepare a site-specific traffic study for our proposed unit count, work with city staff to identify any other intersections or concerns that they may have, with recommendations from the P&Z on the multimodal stuff, which came up with them, and any other specific concerns you guys might have. There's certainly a means for us to analyze all of that and take a look at traffic in the area that might be impacted, and work towards a solution that works for city staff.
Okay, and then one other question is on the Englewood trolley. I know that has been discussed, And actually, that is free, but it is not free. The Englewood taxpayers pay for that. And if that is something that you all are going to consider using, are you all willing to pay for it? I mean, $121,000 as an impact fee is nothing. That won't cover the trolley for 1 year. So anyway, I'm just wanting to know if you're willing to help out with the increased cost that the density is going to cost us.
I think, and Councilwoman, I'll just say, I think on behalf of that multimodal study, right, it's to look at all those elements. So I think we're going to be tightening the site. So if those are improvements, you mentioned, will there be some areas that need some improvements? If that's where it goes, we would work through that with staff and go through that on the site plan. That could be required as part of it. One thing I do want to say to you, and this is not at all argumentative on it, is remember this was a Sports Authority corporate campus that had remarkable traffic trips. It was actually very intense, particularly at AM and PM peak hours, right? Where this is residential, so now it's dispersed throughout 24 hours. It's actually much less impactful than a commercial use. So we actually see a lessening of the traffic flow at peak time. So just remember, we're changing from a very high traffic area, trip generation area, and that's why we have to go to the baseline standard. So we're not saying there shouldn't be improvements. That's just the requirement of the traffic study.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Valentine.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Just so that I have quite a few. First of all, the 316 units, that's just what you're kind of proposing now, but that will depend on what happens with the site plan, correct? You're not locked into that? That's correct. That's all I needed for that one. Are all of those 316 units going to be one-bedroom units? Because what Mr. Wood said was that they gave a space per bedroom. There's going to be more than 316 bedrooms, is that correct?
Correct.
Even if we just go with the number you've got now. Okay. So the TOD project piece of this for the safety issues, I mean, I am concerned for what Councilmember Sierra brought up in answering the trails and the trying to move people across Hampton. You're putting potentially anywhere from 300 to 600, maybe more people, and Hampton isn't really traversable very easily right now. And I'm kind of getting a feeling that the answer to that was that you're going to do some studies, do the site plan, do some multimodal, get some more consultants in and figure that out. But this council, nor will the community be able to decide. You'll work with the the staff on that. But that you believe that once we have residents in there, then that kind of addresses or helps to get people in to address the problems that having the residents in there creates.
No, I think I'll just clarify that my opinion, and that's what I'm sharing, is in any TOD opportunity across the country, or certainly in the Denver metro area, density is what drives this type of improvement. Density is what leads to improvements on trails and connections, safe passage, not less density. So we actually think residents coming here actually helps all those. I couldn't agree more with you that there needs to be safe patches. There needs to do those. So that's why we're talking about the trolley. That's why we're talking about safe connections to the rail trail when it's there. But if we don't design for it today, it won't happen in 15 years either. And so I think I'm saying we want to be a part of that. We think we're being a part of it. We think, frankly, in compliance with the comprehensive plan, we're the enlivenment, that first step of really making that happen south of Hampton as well.
But I mean, to Councilmember Sierra's point, if we already know that we're going to be looking at potentially putting density there, shouldn't we try to fix the problem before we create it?
We think we are trying to fix it.
Oh, okay. And then the open space. I was a little concerned that the patios were mentioned as an open space. I have seen the patios on Alta Cherry Hills, and I would not consider them necessarily what I would think of as an open space requirement. Are you considering them open space?
There's a definition of open space in the zoning code, and I am going to have to defer to Wade on whether patios are allowed to be considered. We've actually got in the proposed plan only 64% of the site is covered by building, when the district plan would allow 80% to be covered. So we're actually quite a bit more open than is allowed.
That is, just to clarify, with the current proposal you're doing, but that is not the site plan. You are, what we will be passing will allow you to, whether you work with staff or whatever, to go up to that percentage.
Go up to 80.
So you won't be locked into that if we pass this. So that would all be flexible. And
I apologize. I don't remember off the top of my head whether patios are allowed to be.
Sure.
So, open space is defined as private yards, walkways, trellises, swings, arbors, swimming pools, tennis courts, and landscaping. So it would not.
Okay, so the patio space on each of those floors would not be considered open space.
Correct.
Okay, so you and some projects I know in other communities may have included that, so I know you might
Some
have
people
just
do, some
misspoke.
people don't. Yeah.
Then to the Cherry Hills Alta, that is in my district. I live with it. And there is a parking problem over there. So I'm not sure that the residents right now are looking at trying to do some, or have at least solicited me to come and do some permit parking, which would greatly limit their own access to their own availability to park and their guests and friends. But they're willing to do that because they perceive there's a problem. I'm not quite sure why you think that a 2-hour parking thing would be a solution to that either, as it would limit everybody that's in there. And according to the plan that we would be approving, we're really not expecting any kind of solution out of you now. It would be outside of the purview of this community and the council and up to staff and you to kind of work on later. So that's why I'm really very concerned about the parking and how we would address it now, because I don't think that some of the comments that have been made really bring a solution to this.
Again, I think what I was referencing is we are completely flexible to work with the City of Englewood on what you think is appropriate on that parking restriction. So in this zone, very different than Cherry Hills, or the point, very different residential, this being a district retail industrial zone, 2 hours generally is reflective, right, of businesses there. So it may be more appropriate. And Councilwoman, again, I think we're saying we're happy to work through that. I think why it's so smart to go through the multimodal. This has so many different connections points. That's not a TOD station. This is Englewood and Oxford. It's a very different scenario. Those are a lot of homes that don't have garages, right? So it's a very different kind of housing style around it as well. So I think we're trying to say we want to fit that, but we know these traffic, we share exactly the same thought you do. We want to overpark this site, and we believe we're doing it. What we want to do is be as flexible as we can be with your city staff on how to solve it and protect everyone else around us for the reasons you stated.
Then I only have one more question, because this is such a vague kind of thing that we're being asked to do with this development. Would you be willing to, once this traffic studies come in and once some of these other site plans get tightened down a little, would you be willing to go and submit to another community process or come back to council rather than simply just go through staff, so that the community would be able to see what the solutions are coming forward and be able to have a voice in that?
They'll look to the developer here. I'll just tell you on the community side, we got asked the same question at Planning Board. We've had 3 community meetings since then. We will continue to do this. Actually, I think the community is such an important part of that, because they help, as you said, kind of tighten the site down, right, all these solutions. We want to be part of the transportation working group, all of those things. So I don't think this goes away at all from a community standpoint. As a matter of fact, we want to be part of that, right? So I think we're fine with that. As far as the mechanisms, I'm sorry, I don't know that on the site plan, bringing it back to council. I think what we thought is we'd created the parameters. This site has very little flexibility. It's really more now about urban design, that we really can't change that many units or anything, because the site, the envelope is determined here. You're actually determining almost everything here. It's more that we're putting the wrapping on that package. So I think that's why we thought this made more sense in kind of a streamlined approach to get approval that really locked down the envelope as well.
The site of what you said you wanted to do was 50 feet, but what we would be approving would be a maximum height of 100. You have a huge amount of flexibility within this, and what I'm asking for is, since there is, in my opinion, this is very vague, and there's a lot of ability, tons of room to go ahead and change things, would you be able to put the community or this council in a position where they could say no to a site plan that you work out with the staff, so that the community not only would have input, but would have a say in whether it goes forward or not once they're able to see what you're actually putting forward to put on the site?
So my understanding is that the equity partner in this project, if that's the case, that it has to come back before council, that they will not do this deal.
Understandable. Thank you for the answer.
Our goal, as Marcus said, and I think as we've proven out, we've done 3 neighborhood meetings, but there's also been subsequent neighborhood outreach for this project. And our working together, so our teams have been working together, Ogilvy and Wood, to kind of create the parameters in this PUD that would make for a really great multifamily project. I think I'm not sure how we got to the 100-foot height requirement or how that was determined.
It's just part of the plan that I've gotten.
Exactly.
It is part.
I understand that. Right. But I would say that the rest of those parameters within the district plan are going to limit that height on this type of project because for a lot of different reasons. You're not going to get there because of the dimensional.
But you'd be allowed to. It would be, it's just in the plan. My only concern is just once you have a site plan, because you've had community meetings, but it's all been kind of vague and that, so once there's more, something really solid that people could sink their teeth into, and would you be able to go ahead and put the community in a position where they could say no if they don't like what you end up proposing to put on there? That's all.
I think one thing we'd be happy to do, if you would like, Councilwoman, we'd be happy to restrict the height further. Because we are creating a cube, as I described, that cannot change, right? Like, it sounds like they can all change. The other thing I'd say, and I know I cannot speak for staff, but in the motion it said if there were substantial changes, it would come back to council. So again, I think we're really kind of ratcheting down what changes we could make from what you've seen in the site plan. But we'd be more than happy to restrict that height more. That's more reflective of our current site plan because that then is truly the exterior kind of architecture on it and not any of the conditions that we've kind of been going back and forth on.
And then I guess I just need more
Councilmember Barentine,
information.
could I just 1 minute, please? Just a point of order here. You've asked the question 2 or 3 times, and it's great. I can come back to you. We have 2 other
It wasn't the
people.
same question, but I could clarify on what
I will have you come back, okay? Because I do want the other 2 to get a chance.
I would like to follow up with one last comment on what he just said.
Just a minute. Let me go to Councilmember Cuesta next. Councilmember Cuesta?
Thank you. I believe it was Mr. Woods who stated that there is a capital partner that has tentatively agreed to the deal, however, will not make a full commitment until this body has approved it and is no longer subject to any ruling from this council. Is that correct?
Yes, and let me give you just a little more detail. It's very uncommon for an equity investor because we'll be probably 55% leverage. We're very low leverage. So we're going to be bringing 30 million plus of equity into this. Very seldom will equity investors, and like we mentioned, it's a negotiated development. We've already negotiated docs. They won't move forward with the pre-development or the commitment as long as there's public meeting exposure, and that's just pretty much across the board. I think, but more important, and this came out in P&Z with the 6-0 vote, was you've got a TOD project, extremely experienced local developer in an area that's a parking lot right now. Intensity of use is going down dramatically from the 650 employees that Sports Authority had there. And then last but not least, our equity partner is prepared to share in the pre-development of this once we get publicly approved. So not only is the capital there, they're going to share the $2.5 million of pre-development to get us to close. That's pretty unusual, and it gives us much more surety of close.
Does that mean that there's a budget that's been projected thus far, or even a range of budget for this project?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to share?
It's approximately $85 million.
Thank you.
Cost.
Thank you. My next question is really more, I think, a question that I'll receive, and I can see other folks up here receiving it as well. You guys have probably sat through the ADU public comment that we just received, and there's a lot of ongoing conversation in the city about density. And there's some folks that do have concerns about density, and I think that there's many cases for that. And you've highlighted that there's a shortage of housing in Englewood as well. For those folks that do have objections to the density, I think you've laid out a good case of why this might be good for a future Englewood resident or somebody maybe downsizing in Englewood. Why is this good for an existing Englewood resident right now?
A couple of factors. I mean, you're already below the housing from your own studies to show that you need more Englewood housing. You've got your city center development that the developers in bankruptcy. Rooftops are going to facilitate that. We built a deal at Lodo early on, Riverfront. You need rooftops to protect your retail. Currently, Englewood has twice as much retail per person than the city and county of Denver. You need rooftops to help bring your retail base. And, you know, let's not forget to mention the use tax and impact fees are multi-millions of dollars alone. Use tax alone is over 7-figure going to the city. So there is funds coming in, let alone the property taxes that will be ongoing on this development, you know, for forever. So there is impact fees coming in, use tax fees coming in, water impact fees coming in, permit fees coming into the city. So there's a revenue stream coming to the city, and it's a lot more than $120,000 to clarify.
So to that same line of question, we would tell that resident it's going to bring in revenue, and that's why we should build this?
No, I think it's going to take an empty parking lot in a fairly bleak industrial area and make it a vibrant community of residents that'll give you 24/7 activity, that'll utilize your TOD location more. The first TOD location in the metro area, as I remember, will help your retail rebound with those 600 residents. So, I mean, it's what I think if you went to ULI and did a case study of what this empty parking lot could and should be in today's world of residential, retail, commercial, this would definitely be a case study to put multifamily at this location.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember.
Can I add something to that really quickly, just because because you're asking why would existing residents think this
Correct.
is important? I'll also point out it kind of has to do with providing housing where people are working. And so we've heard, you know, there's traffic concerns. So if you provide people places to live where they work, it's going to cut down on those traffic issues. But we also hear a lot about how people want different housing options, and not everybody can afford to buy a house. And so providing people other opportunities for housing in a really great area that's close to light rail and close to great transportation is really beneficial to a community. And like Tim said, I'm somebody that works on a lot of retail projects, and you need people. The other thing that people brought up, a gentleman brought up safety. Somebody kicked in his garage door. The more people that you have and more eyes on the street, that's going to help with safety. Because people will be paying attention. And so that's another benefit, I would say, to having a really great residential community in this area.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. My question relates to the community outreach portion of the process. The petition that was provided in support of this project or this district plan, the majority of folks on this petition are not Englewood residents. And I see in the introduction it says they're supportive and they either live or work in the immediate surrounding neighborhood. Is it safe to, can you tell me where you got those signatures?
Sure. I think, Councilwoman, I'm sorry, which I don't know which one's in front of you. That sounds like one of the Earth Trek petitions that we did. We did those informational tables there. That's who that was. So I know we had 4 letters of support that are all area residents, the Elks Club that I mentioned. So I think, Councilwoman, specifically to your question, those were one of our informational tables at Earth Treks.
Okay, so it's not necessarily folks who work in the area.
I think,
and it's definitely not people who live in the area.
I think on that specific petition that you mentioned, that you're highlighting, I think all of the things that I mentioned, that was over 750 community touch points, those are all first immediate neighbors, the district, and the community. Those are all Englewood residents, unless there was a property owner that we mailed that happened to live out of the city. So our contact was with all of those folks that happened to be at an information table. So I think we had remarkable Englewood neighborhood outreach, and then we'd also heard from other people that were coming to the site.
Okay.
Thank you. Back to Councilmember Barentine. Would you like to ask any further questions?
The synergy of what was going on with the question was important at the time. It's hardly.
So you don't need to ask.
Once I had, I'm sorry. Did I have the floor again?
You do. Would you like to ask a question?
I will wait till you. Are you done? 500 Sports Authority employees that were there before were there during the day. And you would be putting, I think Mr. Wood said that there was 600 employees maybe. So even if we have 2 people per unit, we've got about an additional 600 people living there all the time. Again, to Councilmember Sierra's point, if we put 600 people there and then address the problems that they create, knowing that they're going to have problems with safety and getting over to the TOD site, even if that's what we do, that we're not providing enough parking for the area. Are you guys willing to go ahead and put the community or this council in a position where once you have an actual site plan so that there's something that we know we can do, are you willing to put it into the hands of the community or this council to approve or not approve that site plan once you have something that's a little bit more somewhere between 100 feet and 0 feet, or you've done the studies for the traffic and all of these other kind of vague things with safety and some other trail things that you've included. As Councilmember Sierra pointed out, you're including our money in that. You're counting on us doing certain things once you put these people there.
I'll just point out, Councilwoman, in a very clear point, because everybody has brought it up on Englewood taxpayers, those residents will be Englewood taxpayers. So the very dichotomy that you're describing of bringing residents in to help pay for all these improvements, we are in fact bringing in. The parking lot that you described in the out-of-state, those are not residents. They were driving somewhere else. They are the problem that we're describing. You have an amazing job base, but they're driving in from Littleton and other places. So we're actually bringing people here to go to the South at night, to go to the vet across the street, to go to the Elks Club and join the Fraternal Club. That will enliven this and leads to all those very improvements that we mentioned. So we're actually trying to solve it by bringing those in. So I'll say to you, we would strongly prefer to keep this moving, because this is the way the deal was structured. We think we're honoring council. We think we've done 10 times the outreach that's required, and we think we're trying to put a box there so you don't have any concerns about that. And if there's substantial changes, it has to come back to you. We would strongly prefer to go that route because of the way the deal is structured and, frankly, the way the site plan works. But we're open to that, but we'd listen to further restrictions. Thank you.
Could you give me a list of what would be considered a substantial change? Because I think that this is so vague and so broad. What would be considered a substantial change in order to trigger that?
Yeah, I'll just say, and I'll defer, that's probably a staff question or an attorney question. All I'm saying is if we know the parking ratio that's required and we put a height limit on it, and we know the square footage and the lot coverage, you've created an envelope that really can't change that much. The exterior cladding can, the architecture can, but all of those things remain true, and the traffic study is going to be based on that. So all I'm saying is that we are locking it down per your request, right, to really know that this is a very predictable project for the district and the neighborhood. So I don't know what substantial means outside of that, but if there is that per staff or attorney, I know it would come back to you.
Okay, and then my only other question would be, again, that on page 2, these are the requirements that we would be approving. So it would be substantial changes to what is listed here on page 2 of 4. All right.
Thank you. And again, restrict away.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions for the folks that are involved with the Alta development? I've gone through all my questions. Almost all have been asked, but I do want to ask, the units are going to be $1,250 per month. And you suggested that the people that live in the area or work in the area right now, that would be, I'm not sure you made a connection. Is that they're making livable wages to pay $1,250 a month? And have you done a study to suggest that? Did I hear you say the Border restaurant is one of them? Or did I hear something different? Okay, what were the places that you were looking at you think this would help with?
One, we'll have multiple unit types. We're approximately 65% one bedrooms, 30-some%, 2 bedrooms, and a sprinkling of 3. Our rents are going to be around which is in line with Alta Cherry Hills. Our average unit size is going to be around 900 square feet. So you're looking at an average rent, but true rents will range anywhere from around $800 residential home to for 3 bedroom probably $1,800 to $2,000. And I mean, the proof's in the pudding. Belcherry Hills, Oxford Station, they're fully occupied, which we say 95% is fully occupied. So the demand is there, and we've done our studies on that. And the affordability is there. That's what we do for a living. So we do think it'll be well received, and the demographics are out there to enjoy it. And Belcherry Hills is probably our best example, 2 blocks away.
That's helpful, thank you. What I guess I'm asking is, have you done any research to know what the livable wages of people in businesses working in the area that would live there? And I don't think that's often done, and so I'm just wondering whether you did. No, because I don't know that Alta Cherry Hills is housing a bunch of people working in the City of Englewood. Do you know that? Whether they are or not, what percent might be actually living and working?
I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, right now it's a net in-migration to Englewood because of the housing shortfall.
Right.
But we don't, we look at the comps, and if the comps are getting the rents we need, we comp to the market, not to individual incomes.
Okay, you answered my question, thank you. The other question actually would probably might be for staff and for our city attorney, if Madam Attorney could weigh in on what is the recourse. I mean, our next thing is tonight, we need to have the public comment yet, and then we will have to make a suggestion to bring it back on the 7th. At that point, can we make adjustments in this and some requirements, or what would happen? Where would that come so that there is? I think Councilmember Barentine and others have mentioned we've just begun to chew on this. So what is our recourse for making sure this massages into what we feel okay with or not?
I'll try to answer that and have City Attorney weigh in. As long as I think you have the option of keeping the public hearing open, to which point on January 7th you could hear more testimony and new information that would come forward. Or if you close the public hearing tonight and go to first reading on January 7th, there's minor things you can ask clarification on, but I believe you can still tweak the actual plan amongst yourselves, if I'm not mistaken.
Your city code states, the council shall review the proposed PUD, the recommendation of the city staff, and the recommendation of the commission, and shall hold a public hearing on the proposed PUD. Following such hearing, the council may approve, deny, or refer a proposed PUD back to the commission for modifications based on the requirement of this title.
So am I hearing that correctly in that there is a third option to send it back to the commission for some changes to accommodate something if we needed a majority, to get a majority? Okay. Thank you. I think those are all my questions. No one else? All right. We now have time for our public to come forward. We have, yes, those favoring. The first is R.C. Miles. Please come forward, state your name and address. Thank you for being here.
All right, sir, can you raise your right hand, please?
Councilmember, excuse me?
Need to be sworn in. Yeah, sorry.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is R.C. Miles, and my family owns 2 commercial buildings just to the southeast of the subject property at 3701 and 3737 South Inca, which is Kenyon and Inca Street. Currently home to 3 different businesses. My wife's family moved to Englewood in the 1940s. Proud to say that my daughter actually does live in the Alta Cherry Creek project, and she's now paying her own rent, which is a good thing. I'm in favor of the project, really primarily because of 4 reasons. I think it creates an opportunity for additional employees to live, work, and play in the area, which would be helpful to the properties that my family owns and the businesses that are functioning there. I think it's a good use for what is currently an underutilized site, a sea of parking that would be turned into something more beneficial to the community. I think that the people that would live there would then frequent retail businesses in the area, and that's favorable. And overall, I think it's a very attractive project. So I think with the light rail proximity, the concept of live, work, and play. I take the light rail myself, and I think it would be a great addition to the community, so I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Jonathan Bush. Please be sworn in and give us your address.
Point of order. We're in a public hearing, Mayor, and there were private conversations going on, and that everything we're doing up here needs to be on the record. Could we please be apprised what was?
Yes, I was worried about whether the timer was supposed to be set or not, and so I think we can leave it open is what was determined, correct?
I'm happy to start the timer for this.
Would you like timing, Council? Is anyone opposed to putting timing on tonight?
So I'm not, but
Wink?
we didn't have a timer for, well, the first gentleman, Mr. Miles, was done rather quickly. You didn't have anything else to say. If he didn't, then I'm not opposed to having a timer.
All right. 5 minutes max?
Yep.
That's been what we've done in the past.
Set it
no?
for 5?
Yeah.
5 minutes? Yes,
Okay.
thank you. You don't need to take it all, though.
I won't.
Unless you want to. Thank you.
All
Please
right,
be sworn in.
sir. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Jonathan Bush, 2022-2 West 33rd Avenue.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Jonathan Bush. I'm one of the principals at LCP Development. As you may remember, we were the developer for Oxford Station, a 238-unit apartment project at Santa Fe and Oxford, which was immediately south of the Oxford Station. When we completed the project in 2016, that was actually the last site that didn't have a residential community there. We were very happy that we actually brought that to that station. At the time, we processed a similar rezoning in PUD, and I think the result was a project that I think the city was very proud of, and hopefully one that was a catalyst for other development at that site. But we started with an industrial zoning as well. I am here tonight in support of the project. I think there are a lot of reasons, but I think is the case with Oxford Station. This type of residential development in close proximity to a light rail station will not only enhance the retail component that's already there, but will further enhance and spur additional retail and in business development. I think Tim mentioned, and kind of looking at kind of what the benefits are. Retail really thrives on house rooftops. And so if you want a successful retail and business community, you do need to bring rooftops. I think the other important part is that I think is the community the metro area spent a large amount of money investing in light rail, and it only works when you have these sorts of TOD projects. I think it's critical that we continue to bring housing to TOD stops. I think the last part again. I think it's a really this ends up being a very important amenity to the city. I've had the opportunity to tour a lot of Tim's projects, and I'll tell you they're all high quality. And I think the city would be. You already have one, and I think would be proud to have a second one. Tim mentioned the absorption and the need for different apartments. When we brought Oxford Station online and brought it to the market, our marketing guys came out and said, "Did you realize you had one of the highest absorption rates in the metro area?" And we said, "No, we didn't, but it made sense because the market was underserved." I think you'll find that same thing with this project, that you'll lease up very quickly given the fact that the market's likely underserved. At any rate, I think I think you should consider this. I think Oxford Station is a good example of the success, and their Alta project at Cherry Hills is as well. Again, I support it, and I urge the council to support it as well.
Thank you very much. Next is Steve Odell. Please come forward to be sworn in.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council? Yes. Great, thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Steve Odell, 4901 Lakeshore, Littleton. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I'm with Newmark Capital Markets for multifamily. I've been involved in approximately 30,000 apartments throughout the metro area in the last 20 years. A lot of them have been up and down the light rail lines. I've been involved in projects as far south as Windcrest at kind of the end of the light rail line, and, as well as projects way up on the north end of the metro area. I've come to realize what makes a good apartment site, and this site really checks all the boxes. It's got access to retail, it's got great vehicular access, it's got great access with the light rail, and also you've got a lot of businesses in the area that I think will utilize it. So it checks all the boxes, and I think it's been well designed. I was also involved in the Alta Cherry Hills project, and this is, I think, going to be similar to that, but it's going to have the light rail component, which that one doesn't. And that's going to also help with the parking, because you don't need as much parking in a light rail project as you do a project that doesn't have light rail. So I support the project. I think Wood does a great job of building a high-quality project that will look good in the city for a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Jim Kaiser. From 3690 South Jason. No, not here. Dan Harris, also from 3679 South Huron. They have left. All right. Now to the opposing, all persons opposing the proposed Alta Englewood station. First one up is, I believe it might be Miss Hults. E. Hults. Yes, I think she's left. Next up is Kurt Holberg. Thank you for coming. Please be sworn in.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Name's Kurt Holberg. My address is 3615 South Huron. I'm representing Holberg Company, my two brothers and mother. I have a presentation. If you can bring it up, it's on the stick. Or I can bring it up. Here, I think I got it.
Just for the record in the public, we all have up here, we have been given, is this the same thing as what okay, we have a hard copy of what he is
going to be
presenting.
You do have a hard copy. I understand you have a very long meeting tonight, so I will try to be, and skip some of the things that we can skip. It's up here. I got it up on this screen. Can you? Had it on there. So we're longtime Englewood residents, property owners in Englewood since 1929. We support responsible development. We believe in development. We've developed and had property developed on our property. Here, Englewood Executive Center was built on our family property.
Could you get a little closer to the mic, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
Englewood Executive Center was built on our property. We also built 2 of the 3 buildings that we own that are adjacent to this building. The proposed PUD is requesting changes and lowering of the city standards that we are opposing. Just a quick review. This is the PUD in question. We own this building here. We own this building here, and another one across the street. This whole area used to be greenhouses that my grandfather started. The PUD and Trexmark was actually greenhouses that was Bill Gunnish and Park Floral. Those were all greenhouses when I grew up. So we do support development and have developed. Our 2 objections to the PUD are, the first is, once you approve this PUD, and it's already been brought up, it's kind of a done deal. Everything you approve is in the PUD is available to the developer. There's no further comment from planning and zoning, no further comment from city council, and no further comment from the public. And correct me, I guess, if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. So once the PUD is approved here, they can build all the options that are in that. One of those is a liquor store. I mean, there's a lot of things. Those wouldn't be substantial, I don't think, substantial changes. They're in the PUD. So if they did what's in the PUD, you're approving it. So you're approving the parking. We believe that the parking that they are proposing is going to negatively impact the neighborhood. The approved PUD is reducing the parking from city code, current city code, by 101 parking spaces. This is from the parking study. This column here is the city requirements and the ordinances. You've already covered some of these. So this covers 544 spaces would be required for this 316 unit development. What you are approving and what the developer can build is 443 spaces. They're saying they're going to build 473, but you're approving 443. A simple question that I would ask is, if they're going to build 473, why doesn't the PUD and why doesn't the district plan say 473? It's just a question. You know, you're approving 443. You're approving 100 fewer parking spaces than what the city code would require. That's the 20% that Councilman Cuesta has mentioned, and that's our concern. The other concern is we consider the parking study to be flawed. It doesn't include two local areas. It doesn't include Alta Cherry Creek, doesn't include Oxford Station. You'd think it would. But the bigger issue is it only looks at the parking structure and not on-street parking. So it's comparing paid for parking. It doesn't compare paid parking to free parking. It's only looking at what paid parking in a paid structure is. It doesn't, and so these are the deals. We'll skip a few of these just for time. So the parking study only looked at parking garages and only the cars in the parking garages. Those are paid for spaces. They put it into the rent. It's, you know, so much for one car, but if you want a second car, then you pay for that. And that's what's happening up at Alta Cherry Creek, is the paid-for cars or the other spare car is ending up on the street. So in our opinion, the parking study is not appropriate because it doesn't study free street parking versus covered parking. It doesn't look at that. It only looks at what's in that parking structure, and it's probably appropriate for the developer so that they can determine, you know, how big a structure do I need and how much can I charge for it, because I need some empty spaces. But it's a charged parking. Probably the best example that we have in this community is the Cherry Creek Mall. That was free parking, and I think everybody's heard what's happened down there. They've had to, you know, they've had to make it paid for parking. I'll try to move on.
You're at your 5
Mayor, I would like to suggest that we give him more time, as the developer had all the time they wanted.
I'm willing to do that. If council, do we have any dissent on allowing more time? 2 more minutes?
I appreciate that. I'll
okay,
move
great.
on.
Go for it.
Okay. Alta Cherry Creek has parking problems. You've brought them up, and I'll skip to the next slide. I spent a little bit of time, a couple hours, walking the streets up by Alta Cherry Creek and asking the residents if there were issues and problems and what the impact was. I was certainly open to let them say, I said, come to the meeting. If you support it, support it. If you have issues. Nobody had any comments that were good, I'm sorry to say. There is at the back of your table are the signatures and the addresses of the residents that objected to and had problems with the Alta Cherry Creek or the Bell Cherry Creek parking issues. One thing that they've done up there is Lincoln. They have actually implemented permit parking. That's not great. A guy had, one of the comments is there's been a car there for 3 days. The city has come and ticketed it, but, it never moves. So some of their comments was the city review was a joke We're extremely angry. It's a nightmare, the parking. My daughter works nights and must park blocks away so she can get to the house. The whole block has to agree to permit parking, so it's difficult for them to implement that. And the tenants were disrespectful about parking in front, driveways. The one good positive thing for the council and for the city is the police have been very responsive up there. They've been limited to what they can do, but they've been responsive. You've discussed some of these points. You guys can read these. I'll move on to the city codes. We believe in development. We believe that the city codes need to be upheld and be used. The developer is asking you to lower the codes so that they can do this development. Why do the residents have to deal with that? And that's our suggestions. Let the developer build however many parking spaces as he wants, but let it be free parking. Don't charge for parking. Let them park as many of the cars as the residents would like. And I think they'd find their parking garages too small. But they wouldn't do that, and I don't think you could require it. But that would answer the question. If it was free parking in the garage and free parking on the street, then the developer really has to determine that he has enough cars for the people that have 2 cars. The other option you have is you can require them to do the city code, and that would result in 101 additional parking spaces that need to be done. And the least desirable is to do controlled parking. That hurts everybody. That hurts us. Makes it difficult. You know, we can live with it. We'll do it. I mean, that's probably where it's going to end up. But why does that have to happen when the developer won't meet the city code? So we support the development, but not at its current rate.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
That ends the folks who signed up to
Mayor,
speak.
there is 2 other people that would like to speak. One is opposing. They just didn't get their name on the list.
Okay.
So I don't know. Is that
I would be open to that. Any dissent from council to allow for added people? Okay.
So we have Vicki Hoffman. Would
Okay.
like to come up and speak.
All right. Ms. Hoffman, thank you, and please be sworn in.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Vicki Hoffman, 4630 South Bannock. Okay, I'm a newbie at this. I understand that you guys have a long night. I am all for expansion. However, what really concerns me right now is our infrastructure. And I think by adding 316 units is going to cause our city a lot of stress. It doesn't appear that the developers really are going to have to pay much for water and sewer connections. And we got to hear a nice big presentation. I agree with the parking, and with the gentleman before me. And I think it's going to cause the City of Englewood to ultimately pay the price in regards to stress on the budget eventually with roads and traffic and signs, police, public works, and I also would question very much about the developer stating that rent would start at $800. I've never in my life heard right now that rent is $800, let alone a room in a basement. And I don't think that this is a good fit right now. I think that if the developers feel as strongly as they do about wanting to invest, then they need to invest in the city. And it shouldn't all go back onto the citizens and current businesses that are already here And I think if it's going to be a $30 million development, that Englewood needs to reap some benefits. And I don't really hear the benefits other than possibly down the road. And I think that Englewood is in a transition. We all know that. There's a lot of potential. We have some issues to work out. There's growth that I think we would all enjoy, but I don't think that this is a good fit right now. I think that developers really do need to share if they want to invest right now. And I don't hear a lot of that. I hear a lot of car sales, to be honest with you. And we used to be in the car sales business. But I just think that the zoning is not in accordance with the city rules and laws. And I also question that only 75 people had directly been spoken to. I guess that's my opinion. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Was there a
then
second
we
one?
have one more person, Bryant Winslow, who I believe is favoring the project. Favoring the project? Yes. Okay. Come on in. All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Bryant Winslow. My address is 3002 South Huron Street, Englewood, 80110. I am speaking on behalf of the project. My family has lived, worked, and owned real estate in Englewood since the mid-1930s, I guess. We currently own several properties in Englewood, specifically 3890 South Windermere is a property that we currently own just south of the proposed development. And I guess I personally believe that this project would enhance the residential mix and add viability and vitality to the existing businesses and any potential new business willing to relocate in Englewood. I also think that this proposed parcel is really the front door to Englewood, and I think it'll help create a sense of place where right now there's just a parking lot. I also think that, I've been coming to these city council hearings for a long time. I've heard a lot of the same problems that go unresolved year after year after year, and I think without new development and new investment in the city, I'm not sure where you guys are going to come up with the money to resolve these problems. And when a developer is willing to come into town or into the city and invest $85 million on a otherwise vacant parking lot, I think that's something you guys really need to take seriously. So I believe that the project makes sense. It's a smart development. It's conveniently located within walking and biking distances to the Englewood and Oxford light rail stations. It's close to retail, civic, cultural, healthcare, office, industrial uses that I think will all help enhance the relationship between the residents, the transportation system, and the existing commercial businesses. We currently own the Foundry Apartments over in North Englewood. I think the developer spoke about the need for housing in Englewood. Our development or our little apartment project is only 70 units, but we have a 700-person waiting list right now, and we're 100% occupied. So I guess I'm excited by the prospect of this development. I love the idea of 24-hour I guess, what am I trying to say? How this might activate the community or that neighborhood to be more than just a 9-to-5 industrial community. I love the idea of families, walking to restaurants and businesses in the evening. And I guess for me personally, with 3890 South Windermere, our building, it's a 200,000 square foot building. It's been around since the 60s. And I think developments like this would incentivize me and other owners to make further improvements to our buildings. So I strongly hope that you guys will approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking. I think that closes our public comments and would entertain a motion to close the public hearing, and then we need to discuss whether or not we will bring it forward on the 7th. Is that correct? Councilmember Barentine.
We had options on there, and I want to discuss them before we go ahead and close the public hearing. I mean, Councilmember Quest brought up the opportunity to have any changes and what that would look like, and one of them would be not to close the public hearing, so we should at least have a conversation about it before we do.
Okay. You proposing that we maintain the public hearing for a little bit more time now, or are you proposing longer into the January 7th, because that's also an option? Or would you just rather discuss it right now and then we'll decide based on conversation?
Yes, what I asked for was for us to at least discuss it in the context of what they brought up. I don't know whether I'm in favor of keeping it open or not. I want to know what the options are.
Okay.
But I think that that was necessary in order to bring back some potential changes if they were going to do anything to actually define this.
Would anyone else on council like to speak to that? So there's no discussion desired by any other council members about keeping it open or closing it right now, then I guess I would entertain a motion to close. Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
If we close it right now, is the only option to bring it forward?
No.
I think we have 3 options. We can refer it to the 7th to come for a first reading. Tonight, if we do that, that is not saying that we approve it, correct? Right. She's shaking her head no, but you mean yes, that means we can't. I mean, we are simply asking for it to come back on the 7th for the first reading. At that point, it could be voted down.
Correct. What typically happens after you close the public hearing is that staff returns per the terms of the code with an ordinance, and then at the time that the ordinance is presented, council determines how they're going to act, and I've already read the 3 options for responding to the ordinance.
Can I ask a question about the ordinance that they can bring forward then?
Go ahead, Councilmember Barentine, you have the floor.
In conjunction with the comment that was made before about any substantial changes being made to this, that if we close the public hearing, then they would bring forward just what's been presented here so far, and no changes could be made to that for the first reading.
The ordinance that will be brought forward is the ordinance that is in conformance with the recommendation coming out of the commission. So no matter what you decide this evening, the ordinance that will be brought forward will be that ordinance.
Unless we didn't close the public hearing, because there was some comment made that if we didn't close the public hearing that somehow other changes could be made. I'm just trying to get a clarification on that. Is that a correct statement or not?
That is not a correct statement at all.
Thank you very much for the clarification on that.
Would you like me to actually tell you what the answer to that is? Again, subsection 5, the council shall review the proposed PUD, the recommendation of the city staff, and the recommendation of the commission, and shall hold a public hearing. Following such hearing, the council may approve, deny, or refer a proposed PUD back to the commission for modification. So any of those 3 actions require you to have an ordinance in front of you.
Okay, and the only way that what's been presented could be changed is if we put it back to the PUD, back to public planning and zoning with recommendations, and they would come back then. Okay, thanks for the clarification. I think it got muddled up between us and the developer.
Councilmember Sierra, I saw your light on, but did you withdraw?
Give me a second to mull over.
Okay, go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
So if we close the public hearing tonight, we would wait till the next council meeting when it comes back, and at that time, we would vote on approving it, denying it, or sending it back to planning and zoning. We wouldn't discuss that tonight.
Correct.
Okay, so the next step is it has to come back.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sierra?
I guess I still have a little bit of confusion here. So let's say that we approve the PUD on the 7th. Is council able to dictate what substantial changes would allow us to revisit the PUD? Can we define what substantial changes mean before approving it on the 7th?
Yes. If you approve it, can you approve it subject to modifications? And I believe the way your code is written is that if you want to make modifications, that you first send it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And it isn't very clear that they have to have a second public hearing at that level. I think they just review the modifications that you proposed and then resubmit it to you for your review. So there's nothing in here about secondary public hearings. It just states that if you want to make modifications, you send it back to them for modifications. Once it comes back to you, after you send it back to them, they review your modifications. They would send back their recommendation on your modifications. At that point, you could adopt the original, deny the original, or modify the original. That's my best interpretation of the code.
I guess my question was more about if we were to approve the district plan as is on the 7th, without any modifications, but stating that council, I want to be able to state that these are what I consider substantial changes, whether it's a change in the height, whether it's change in the parking spaces, whatever it happens to be, if we could set a threshold for what those minimum or substantial changes would dictate that the PUD comes back to council, I guess. That's what I'm trying to understand is when can we do that? Can we do that? And if so, when can we do that before we approve it on the 7th? Or before it comes to vote on the 7th? Does that make sense? Or
I'm not entirely sure that I'm following. It's getting really, really late, and so I worry that I'm not tracking everything. But that's not a question I think I would have to answer exactly tonight. I think as long as you have a clear answer before it comes back on the 7th, that you would be able to move forward and act appropriately.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I
Yes.
clarify one thing? That the district plan does state that an increase in ground coverage of structures of 8% is a major change. So that's one threshold that would require re-review. Any other of the major changes would be if they were to exceed any of these limits, the height limit, they couldn't meet the landscaping. So anything above what's spelled out here would be a major change that would require Planning Commission review again. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit what
Thank you.
major change is.
Thank you. Council, I am going to assume that we're not asking for a postponement of the public hearing or a continuance of it until the 7th, unless I hear a motion to do that.
I make a motion to end the public hearing this evening.
A second.
All right. Any discussion? Please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. So the next item then with this is then to decide on bringing it forward on the 7th and directing staff to bring it forward with an ordinance for first reading. Could I get a motion?
Point of clarification, we don't need to do that, correct?
No, you don't need to. By code, that will automatically happen.
Okay, it's automatic. All right, it's coming back on the 7th regardless. We will see you again on the 7th. I think that our Councilmember Barentine, did you have a question?
I just thought as we're moving forward here, we still have this much material to go
Yes.
through, and it is 11 o'clock.
Yep.
This is excessive in order to try and expect this council to make reasonable decisions on some very important issues. I would like for the council to undertake whether we should table some or all of this.
Would you like to take, Council, would you prefer to take a break and come back and do that, or do you want to do that now and then take a break?
Let's take a break now.
2 more pages to do, really.
Break?
Break now.
5-minute break, but really keep it 5 minutes. And we're going to come back and talk about going through and figuring out what we might be able to postpone.
So I think she left upset. I just told her it wasn't
that's
appropriate
not-
for me to slip you a note during the public hearing. Just so you know.
Yeah, this is fine, and I did ask this question, so I already I had the
tried
answer
to
to it.
tell her
Right.
that you had asked.
But she couldn't hear, right?
Right.
Okay.
So just
All
so
right.
you're clear on
Okay.
what happened.
Yes, thank you.
You've been able to wait it this long, and then you go, oh, somebody didn't see until 11 o'clock. Certainly, I know that there's social bad. I think we actually tabled it, used the last third table on that vote. I would understand frustration. Oh, you bet. Oh, yeah, there's a road one. You guys, you probably know Windermere over there. God damn, that would be copyright. Woo-wee. That was not so good. Dartmouth 2. Well, it's a little bit better now, but like Santa Fe, did you say? Yeah. Dartmouth, I got you. Sure. Well, I tell you, the one for me is that you're going down Santa Fe and you're going to go west on the Hampton, and that's usually a double turn lane. They've got it down to one turn lane. There's times it gets really backed up. And you say people are hauling tail down Santa Fe there. Those are hanging in there for another late one, huh, Carl? Good sport. Yeah, if you care for, I'm happy to grab you a cup of coffee if you care for one. However, if it's too late for caffeine, I get that too. We have people up here that there's a point to. We're out of hot water, Carl. I would grab you one. I'm out of tea myself here, unfortunately. I'm down to the drops. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, reservoir. So much on it.
We have to talk about each one. Oh.
Oh, I wouldn't think so. No. I would think those are load bearing, right?
Sam?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Sure. I would imagine. Well, let's make note of that. That's a good question.
January 7th.
I was going to ask you about anything.
Oh, yeah, because like Tuesdays
It's now, it's not grabbing you, huh?
and weird.
For where? On this one?
We're stuck. Someone else can call my boss and tell him.
If we could be reseated, we will continue on.
We've been into that parking lot sometime. I'm probably going to I drive past it all the time. I haven't been into that.
Thank you, Council. We are all reseated. Mayor Pro Tem and I just met with the interim city manager to go through to see what we might be able to pull. The good news is that there's one. The bad news is that the rest are all really time sensitive. And so we need to make our way through these.
I think there's more than one that is not time sensitive that we could postpone. They've waited forever. We can wait longer on that one also.
Okay, so let's go through those. Do you want to wait till we get to it?
We can do that.
Okay. All right. We are.
May I ask how long we do intend to? Are we going to get through this no matter how long it takes till the sun rises, or do we have any kind of time limit?
I believe we're going to have to get through this tonight, and so we may have to be here until.
I would ask in the future that the leadership of this council be more considerate both of this council's time, the staff times, and the public's, because they cannot stay up all night to wait for us to make decisions. This is inappropriate.
I totally agree with you. It was not what we wanted either. I don't know what else we would have done. We can talk about it during council member time, some of the things that might be going on that are creating this. So let's try and get through what we can with some reasonableness. Public hearing is over. Agenda item 11, ordinance, resolutions, and motions. Approval of ordinance on first reading is CB 50. This is a wastewater rate increase. Staff recommends City Council approve a bill for an ordinance of 7% rate increase for wastewater utility service to become effective March 1, 2019. This increase is anticipated to be in place for 2019 only. Future wastewater rates will be established following the cost of service study scheduled to be completed by the end of the second quarter of 2019. Staff Utilities Director Tom Brennan is here to answer questions.
Recognizing the hour, I'll forego my presentation and just take questions at this time.
Thank you. Questions? Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
Will we be passing the 7% increase along to the connector districts, or will the Englewood ratepayers bear the cost of this increase?
All ratepayers will pay their
Including
increase.
the connector districts.
Correct. In the connectors districts will also be prorated back because they pay a year in advance. So when this goes into effect March 1st, 2019, if the billing cycle was November 18 to November 19, they will receive a supplemental bill to bring it retroactive back to March 1st of 19.
Okay, and one thing, just for clarification, this rate increase is actually precipitated by the biogas agreement. Is that correct?
The South Platte Water Renewal Partners capital project budget for 19 is $9,375,000, of which $3.5 million is the biogas. About a third of their capital projects for 19 is the biogas.
Except for it is late. The bonds, whatever it is we have, dropped below the rate that an automatic rate increase was precipitated.
No. Our current loan agreement is based on net revenue. We have to have 110% net revenue to cover our bond service. Our bond service is approximately $4 million a year. To date, this year, we've taken in $19 million in revenue as of December 12th, 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, sorry, Councilmember Berentine.
When this got voted down, and the mayor asked us in the study session if we could consider bringing this back, and I said I would consider bringing it back if we were honest about why we were doing the increase. And at one point, the director, I believe, slipped maybe and was honest about it. I wanted at least the recognition in here that our contract for the expansion of the plant, the $168 million for the expansion of the plant and the money we borrowed, was at least recognized in here that if we go below that reserve, which we did by taking $4.7 million out of that reserve, bringing the reserve down to $515,000, at least some recognition to our contractual agreement that we would have to do the rate increase. We have to build that reserve back up. And the pushback here is very, very disturbing to me, that not only did it not even get a mention, a bunch of other stuff is in there that has nothing to do with that. And I believe that the rate increase is done for a year in order to bring our reserve back to what our contractual agreement would be, and that has to be at least $3.5 million in reserve. I'm glad we're making a lot of money. I know that we have money that we're bringing in, but that has nothing to do with what you just said, has nothing to do with addressing the reserve. And I am very disappointed that there's been this much pushback to just being honest. I don't think it would have caused a big problem. I even said that if it was legitimately in there and addressed so that we were at least being honest with the public, that I'd be comfortable to vote for it. And I'm just very disappointed the way that this has come forward.
All right, well, just a point of information. This rent increase is only going to generate $1.1 million in 19, and that's included in the 19 budget.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, I have a question for you. No one else has a light on right now, but if we had not done the biogas project, would we still be asking for this raise tonight?
Yes, we would.
Thank
There's
you very
$9.5 million in capital.
Thank you. All right, Council, are you ready to make a motion?
I move to approve 11A1.
I'll second that.
50.
All right. Any discussion? If not, please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays. The 2 nays being Mayor Pro Tem Russell and Councilmember Berentine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, on 11A2, the retail cultivation ordinance, we believe we can postpone this. So I am sorry to suggest that is what we would need to do tonight. This is just, it's the only one that we could put, there's no time datedness on this. We can put this off to another week unless you want to do it tonight.
I move that we table 11A2.
I would like us to do it tonight.
Do we have a second to the motion? All right. Looks like we don't have a second, so we're going to do it tonight. 11A2, CB48, Retail Cultivation. Staff recommends City Council approve a bill for ordinance to amend the Englewood Municipal Code to allow retail marijuana cultivation within the city. Deputy City Clerk Jackie McKinnon is here to present to us or answer questions.
It'll be quick. City Council has received requests from Nature's Kiss to amendments to the City Code allowing for retail marijuana cultivation within the City of Englewood, in addition to its current medical marijuana cultivation facility. On July 23, 2018, retail cultivation was discussed by the City Council at the study session. At that conclusion of the study session, a consensus vote directed staff to develop an ordinance allowing for retail cultivation within the city. Per City Council's request, Council Bill 48 is coming forward tonight. Is there any questions?
Seeing no questions, could I have a motion? Councilmember Martinez.
I just want to say I'm generally supportive of retail cultivation in our community. However, since most of our retail or our marijuana decisions have been made by the voters, I think it makes sense to go through that process. So for that reason only, excuse me, I will be voting no on this tonight.
All right, Councilmember Cuesta.
Yes, Mayor. I did just want to go on the record as saying that I will be recusing myself from Council Bill 48, Council Bill 51, and Council Bill 52. I have no direct or indirect benefit from any of these, but I do work in the same industry, and it is in my best interest, and I think for perception, that I do not vote on any of these measures. Thank you.
Council, are we going to accept Member Cuesta's justification for not voting on this CB 48 tonight? We can deal with the other two as we go to them.
I'd like to refer to the city attorney regarding the specific language or the parameters for recusing ourselves from a vote.
I actually have that pulled up. And what it states is...
Your microphone might not be close enough to your mouth.
Okay. I believe it just states that the mayor shall approve.
I know I've recused myself in the past and the whole council voted, so were we doing it wrong?
No, you've just adopted a new set of rules.
Okay, yeah.
And so your rules have changed. And I just had this pulled up. The member is excused by the chairperson because the member is... due to the member's declaration of conflict of interest. So at this, under your new set of rules, the chairperson just decides or doesn't decide.
All right, so I'm going to decide that he is exempt from voting on CB 48 because I do believe at some point his company could benefit from this one directly. So we'll let him recuse himself. Could I have a motion to approve? Oh, we had actually a recommendation with no motion. But no, you just said you're voting no tonight, and it should go to a vote. Anyone else have comments? All right. Do you want to do a motion? We didn't.
I move to approve CB 48.
Yeah, we need to. Okay, go ahead. And second? Councilmember Barrington, you want to second it? We didn't have a motion yet. People started discussing.
Okay, I'm waiting for the discussion.
I'll second.
I'm waiting for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion. Yes, Councilmember Barrington.
This is for the city attorney. There have been issues brought up that we are in, by passing this, would be in conflict with the ordinance that was passed by the citizens of Englewood. That's the first question. Is that accurate?
Not the way that I read the state constitution, the state law, and the previous action of this body. There has never been any formal action by the voters permitting or prohibiting retail marijuana cultivation. There were 2 votes on this matter in which the public was specifically asked to ban retail marijuana activities, including retail marijuana cultivation. That happened in 2013 and again in 2016. Both times the voters rejected the opportunity to ban retail cultivation. Other than that, there's nothing.
Okay, my second question for the city attorney would be, is there anything in what we would pass, or if this were to pass, that would increase in any way anybody's ability to grow more plants More than what they're allowed to grow in the facilities they currently have?
No.
So if a medical place is allowed to grow 100 plants or 50 plants or whatever, this would still only allow that facility to grow that many plants that they currently grow.
This isn't expanding the number of plants, it's expanding the ability to sell the plants for retail instead of medical.
So it's not expanding the number of plants, but what that one plant can be sold as, from medical to retail.
Yes,
same plant.
I'm wanting you to be very cautious because state law has continually expanded the number of plants that can be grown.
Mm-hmm.
So when licenses were initially issued, the number of plants that could be grown may very well be different than what those licenses would permit today. And I couldn't answer one way or the other if that's true.
But that's state law. That has nothing to do with the ordinance that we would be passing tonight.
And that's why I was just clarifying. You're asking, does this change? And to the best of my knowledge, it doesn't change the number of plants. But the number of plants has been increasing significantly by state action.
And my last question for you is, the ordinance that was passed by the citizens of this community, in that current function, can people grow? Can they grow in their homes? Can they grow in a business? Is it already legally allowed?
What they passed was specific to retail cultivation. It had no impact on what people do in their homes. And it specifically did not permit nor prohibit retail cultivation.
Okay, so that would go to state law. So if somebody is able to grow in their home as per state law, then they already had that right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't change that. Thanks for the clarification on that.
Thank you. Are you finished? Anybody else? I have a question then on the summary, and maybe this is the Deputy City Clerk. The marijuana cultivation operations could exceed 5,000 square feet. So that's what we currently allow as well for medical.
They cannot exceed 5,000 square feet.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we would allow for retail also. It would not change the square footage.
I could not hear her answer. Are you saying that it's 5,000 square feet now for medical?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, and that will not change.
So, but it reads, marijuana cultivation operations could exceed 5,000 square feet. That's what it says under the summary. Okay, this is what alarmed me with this, and I thought that's what the conflict would be with everybody tonight. It's it's the second page of the actual communication with us. Under the top of it, where the summary is, it says marijuana cultivation operation, and I think that is why the public came forward saying, oh my goodness. So there's a typo here which needs to be noted.
Our code reads cannot exceed 5,000 feet, and that would not change.
But I believe that's why I've been getting calls on this going, what are you doing all of a sudden?
Oh, that it does look like, so the reading you're reading.
I will recognize Councilmember Barentine for sure.
Could I clarify your question here? So you're saying that the way you're reading that, and because it's a typo, is saying that it's actually expanding it, and that's where that question is coming from. And she's saying it says not.
Right. There's a typo. There should have been not. Operations will not, cannot exceed 5,000. This had a typo in it, and so that's why I've gotten phone calls, I believe, from people.
I cannot see that.
Where's your front? It's right here.
It's on the back of the...
Right here. It's this summary says could exceed 5,000. And I do believe I've had a couple calls where I got really confused, but I thought our law reads it cannot... So, and I think that's why people have asked, are we increasing the numbers? So thank you. That helps me quite a bit. And so this does not, does not expand the opportunity for more cultivation. It simply allows people to convert, industry to convert. Am I correct, City Attorney?
Yes.
Okay, that really is different for me from what I was concerned with. All right.
I see.
I apologize for that. So it does not say that in the ordinance or the council bill, only in the council communication, and that was a mistake made on our part. So I apologize for that confusion.
Thank you.
It should say cannot exceed.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Barentine, did you have another question?
Just one more question. Where is it clarified specifically in the ordinance, or is it addressed that way? Because I only see the 2,500.
It's on page 4 of the ordinance.
Thank you.
It's under
D2. It states all retail marijuana cultivation operations shall not exceed 5,000 square feet.
Okay, so it's specific.
D3.
I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
All right. I am so confused. Did we have a motion to approve? We did, didn't we?
Yes.
And so we're still discussing. Are there any further questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I don't have a question. I'll wait and make a comment after.
Oh,
we are in.
Go ahead. We're in comments still.
We're in comments
We are.
still.
We did. I was confused. We did have a motion, so we can have comments.
I will not be supporting this for the reasons that were brought up in the last month or two. And the voters, this was taken before the voters, and so I do believe it should have to go back to the voters.
All right. Councilmember Wink.
I will be supporting this tonight. As an at-large council member, the number of citizens across the 4 districts that have reached out to me about their interest and support of this leads me to this decision. There's no major change. Voters have not voted for or against retail in our city. So all I have is positive feedback for this, and for that reason I'll be supporting this.
Councilmember Barentine.
I have to agree with Councilmember Wink. I will be supporting this. I have a business in my district. Nature's Kiss is in my district. It's not always necessarily supportive of that at the very beginning, but the citizens have since voted for that, and I swore I'd uphold their vote. They were also kind enough to take me through a tour so that I would have a little bit more understanding, and it isn't an expansion of it. It is merely changing the tags on plants that already exist. We're not contributing. The arguments against marijuana, that's fine. And just like when I was on the liquor board, you can't make an argument against liquor. It's legal. It's in our Constitution. And I said I would uphold that. So I'm not going to argue the validity of pot one way or the other. However, it is a business, and I have no problems with that business in my district. The community is happy with them. I don't get complaints about them. I did the tour. I saw what they were talking about. If they have 60 plants there, and all they want to do is take 60 plants and change a tag from blue to yellow or blue to pink or whatever color it is, but it's the same plant. It is only what it gets sold for, and that makes just a more viable business. The stronger the businesses that we have in this community are, the more that we have an opportunity to keep an influx of a lot more coming in. So since we have the limitations on them, I'm all for making those businesses do well under the guidelines and the criteria that the citizens have already voted on. So I will be supporting it.
Right. Councilmember Sierra.
I, too, will be supporting this measure tonight. As Madam Attorney stated, it did go in front of the voters, and they voted to not ban the cultivation of retail marijuana. So that, along with the fact that there is already cultivation occurring in the city, and we're just changing the tag from one color to another, I feel I'm going to move forward with that measure. So.
All right. Please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 4 ayes and 2 nays, the 2 nays being Councilmember Martinez and Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Thank you. On to CB 51, marijuana tax rate increase. Staff recommends City Council approve a bill for an ordinance levying an additional sales tax of up to 15% to be imposed upon the sale of retail marijuana within the city, passed by the voters of City of Englewood on November 8, 2016. Staff presenting tonight is going to be actually interim City Manager Dorothy Hargrove, because Director Maria Sabata is unable to be here.
Correct. I will quickly say that Council Bill 51 is a codification of the vote that the public gave. So it is required by law that we simply include this information in the municipal code so that it can be referenced by all of our citizens. It is not a change to current law. It is just making sure that it's part of the municipal code.
Thank you. Any questions for Interim Director? Mayor Pro Tem.
Even though in the memo where it says levying an additional sales tax of up to 50% to be imposed upon the sale of retail marijuana within the city, but it also says only 1.5% per year.
I would say Council Bill 52 specifically addresses the amount per year. The language of the initiative is what we're putting in municipal code. The implementation of that will be further discussed in Council Bill 52, if that answers your question.
Okay, so the initiative, and that was really my question, why did it break it down into two? Because they were both in the same initiative, correct? Could be raised up to 15%, but 1.5% per year.
It was what the citizens voted on. It was in the initiative language.
Yes.
I don't think I understand your question.
So my question is, why is Council Bill 51 and this is 52, why did we break them out?
Thank you. The two separate bills. Because the language in the initiative is permissive. It says that City Council may raise taxes 1.5% a year after the initial 3.5%, up to a maximum of 15%, but it doesn't require that City Council does. So what we're asking in Council Bill 52 is that City Council establish a procedure and approve, and I can get further into that, what if you want to raise that tax, City Council needs to act. The initiative does not require that City Council or that the tax goes up 1.5% a year. It says it may.
Okay, so it says it may, but it cannot go up any higher than 1.5%, correct?
In any given year for a maximum of 15%.
Okay, thank you.
I also need to clarify, these are in two separate ordinances because that's required by charter. Once the voters pass an initiative, we bring it forth for codification identically to what the voters approved. That's what's in 51. Actually, implementing that's what's in 52. They can't be in the same ordinance.
So really, the 51, what we're codifying now, should have come forward right after
Should have come back in 2016,
right.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Berentine.
Oh, no, that was my question. Then it should have just happened at the time. So, okay, and then the only other, so every time that this goes up, we would have to vote on it if it were to go up.
That I can cover in 52, but that's a separate issue.
Right. So if it gets raised again, if it ever gets raised again, it'll have to be that this council raises it. I guess I understand her question. It seemed when the voters voted on it, it was almost on this automatic track. Exactly. And so we forgot that we'd have to vote on it or it won't happen. All right.
Yes.
Thanks. That's fine.
Right. Again, Mr. Councilmember Cuesta, this one I'm a little bit more concerned about because this is sort of codifying what the state is suggesting. Would you feel comfortable still voting?
I think actually on this one you could draw a more direct conflict of interest as my employer has a store directly outside of Englewood boundaries, and one could say I would want to drive up the Englewood tax rate, which would maybe make a competing municipality more attractive for somebody to shop at.
I will accept that justification and let you go to this one.
For the increase or just for the codification?
Councilmember Berentine, can you please not keep interrupting?
I didn't think I was. I wanted a point of clarification.
Councilmember Berentine, you have the floor.
Which one are you having a problem with? Because the codification is just saying that you're part of that you're agreeing to what the citizens of Englewood voted on. The tax one is a separate one, right?
Correct.
Right. I was just asking.
So which one are you?
Both, CB 51 and CB 52.
I was asking him for clarification. I'm the one who's supposed to preside on this, and so that's why I was asking. And I'm ruling that I'm going to let him recuse himself for the reasons he gave. They seem legitimate to me.
And I was just getting clarification that he's trying to get a conflict of interest on codifying what the citizens voted on is concerning. That's all.
I call the question, move that we stop debate and vote on this.
Okay. We have a second.
I'll second.
Do we have, we have to vote, okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem?
Do we have a motion yet?
We need a motion.
I move
Okay.
to approve Council Bill 51, marijuana tax rate increase.
I'll second.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show. 6 ayes.
On to CB 52, Council Bill 52, annual marijuana sales tax increase. Staff is recommending City Council approve a bill for ordinance to include a 1.5% increase in additional sales tax imposed upon state sale of retail marijuana in the annual budget, up to a maximum of 15% unless otherwise directed by the City Council. Again, Interim City Manager Dorothy Hargrove is presenting.
To be as succinct as possible, what the ordinance and Council Bill 52 is asking you to approve is that unless otherwise directed, staff will include in the annual budget an increase of 1.5% on the marijuana, up to a maximum of 15%. That is included in the 2019 budget, and we would ask you to move forward. If Council does not approve that in the budget, you can certainly change that at any time, but that would be presented to you as a default for approval.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Can we make this automatic, that it will increase by 1.5% per year until whenever it is that it gets to 15%?
I would say, deferring to the city attorney, that because the language of the ordinance and the initiative was permissive, that is, City Council may, that City Council needs to take definitive action.
And can we do that tonight?
That's what this ordinance is doing, is building it into your budget automatically. But it also leaves open the option that if the City Council reviews their budget and decides that, based on the public hearing information or whatever else, they don't want that increase built in the budget, the City Council can always reduce it as part of their budgeting process. So the way we've written this is that unless City Council directs otherwise, it will automatically go up 1.5%.
I can't imagine City Council not wanting money.
You never know. Councilmember Barentine.
I'm always a little reticent to go ahead and, one, tie in any other future councils, and two, make anything passively, any kind of tax increase without a purposeful conversation. So just automatically adding, that would be like saying we were just automatically going to increase fees because we want the money. I mean...
Point of order. Are we in discussion yet?
Or thank you.
What are we doing?
Halfway asleep. Please ask a question, Councilmember Barentine, and then we'll have a motion, and then you can...
We're not there yet.
We're not there
Okay,
yet.
thanks.
Do you have a question, Member Barentine?
I did.
And can you restate it?
Do I have the floor? Do I have the floor?
I said yes.
Thank you.
I'm not sure why you're doing this. I do want to say and I will take the floor back. I'm not sure why you keep asking me this. I think I've made it pretty clear. I see people rolling their eyes and thinking, I think they know it too. It's a little bit of, it feels very like you're chiding me for something. So yes, you have the floor. I appreciate your acknowledging when I tell you that. Thank you.
Okay. I have a little bit of a problem with something being considered that it's just automatically going through there. And I don't think that that's in the purview of this council to be able to put any kind of increase, a tax increase, on an automatic schedule like that. And maybe you can answer that, or maybe the city attorney can. I don't think that we have the power to do that.
So it's an oddly written initiative, and it's unusual to have an initiative written like this within the state of Colorado these days. it anticipates that this discussion will happen annually. And what the ordinance is that we've proposed is we recognize that the citizens levied a 15% tax. The citizens have levied a 15% tax, but the citizens voted that that can go up no more than 1.5% per year until it reaches the 15%. So it's the process of how it goes up that is within the purview of the council. And instead of discussing every year, when will it come up, how will it be brought up, what is the discussion, we're suggesting that it be brought up every single year as part of the budgeting process. Staff needs to start with some idea of what to do with this. And so what we're suggesting is that staff begin with the idea that it's going to go up 1.5%, but it also specifically says the City Council may modify the annual additional sales tax increase as part of the annual budgeting process. Approval of the annual budget will include approval of the sales tax rate, because this is a rate for retail marijuana. So this was our best idea of how to get this in front of the council on an annual basis, but not lock any council into any particular decision. You will have to discuss it every year.
And that comes from your belief that when they passed this, they actually passed a 15% increase.
Yes, because there is no other tax that can be raised by the City Council without going back to approval of the citizens. The citizens have already approved a 15% tax.
Thanks for that clarification. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
So do we have any idea what year this would be end? I mean, when we would get to 15%, because the 15% included the 3.5% the first year, and then the 1.5% every year after that. So is there some way to designate that so that when we get down, 5 years into this, it's just not an automatic thing?
It's too late for me to do anything without a pencil, but yes, we would figure out exactly what that would be.
The language says that staff is directed to include within the annual budget a 1.5% annual increase up to a maximum of 15%. So it has the limitations built in. It also, it's written in a way so that if council at any point does not choose to make the 1% increase or the 1.5% increase, let's say they go with 1%, staff still comes back the next year with 1.5%. But if we put years in there, then it goes back to what Councilmember Barentine's concerned about, that by saying up to 2023 or something, that we've really mandated that it's going to be 1.5% per year. So we left it open to allow each year for the council to make that final decision and to discuss it as part of even the public hearing process.
Thank you.
Do you have something more, Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, no, I don't.
I think you pushed it again. Okay. All right, I don't see any further questions. Could I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve Council Bill 52, implementation of annual marijuana sales tax increase.
I'll second that.
Great. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cuesta?
Yes, I would recuse myself again from this council bill.
And I will grant that. Please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you.
Item 11A5, CB 53 IGA with the City of Littleton for Windermere Street Rotomill and Overlay. PDF staff recommends approving a bill for an ordinance to enter into an agreement with the City of Littleton to expend funds for the Englewood share of the milling and paving the rest of the section of Windermere Street south of Bellevue Avenue. Right-of-way services manager, Mr. Larry Nimmo, is here to speak to us.
So I do apologize. The reason we're handing this out is because when we were making some last-minute changes, certain buttons didn't get pushed certain ways, so they didn't get published properly. So what you actually got was the first 3 pages, not the complete package. So that's what you're receiving right now. So basically, this is an IGA with the City of Littleton to complete the paving Windermere between the center line of Prentice and south right-of-way line of Bellevue. So,
Could I ask a clarification again? What changed in what you have given us now?
What I saw published, or what I got, only had 3 pages.
Oh.
I saw that.
Yes. Okay.
2.
I had.
2 with the 3 with the attachment page. So
So the
yes.
attachments are on here now with the
Yes,
ordinance.
basically
and other
that's what
things.
happened.
Okay.
What's on here now?
The attachments that were the 3 attachments listed at the end. I thought I saw them online. So there were actually 5 or 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Should be 22 pages total
Okay.
now.
Not that we needed more, but thank you. This is
Mayor, if I may clarify, those attachments are available on the public site now, so they are up and available.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Nimmo? Councilmember Barentine.
Yeah, because the ordinance was, the actual, what we would be voting on was missing from there as well. So
right. I
appreciate that.
Yes.
That you have that on there. Thank you.
Was that a question?
Difficult. Was this originally put on to the site? Because I know it wasn't in my packet. Was this piece that we're actually voting on was actually put on the site and with enough notice?
No.
Okay. Your honesty is refreshingly appreciated. Thank you.
But it has been published now, so it is available for the public to look at.
And this is the first reading.
Oh.
Thank you.
And excuse me, the city attorney has pointed out, if I may, that all of our ordinances have been published in the newspaper ahead of time. And it was included in that packet.
Yeah. Appreciate the peace of mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sierra.
Yeah, where was the breakdown in communication with the City of Littleton and the City of Englewood in the work starting without not having the AGA in place?
With me. My original goal was how we did Clarkson, which was we paid for half of it. We just paid the contractor directly. I tried to get that established with the contractor. There was some mess up with communications. Finally, and didn't hear back from a couple weeks. Then Littleton finally called me and said, "Oh, by the way, they're not interested in us issuing a purchase order to them." So that's where it kind of got broke down. And with my other duties, it got away from me. It's just that simple.
Okay.
So
I appreciate your honesty, Mr. Nemo. Thank you for that.
Finished, Mr. Sierra?
I am, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
So why not move forward with the original plan to have them do it? Is it just that we can do it and we can get it done quicker, or?
It's with the second reading not until January. By then, right now, we've got a great week. We made the decision, Director of Public Works and Maria DeAndre and I made the decision that it just made more sense for us to go get it. And this includes City of Littleton was also involved in this conversation. If we would have postponed to January 7th, we possibly might not have got it done. We already know the plant will close soon. So that's why we just went ahead. We need to get it done. We cannot let it sit for the winter. So
okay.
Just to get it done.
All right.
We're capable.
Thank you. I think there's probably some citizens in Littleton that are going to be happy because I got some emails.
Councilmember Barentine?
Are you handling all of this, or do you, with the police station and everything, were you responsible for all of this as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So you negotiate this and do this on your own. This is your position. Your position handles all of this on your own.
This was left over from before, so I'm not doing it now. I'm no longer working with the right-of-way. I strictly own the police building.
It's left over from Dave Hendricks?
No, this is left over from this summer, from this the transfer from me being Director of Public Works to me going back to right-of-way services manager.
All right, thank you very much, and appreciate it.
Can I have a motion?
I move to approve Council Bill 53, the IGA, with the City of Littleton.
I second.
Thank you. Any further conversation? Councilmember Berentine?
And I just need to ask again, because I'm not clear on it. If you were handling this as the Director of Public Works, why are you still handling it when you are not part of, why isn't the Director of Public Works handling it now?
It actually, the initial conversations while I was the Director of Public Works, once we got to, it was, Marie had already started, and it was conversations that I was continuing on as right-of-way services manager. So,
well, I appreciate
the emails were
That's all I
exchanged
had.
between me and the city engineer over there.
I think I got the idea.
Yeah.
Councilmember Cuesta?
Thank you. I'm glad this is getting resolved. That road is pretty bumpy.
Yes.
So there's going to be some happy citizens. Thank you, Mayor.
Please vote.
All votes have been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
11B1, the approval of ordinances on second reading, CB 43 Intergovernmental Subgrantees Agreement for 2018 CBDG program. Staff recommends that council approve by ordinance the execution of an intergovernmental subgrantee agreement for the 2018 Arapahoe County Community Development Block Grant Program between the Arapahoe County Board of County Commissioners and the City of Englewood. Planning Manager Wade Burkhalter is here again.
Said it very well. I'm here to answer any questions. This is to utilize the 2018 CDBG funds with Arapahoe County.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Burkhalter?
I move to approve Council Bill 43, Intergovernmental Subgrantee Agreement for 2018 Community Development Block Grant Program.
I'll second.
All right. Any conversation, discussion? Councilmember Berentine?
Obviously, with the affirmatively furthering fair housing in there, I'll still go ahead and object to this, but I had no problem in allowing this council with 2 council members out, although this was a very important issue and would have been more timely, but I had no problem with going ahead and delaying it because it would have been apparent that it would not have passed last time because of the objections that we've made before. And again, I'll state I had no problem with going ahead and postponing it, made that suggestion to Councilmember Martinez because I know that this is important to the community, but I also am still concerned about the issues that are in there. I will not be voting for it, but I am glad we postponed it to a point where I believe it'll probably go forward. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
I echo Councilmember Berentine's sentiments.
Please vote.
All votes have been cast. Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays. The 2 nays being Mayor Pro Tem Russell and Councilmember Berentine.
Thank you.
All right, 11B2, CB2, Accessory Dwelling Unit Ordinance, second reading. Community Development staff recommends an affirmative vote on the Council amended Planning and Zoning Commission recommended ADU ordinance with City Attorney enforcement revisions. The City Attorney's Office has amended the original Planning and Zoning Commission's recommended ADU ordinance with City Attorney enforcement revisions to reflect Council amendments approved on first reading. Here to answer questions is Planning 2, John Voberl, staff member. Thank you.
Invite council questions and legislative action on the ADU ordinance at this time.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Voberl? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve. There is no motion to approve on second reading. All right. So we are now at a point where, what do we do?
If there's no action, the motion fails.
Oh, I have a question. Sorry.
Councilmember Wink.
I'd like to clarify. So when we vote on approving this as stated, it's the amended language that we voted on, I think, early in December. And the restriction to just the MUR3B and MUR3A. That's what we would be voting on, correct?
I believe so.
ADUs limited to those 2 areas and just including the few other changes that were made that night. There were some other amendments.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have no motion to approve on second reading. Councilmember Sierra.
I guess a question here for, am I allowed to ask a question to Councilmember Wink?
Sure.
I'm just no. Actually, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my question is, based off that question that you had, were you looking to reconsider some of the actions that we had the previous time we voted on the ADUs?
Councilmember Wink.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Member Sierra. I would, yes is my answer to that. I would be in favor of, I made an error the other night when I voted, and I would actually be in favor of ADUs for R2B, R2A, R1C areas because since January, citizens from across the city have met with me, come to my community meetings, and discussed the need. And across age ranges, I mean, I've had an overwhelming request or imploring, if you will, from citizens that are open to me about wanting this in those residential areas, actually asking me to have it across the city. So that's what I would be in favor of, Member Sierra.
So, Councilmember Wink, are you suggesting that you're wanting to amend this amendment or go back to the original? Is that?
If we can amend it, that's what I would absolutely love to do, yes. So.
Okay, Councilmember Cuesta, I'm going to let these go through, and then we'll find out exactly how you
And Madam City Attorney, we have that ability now to retroactively amend this and include, in what I will, if I may reference Councilmember Wink again, R1A and R1B?
R2B, R2A, R1C.
Thank you.
Yes, you can amend your ordinance every time it comes in front of you. It's not finally approved until the same ordinance has been approved twice. So if you were to amend the ordinance tonight, it would come back again January 7th for a second reading.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
If we're going to consider amending this ordinance again, I would suggest that one thing this council consider is to put this on the ballot and let the citizens of this city decide. Because really, there's a handful of us up here, that is 7 of us, trying to decide, really, all the community meetings that were had, that's 150 people maybe, even if it's 200 people. There are 5,500 voters in this city. And I believe that we should put it out to the voters of the city if we're going to amend this.
Councilmember Wink. Martinez, I saw yours up here. Councilmember, did you?
I just had a process question, but
okay.
Answered.
Okay, Councilmember Wink.
I would like to make a motion to amend the ADU piece and move it to January for vote to include R2B, R2A, R1C. I don't mind if the mixed-use districts are there, but I definitely want it to list the residential districts, and I'd like this council to vote on it in January.
I'll second.
Right, we have a motion on the floor, an amendment with a second discussion.
May I clarify?
Yes.
So what the action is that Councilmember Wink has just taken is she's moved to amend the ordinance in front of the body. So you'll vote first on whether or not you want those amendments. Once you've voted on whether you want the amendments, then you vote tonight on the amended ordinance. When it would come back in January is for the second reading.
Very good.
Is that clear? Thank you. Councilmember Barentine.
I have a bit of a concern going from an area where you said there were about 48 people that were interested, and 10% of the 10 people of that 48 are in the industrial areas, the MUB. 20% of the people that have said they're interested in ADUs are in those areas. I think somebody asked the question why we did that, and I think I think it was one of the citizens, and I think why we did that was we wanted to kind of stage it. After we do it, we can't take it back. And when people bought their property, they knew what the zoning was and what they could build and what they couldn't. And people who bought property knew what other people couldn't build and what they were buying into and investing in. And once we do this, we can't take that back. And that becomes wholesale across the city, where we already have 180 unconditional use ADUs, but we already have 48 that are wanting to, and we've got developers that are coming forward and wanting to do this, and I think that we ought to do it in a little bit better stages. So I would be against amending. I don't think that Councilmember Wink made a mistake the first time, but if the vote is going to keep going on public sentiment and who's talking to us at meetings after we've had this much conversation and interest and research in it, then I guess we'll just keep going back and forth. One citizen did make a point: just vote and make a decision. And time after time, this has come up. This council has voted, and other councils have voted not to have it in the city. A decision has been made numerous times, and it just keeps coming back, usually from the Community Development Department. So I stand that I just think if we are going to do this, we ought to stage it. And I'm a little concerned about the back and forth of this. It confuses the community a lot.
Councilmember Wink.
Thank you. I appreciate that our city attorney informed us that the amendment to the ordinance in front of us is absolutely under our charter, so not breaking any laws by doing that. And not one resident of a mixed-use area has been requesting an ADU. I don't see any value there. And thirdly, I appreciate opinions about what I feel and what I say, but I do know what I'm saying about how I feel, so I made a mistake the other night. Thank you very much. I will be supporting this, obviously.
Councilmember Cuesta.
I will not be supporting, did not support it the first time around, and I do think that we are deciding that people that live in R1C, they should be subject to have these things built in neighboring properties, and that we're deciding that those folks in other, be it R1A, R1B, are not subject to that. And again, it's the picking winners and losers. Second and third, we have not figured out enforcement on this, and there is no mechanism for it there. I'm not confident in it. I have zero faith in our enforcement on Airbnbs right now, and I think this is subject to that as well. So I think that we're leaving ourselves open to a lot of unintended consequences here, and we're putting R1C really in a bad spot. We're letting them be the guinea pig when other neighborhoods aren't going to have to deal with it. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this amendment either. Our infrastructure will not handle this. Just, I believe it was last Thursday and Friday, there were 6 water main breaks. And I'm very concerned that all of this high-density development, whether it's ADUs or whether it's apartment houses or whatever it is taxing our infrastructure. We are making a very unwise decision to move forward with this. And the alleys need to be cleaned up. You drive down the alleys, there's so much stuff. We are not enforcing the codes we have now. There is no way we should be moving forward with this until we got our infrastructure fixed and code enforcement issues taken care of. I will not be supporting it.
Councilmember Wink.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if the Mayor Pro Tem has any data that shows the direct causes of the water main breaks and supports the assertion.
Councilmember Wink is asking Mayor Pro Tem Russell a question. Mayor Pro Tem Russell, would you like to answer that, or you're not required to?
I don't have any comment to that. I mean, I find it very troubling that we had so many water main breaks on the same day or within a period of 2 days. And we could expect more than that, I'm assuming.
Councilmember Bernstein.
I think Councilmember Russell's point is well taken, that the additional density and infrastructure problems that we've already identified only become worse when we are asking people to tap into current sewer lines. They're not going to have a separate sewer line for the ADUs, and we'll be putting more burden for our infrastructure on the communities. So I think her point is well taken. The infrastructure we currently have seems to not be able to handle the population and the density we currently have, and we had 10 water main breaks. So I appreciate your point, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Sierra.
I will be approving the amendment brought forth by Councilmember Wink for the reasons that I stated the last go-around on the 19th of November, I believe. So just the fact that it's going to provide another avenue for affordable housing in the city of Englewood. We've had numerous families call, or numerous people come and speak about the on the pro side for ADUs, in the sense that they were looking for another space to bring someone within the family, whether it was somebody, whether it was a parent or whether it was a child. You know, in terms of my role on council, if I could keep families within the city of Englewood, I'm going to go ahead and look at that option. And I just think that ADUs make sense for that reason. And I stated again, in other cities that are really high cost in terms of rentals, we never saw a proliferation in the city of Denver or in the city of Boulder. And you know, I just don't think that we're going to see the same thing here in Englewood. So I will be supporting amending the ordinance to include R1C, R2A, and R2B.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
In response to Councilmember Sierra, Denver has been doing these things long enough that their city council is deciding not to do them anymore. They're stopping slot houses. I think that even if everybody else in this metro area did it, my mother used to say, if everybody jumped off of a bridge, would you jump off a bridge too? I don't think it's a wise idea, but that's my opinion. Thank you.
Could I ask you a question, Mayor Pro Tem? Did they just decide this, that they are not allowing ADUs anymore in Denver?
I have so much information that I haven't gone over, so I can't. It's been a while.
Do you mind if I ask Mr. Vobril if he knows of that?
I know of no such move to disallow ADUs in Denver.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barentine.
I did hear some of the same things. They are limiting them and they're trying to put some more restrictions on what's going on in Denver. Is a bad example. That's millions of people in Denver to our community, and so to try and compare those apples to oranges, and yet people are so disgusted by Denver building on every square inch, and there's a lot of pushback, and I think the kind of meetings, community and grassroots meetings that we go to, I think we hear those kind of issues. Maybe the community development department doesn't, I don't know. I want at least an acknowledgement from this council that while I am and I've done a lot of research, and I have community meetings. I've talked to a lot of people. I had, as I have stated several times, the opportunity to walk my district 3 times in the last 6 months. So I think I'm pretty well aware how District 3 feels about this. And even with that, with 2 members gone, knowing that it was being pushed and probably this kind of shenanigans and stuff would happen, I still agreed to go ahead and postpone this vote so that all the council members would be here, even though there was a likelihood that it would fail if we voted on it last time. And so I am not interested, as maybe some on council, in just getting my way, but making sure that everybody is represented. And so I gladly went ahead and made sure that without the mayor here and without Mr. Sierra, Councilmember Sierra, and hopefully when these important issues come forward, we cannot delay them like that. But I was happy to go ahead and do that, knowing that this kind of thing would probably happen and that I could have gotten my way last time. So just a little acknowledgement from council that that was done.
Councilmember Sierra.
I just wanted to point out to that there's actually an article on the 27th of November on the Denverite that Swansea is actually looking to provide special permission for accessory dwelling units in that area. And also the Blueprint Denver is recommending that these homes get added as well as part of the blueprint by the Hancock administration. So they aren't looking to ban or do away with ADUs. They're actually looking to expand that in terms of affordable housing. So,
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. I just want to say I will be approving or voting for these amendments tonight. Most of the folks we've heard from over the last at least 3 years since I've been on council are in those residential zone districts. So for me, it's really important to include those. So it's late. I'm going to just say that I will be supporting this.
Councilmember Barentine.
I would appreciate getting the information that Councilmember Sierra was doing. I hope that at some point we have a discussion about council members bringing up stuff on their computers and, all of a sudden, making declarations that they're going to be the expert of giving information or rebutting something when the public doesn't have access to that information, nor does the rest of council. I do appreciate the additional information, and I would like to get that, but then that would mean I'd like to postpone this vote and get a little bit more information, because I think I don't discredit what you're saying, but I don't think you meant to discredit what I was saying either, and that there are problems and Denver's having issues and people are trying to push back. So maybe we should get some more information, but aside from that, maybe we should have some discussion in the future about this kind of computer wars on information.
I'd like to call the question.
Sierra. Councilmember Sierra?
I would be happy to provide any written documentation on any facts that I bring up during these meetings. So I will be providing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have not had a chance to ask a couple questions or things that have just come to mind, and if I could do that. I have gotten a number of phone calls this week from people in R1A actually wanting this. So I know that they have come forward, and the claims have been made that there's some sort of a bifurcation that R1A we're not going to allow it because they're higher end or something. And I remember a number of people saying we wanted it, but partly they can't because they don't have alleys. Is that more the case, or why did R1A? I mean, we decided R1A was not in it when it was one of the 5 options, I think, for everybody, right? Tell us about the challenges of R1A.
Planning and Zoning Commission opted at this time not to recommend R1B and R1A. And their thinking was they kind of were looking at where the major demand was coming from. The major demand for these ADUs is the R1C zone district by far. There were a handful of people in R1A who did want ADUs as well, but it was a kind of a smaller subset. The other thing they also looked at was where historically ADUs were located in the city. And historically, they are typically clustered along the Broadway corridor in R1C or R2A and B areas. And so they decided, because it was a controversial thing, some of the Planning and Zoning Commission members wanted to do it for the whole city. But there were some that were still reluctant to that, and I think that's how they came to their compromise, to just focus in on the R2s and R1C at this time, see how that goes, and then there could be a future expansion when in the future to R1A and R1B.
Okay, and thank you. That's helpful. That's what I thought, too. I have not really heard until just recently people asking for that. I remember Councilmember Gillett back when he was on wanted it to be extended to that, but I wasn't hearing that from others either. The other question I have is we have this historic overlay in an MUR 3B in my district, which is by the hospital. It's the Grant Street, folks, is further than the hospital. That overlay has been contested by others as being, that shouldn't be allowing ADUs because it was some sort of an agreement. From what I read in that district, what it did is it downzoned from having multifamily to just duplexes, and that ADUs really is an opportunity there.
It was a compromise. What they did was they prevented any single or 2-unit family properties from being developed as apartment buildings. But they still allowed 1 single and 2 family properties to be redeveloped at that same level of intensity. And so the ADUs, if you're building an ADU on a single-family property in that area, that would be 2 units. And so it seemed consistent with what had been approved in the past. We've also heard from many members of the Historical Society that they saw this as a great opportunity as an alternative to scrapes, where you could preserve the house in the front yard and build in the back. And so they thought it was a great option, an alternative to the scrape-off phenomenon that we see today.
Thank you. One other follow-up with that. For those, many in that preservation area that have come out own their own homes, but there are many that are owned by a landlord that, like we've had come here and talk to us about things, and they would have to, someone would have to live in it that owns a home, right? So
yes,
that would have to change. So a landlord could not just, do whatever they wanted with those properties, which is what I've also heard from others saying, oh, no, you're just going to have 2 renters then and not 1. Is that correct?
Right. The homeowner occupancy is required.
Is required. So I just wanted to make that clear into the public that it would be disallowed. Yeah. All right. With that, then, I also want to weigh in on this. I understand.
Point of information. Did he say it was allowed or not allowed?
Not allowed. You'd have to live in. You'd have to have a live-in. A member.
Homeowner occupancy is required for these ADUs.
No, I know that. But in the overlay that she asked you about, are the ADUs allowed or are they not?
As the way the ordinance is before you, or if it is amended, I believe they will be allowed either way.
Thanks for the clarification.
It's not in either way they'd be allowed, right? Unless we amended the amendment.
Change.
So I would like to ask a friendly request to have the preservation neighborhood put on a moratorium for perhaps 6 months, but I'm not sure how to do this because I do think there's a specific way in which they view that neighborhood. But if council is not interested in that, then I won't pursue that.
I'd be interested in the moratorium.
And it would just be a moratorium for 6 months to assemble that group, which has a different kind of feeling about their neighborhood and have been very active. And I would like, Are there others? Councilmember Cuesta?
I'll support that, but I think it again goes back to if this group wins and this group doesn't, that group is exempt, that they get the moratorium, but these other groups we've selected, they have to deal with it. And I think that we're treating a portion of the community unevenly. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Berentine?
I'd echo with what Councilmember Cuesta said. I understand that probably politically that would be a nice thing to do, to go ahead and give a very vocal group that thought that they were protecting their neighborhood and X them out. But I have a very vocal group of people in R1C who say they don't want this, and I'm trying to protect them too. So I find it somewhat disingenuous to pick the winners and losers and just go, I'm going to protect this one little section because they've come after you.
Councilmember Sear?
I would be okay with the moratorium as well. Thank you.
Okay. I understand the picking winners and losers. I actually think everything we decide up here is picking winners and losers depending on what side you're on. So I get that, and it's not lost on me at all that there are people who are really against some of these. So I actually would like to ask for the friendly amendment and ask for 6 months for that particular area to be looked at. I actually believe that ADUs there would help preserve it historically and preservation-wise. I really do. But I would like to give them the opportunity because they have been so vocal about that part of it. So how would we do that? If we make a friendly amendment, then can we do that?
Under Bob's rules, you may only have one amendment at a time.
Okay.
And since these are really 2 different issues, I think you resolve the first one, then you have an amendment.
Then I would take it with that as a second.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So with that, then it sounds like we have enough to begin the vote. Are we ready to vote? And let's have it restated because I think the last time we had difficulties. So if you want to restate it, what you understand it to be.
All right. To amend Council Bill number 2 to the original Council Bill allowing R1C. Oh, sorry, we don't have that specific language. So I think someone else maybe needs to restate the motion. It was my impression that it was amendment to include residential areas, but we just didn't catch the R1C, the R1...
R2B, R2A, R1C.
Mr. Vobril, are those correct?
Those are correct.
That's from the original ordinance, correct? So with that, do we have a full statement of what we're doing? I don't want another mistake.
Any questions? I can restate it if we need to.
Yes, restate the whole thing. And if Mr. Vobril wants to do it because he has it up there from the last...
that would be helpful.
From last month, that might be useful.
All right. Amend Section 1, Paragraph C, Table 16.5.1.1, Table of Allowed Uses, Accessory Uses Section, Household Living, Accessory Dwelling Unit, including the letter A for the R2B, R2A, and R1C columns.
Thank you.
Still need a clarification.
Councilman
Does that still include the business is still included in there?
The MUR3A and MUR3B will still be included.
Okay.
Please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 4 ayes and 3 nays. The 3 nays being Mayor Pro Tem Russell, Councilmember Barentine, and Councilmember Cuesta. The ordinance has passed. The council bill has passed.
Thank you. Now I would like to ask for a moratorium. Is this the time that I can do this? City Attorney, yes. For the preservation neighborhood overlay, which is an MUR3B, and it's over on Grant Street. Neighborhood preservation. Overlay. And you'll see it on the ordinance map as this breakout down on the right-hand bottom. And it would be a 6-month moratorium until we can assemble them to have a conversation with all the landowners there. So I'm making a motion to do that. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Further conversation? Councilmember Barentine?
I appreciate that you stated that you thought that ADUs all over the city would be a good thing for everybody. I find it reprehensible to try and do this. I think it's solely for political reasons and to placate an area when I think this is a very volatile issue, and I can't support it for that.
For the record, I did not say I wanted ADUs throughout the entire city. I said I had phone calls this week for the first time, really, from R1A people. It's the first time since Member Gillett was on that we talked about R1A. I am not in favor of it being everywhere because it doesn't always work in every area. That's what planning and zoning came up with. So, yes. Councilmember Wink?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate having, I remember a presentation that Doug Cohn made about that area, this neighborhood preservation overlay, some months back, and the historic context of that area. And so it's only 6 months, what you're proposing. It's not a signed and sealed and done deal forever. So I would appreciate the time to at least look into it. We can all agree, say no on this moratorium and move on. But I think 6 months is fair. Let's look. I would like to revisit that information, and I don't remember it all clearly, and I do remember there's some specific historic piece about that area, but maybe I'm even wrong. So I'd at least like to refresh my memory on the details of that. So I would support that.
Councilmember Cuesta?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I have a lot of misgivings about deciding this neighborhood won't have to deal with it, though. Trying to keep continuity in voting, though, a moratorium just keeps the ADUs out for 6 months, and who knows what becomes of that. So I am going to support the moratorium in this case. But I think that, again, council has made decisions for neighborhoods where it has been stated already. There's some folks in support and there's some folks in opposition. But we're exempting some neighborhoods from having to deal with that. And we're telling other neighborhoods that it's yours to take into your neighborhood now. And then we'll see how this all results. There was the comment made earlier about how there is residential required in either the ADU or the primary residence. But again, I have a lot of misgivings about the enforcement mechanism for that, and I do think that this opens itself up to Airbnbs, which we have been extremely poor in enforcing thus far. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
I echo Councilmember Cuesta's sentiments. I do believe that we are picking and choosing for people, and I think this is unwise. I will support the moratorium, but I agree. We are picking winners and losers. And I personally believe that we ought to put it on the ballot in 2019 and let the citizens decide.
Mr. Vobrel, have you ever seen a city put it on the ballot around the area, in the local area?
No, I don't know of any cases like that.
Okay, thank you.
Does that mean that we can't?
No, I just wanted to know if we had any, if there was precedent.
No, permission to speak.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
I'm literally asking, does that
No,
mean we can't, even if nobody else has done it? It is something that we could do, correct?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
So it seems to me like it would be very complicated because people will vote in different districts based, and they have different land zoning, but it would be the same thing as voting for anything else like marijuana or something that may not be in their area either.
I think it would be incredibly complicated to put a zoning matter on a ballot issue. Could we do it? I think so. Is it something I would want to do? Not really, but.
All right, well, I appreciate you're all entertaining this, and I realize the political nature of this may seem unseemly to some, and I have to tell you that I spent a lot of time with that area at one point walking to make sure that we could down-zoned, and I thought we were going to be in big trouble for that. And so I still want to be true to some of the things that we were trying to do there, and I think some of it's information and some of it's misinformation. A flyer went out in that neighborhood which put the fear of God in some about what was happening, and we've tried to assemble a meeting, and it's not worked out in the timing that would help us with this tonight. Otherwise, I would have preferred to go ahead and vote. So I appreciate it if you're willing to entertain this. So please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Barentine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next is 11C1, resolution for a new police building.
Mayor?
Yeah.
No, you've passed 2 amendments, but there has been no passage of the ordinance as amended.
All right, we have to go back to that then. We need another motion to approve the ordinance as it was amended.
Council Bill 2 as amended.
Right.
Yes.
Council Bill
2 as
2
amended.
for accessory dwelling as stated. Thank you.
I move to approve Council Bill 2 as amended this evening.
I second.
All right. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Then I'm going to have trouble supporting this. So I will not be supporting this. I'll vote no on the amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Cuesta.
Thank you, Mayor. And I am just going to revisit what you guys touched on later, and I will make it brief. I would be certainly open to the conversation regarding putting this on a ballot. And I think that there is a simple way to do it, and we open the whole map. Either the city's in or the city's out, and we're not picking winners and losers, and the city can decide if they want them in the city or not. I have a gut feeling of which way that vote would go, and I put money on it of which vote I think that would go if we opened up the whole map to every citizen to put an ADU somewhere in their neighborhood. But I would certainly be up for that conversation. I think that we could, I would lean on the city clerk to see if we could get that done for the November ballot. My main apprehension would be that we kick the can down the road again for another, I can't do math at this point, whatever it is to November, 11 months, 10 months. But I would certainly be open to that conversation. And this will come back for a second reading, so there would be time to enter that conversation further when maybe people are less tired, including myself. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Sierra.
I second the thoughts of the Madam Attorney. I just think it's very difficult to put this on a ballot. And And also, I just don't agree with the fact that we're talking about putting this on a ballot now that the ordinance has changed from when it was voted on the 19th. So I think that as council members, we're making tough decisions. I agree that we're picking winners and losers here, but I think a majority of the citizens of Englewood are indifferent to ADUs. I've heard a lot more from people that are pro ADUs than against ADUs, and for the reasons I stated earlier, I think that it would be a benefit to a lot of the citizens within Englewood, so I'm voting yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you. I will be voting in favor of this ordinance this evening. I think it would be extremely difficult to distill all this information down into one simple ballot language. We've been discussing this, studying this for over more than 3 years, and I don't know how we would simplify it enough in a short ballot question to make it clear to folks all the ins and outs. So I would rather just have us go through the process, finish the process like we have been working towards, and go from there.
All right. Any further questions, comments? Please vote on the amendment as stated for an ordinance.
All votes been cast. Let the record show. 4 ayes and 3 nays. The 3 nays being Mayor Pro Tem Russell, Councilmember Barentine, and Councilmember Cuesta.
All right, now moving on to 11C1, we're going to plow through these, okay, right? All right, a resolution for new police building network equipment. Staff recommends council approve by a resolution the purchase and installation of network equipment at the new police building by High Point Network LLC in the amount of $63,798. Information and Technology Director Margaret Brocklander is here to present or to answer questions.
I am here to answer questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Where is the funding for this coming from? Is it the bond premium, the extra $5 million?
That I cannot answer. I will have to defer.
Now, this is scheduled as part of the regular work.
Could you speak up a little bit more? Sorry, it's late, I know.
I'm losing my voice.
Yeah, all of us.
It's early in the morning.
Exactly.
No, this was part of the original program. We have that in the, it was part of the reallocation. We reallocated to take care of this. So it is part of, it's not part of the bond premium at all. It's still under our standard contract.
Was this put out for bid?
Mayor.
This is a competitive bid. I have 3, so let me review. So this is through NASPO, which is the Colorado state. So this was competitively bid by the state. We are using the state's competitive bid.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions, Could I have a motion to approve? 11C1.
Move to approve agenda item 11C1.
Second?
I second.
All right. Any further conversation? I did want to say, I did appreciate that you've got this on the balance of 34-1101 police building construction account, task 003. I appreciate you including that in here. That's all a comment I wanted to make. Any further? Please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show. 7 ayes.
Thank you. On to 11C2, resolution approving the purchase equipment and software to upgrade the firewall. Information technology staff recommend that City Council approve by resolution the purchase of equipment and software to upgrade the firewall from SHI International Corporation in the amount of $52,429.47. And again, Margaret Brocklander is here to present or answer questions.
Good morning. I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Where on the September balance sheet is this expenditure? Is this a 2018 or a 2019 expense, and is it in the budget?
This is a 2018 expense, and this is in the budget. This is a capital project. On the capital project sheet that is included in your packet, It is network development, task 001.
Okay, so what page? Oh, is it on the back?
Yeah, it's on that. Okay. It's actually on the front page of the council communication on the very, very bottom, at least in the electronic copy.
So now say that one more time again. It's on the capital projects fund.
Right.
Under, wait a second.
Network development, infotech.
Okay.
Network development, the task is 001.
Okay. So it's in that total amount, the 102,000?
The total balance on our account at this time was $102,677.42. The cost for the project is $52,429.47.
Okay, so it'll leave not very much? I mean, well...
Not very much.
In terms of city budgets?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve 11C2, resolution to purchase equipment and software to upgrade the firewall.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
What, I mean, is this different than, we did a lot of stuff this year. The 236,000, was it?
That was storage for our storage area network.
Okay.
This is our firewall. So this is incoming into our network. This is our first line of defense coming into our network to protect all of the city systems.
Okay.
The 236 is storage, so when you hit save a document, that's where that goes, is to storage.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Seeing no other comments, please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
Next is 11C3, resolution renewing Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. Staff, Information Technology staff recommends City Council approve by resolution the Microsoft Enterprise Agreement through Insight Public Sector Incorporated in the amount of $721,835.22. And again, Margaret Brocklander is here from our IT Director position.
And I'm available to answer any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Let's see. I don't believe there was a copy of the budget page included here, but maybe that'll be answered in my other questions. Can you explain how this contract is for public works or associated with capital improvements?
This is not a capital improvement project. This is out of the operations budget, IT, software, maintenance.
Okay, so I guess the reason I asked that question is the very first whereas in the resolution says, whereas Section 116 of the Englewood Home Rule Charter allow contracts for public works or improvements associated with capital improvements to be negotiated provided that contracts for which no competitive bids have been requested and approved are accepted by resolution setting forth the reason for the exception to the competitive bidding requirement. Does that whereas statement need to be in there?
We have a form document for non-negotiated contracts. So this is a non-negotiated contract. There's 4 or 5 different kinds of non-negotiated, or not non-negotiated, but non-bid contracts, and this is one of those kinds. So the first section of this resolution lets people know that if it's a capital, it's under Section 116B of the Charter. If it is a non-capital purchase, it's under Section 4-1-3-1 of the Englewood Municipal Code, which Section 113 of the Charter authorizes. So it's mirror language. It just comes from 2 different places, and we just keep both in all the resolutions.
Okay, thank you. And then on the financial implications, it says that this is in the 2019 budget. Is that correct?
It is, and the resolution, the 5th whereas clause does say 2018, and that will need to be corrected.
Okay, thank you. That was, and then this, it says it's a renewal for a 3-year term. Does this violate Tabor?
It does not, because there is a clause in the NASPO agreement regarding fund availability annually.
Okay.
The 3-year is to give us the best pricing. We're not obligated to a 3-year. But if we lock in the 3-year, we get the best pricing.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that is all the questions. Oh, I might have more. Go ahead.
Councilmember Sierra.
Go ahead.
Actually, I believe that, Director, you may have answered it, but basically when a state negotiates an agreement with a third party, as we have here, how much say do we have in, just like, well, I guess in the terms in a sense, like for this contract in general, do we still work directly with so for this one, it's inside public sector. Are we working directly with them on the negotiation of the contract, or is the pricing already set based off the contract with the state?
On the competitive bid for this project, the negotiation was done between the state of Colorado and Fordnet. We don't have any negotiation in the contract.
Okay.
The benefit to us accepting the competitive bid is aggregate pricing. We get much better pricing if the state negotiates for all government agencies rather than us trying to negotiate on our own.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
So along that same lines, in the packet, we have new account implementation questionnaire. Were we required to fill that out?
No, that was included for us, but we're giving you all of the paperwork that we received.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to approve 11C3?
I move to approve 11C3, the resolution renewing Microsoft Enterprise Agreement.
Thank you. Could I have a second?
I second.
All right. Any further conversation? Please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Next is 11C4, a resolution application for state financial assistance to prepare a community investment prospectus to facilitate pursuit of opportunity zone programs, zones program funding for Englewood real estate projects and business. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the City of Englewood application for up to $20,000 in state funding, subject to a $20,000 local match administered through the Department of Local Affairs. Dan Paremba, our redevelopment manager, is here to answer questions. Any questions for Mr. Paremba? Seeing none, could you have a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 11C4.
Thank you. Could I have a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
Did we budget for this in the 2019 budget process?
It is in the community development budget, yes.
Any further questions or comments? All right, could I have seeing none, are you finished? I'm sorry, you looked like you still wanted to ask or say more.
Okay, will there be another opportunity to, are you getting ready to call for the vote? I mean, I'm okay with that. I just want to make a statement before we.
Go ahead.
Okay, I am not in favor of doing this, and I cannot support it because it is promoting more high-density housing. The citizens in this city have made it very clear, no more high density. And so I will not be supporting this.
Councilmember Barentine.
Could you elaborate on that comment? Why do you think that specifically, that it's a density issue?
Councilmember Barentine is asking Mayor Pro Tem that question, right? Yes.
Okay.
Go for it.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Okay. In the resolution, there's a couple of things. The sixth, whereas as an inner ring suburb in the Denver metropolitan area that is already built out, Englewood is eager to leverage the Opportunity Zones program to attract developers, investment capital, and new businesses to the city to further its redevelopment and revitalization initiatives. In the next one, I believe this is where well, it's two down. Whereas the community investment prospectus will allow the city to address the challenges to be addressed by the Opportunity Zones program as outlined by the Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade, including promoting economic vitality, funding the development of workforce and affordable housing, funding new infrastructure to support population and economic growth, investing in startup businesses, and upgrading the capability of existing underutilized assets through capital improvement investments. And I believe that the city has not been business friendly. Had we been supporting businesses all along, but this is really about high density housing, and that's my opinion.
Right, we did have a motion to approve, right, in a second. So I'm going to call, let's please vote. It doesn't look like anyone else has further things to say.
All votes have been cast. Let the record show. 5 ayes and 2 nays, the 2 nays being Mayor Pro Tem Russell and Councilmember Barentine.
Thank you. Next is 11C5, the approval of Windermere Street paving operations. Staff recommends approving by motion authorization to expend funds in the amount of $50,000 to pave a portion of Windermere Street south of Bellevue Avenue. Public Works Director Maria DeAndrea is here. Thank you very much.
Yes, just as mentioned earlier, we have a window of time to complete the paving this week, where our crews are ready and able to get out there even as soon as tomorrow, and we anticipate being completed by Thursday. And the City of Littleton is lining up the striping to come in and be completed this week as well. Therefore, we're asking for this authorization of funding.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. DeAndrea? Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
That is just how it's different. This is for the authorization for funding. That's the only difference between this and what we did before.
From the IGA, correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve 11C5, approval of Windermere Street paving operations.
Could I have a second?
I'll second.
Please vote.
Can you clarify who the second was?
Link.
Okay, thank you. All votes been cast. Let the record show. 7 ayes.
Next is 11C5, or 6, sorry, ground service invoice payment. Maria Sabata on behalf of Police Department is here to talk about the payment for abatement requiring City Council approval. Staff recommends City Council approve the attached ground services invoice dated October 24th, 2018, the amount of $26,460. But actually, it's interim city manager Dorothy Hargrove here.
But again, thank you very much. The work of abatement was completed on the address of 3951 South Washington Street, and the amount exceeded what we had anticipated. We did not have a purchase order in place which would cover the correct amount, and are asking for City Council approval for this expenditure because it is over the $25,000 that would be required by our purchasing policy.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
Was most of the abatement performed by city employees?
No, by the contractor that we're paying here, Ground Services Incorporated.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Barentine?
I believe that this was a company that I got a call from. I thought that their original invoice that they were seeking funds for was around $30,000.
My understanding is $26,400. That's what in your packet. That's the invoice that we're asking for the approval for.
Okay, so there was no other negotiation of this amount?
No.
Okay.
That was a full amount that I'm aware that they asked for.
Okay, obviously the concern is that this work is done and without any prior approval, and then the work's already done and we're put in a position again. My larger concern is that any contractor ever contact me and say that we're strong-arming somebody to go take this deal for this amount of money, or you'll have to go in front of council and you may not get your money. That's a huge concern in how the city is perceived. So, but this was not ever presented as any more than what you've been given here. This was the only bill that you've received.
That's my understanding, yes.
Who hired this company?
The police department.
Mm-hmm. And who in the police department has the authority to do that, to do the abatements? I always thought that would have been code enforcement or community development.
Would I refer to Mr. Watson, Deputy Police Chief? I'm not sure.
My understanding is the scenario in this set of circumstances was run by the previous city manager, by the police chief, and it was okayed at that level. It was not considered an emergency abatement, more of an administrative abatement, and we've used this company in the past. We've had contracts with them in the past. There's no current contract now, and because we've used them in the past, we didn't anticipate that the bill was going to be that high.
Mm-hmm.
It's never been that high before. This was the large project. They initially came out and quoted us the amount of hours that they were going to work, and not the bill, not the total bill that was over that amount. Based on the hours they were going to use, our assumption was it was going to be under the $25,000 because they had to bring in some heavy equipment and some dumpsters. It took it over the amount, as well as close to the last minute, somebody had broken into the scene, into this property, and did some additional damage. Excuse me. That added more work for the abatement company, and all of that took it over the amount.
Is it possible that we could be provided with the original estimate that they made, even though it's the hours and the scope of work they were doing?
The only information I have is they quoted as the hours. I'm not sure if that was in writing or if it was verbal, but I can check on that.
Okay. As a council request, is it possible that I could go ahead and at least get that quote? I am concerned about the conversation that I had, and if I could also, as a council request, please have the policy and procedure for how we do these abatements and who is in charge of that, because I was not aware that the supervisor of code enforcement would be able to negotiate these kind of things or deal with it on that level. So I'd just like to know who's responsible and who handles this, putting this forward.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Could I have a motion to approve 11C6?
I move to approve agenda item 11C6.
And a second?
A second.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
Can we table this? I mean, I would like to table this until we get more information.
Is this the one that you were thinking could be tabled earlier tonight when you said you thought there were more that we could take off?
Well, no.
There's another one still?
No,
Okay.
It was one we've already done.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Barrington?
That might not be a bad idea. I mean, to table it, I am concerned that the original amount that I was told was over $30,000, and I would like to make sure that our reputation is good within the community, that when we promise something, even if somebody internally isn't using the policies, that we're not doing anything to outside companies. That gets around fast and can cause us some problems. Maybe it would be a better idea to table it until we had the original quote, and then make sure that there wasn't anything else, some other amount that was presented.
Councilmember Cuesta?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. If we're able to begin tabling these, is there that much urgency with all of these? We're closing in on 1 o'clock at this point.
I was told by city manager and the city attorney that these all have to be decided. When we met on Tuesday last week, we asked the same question, and so unfortunately, they all piled up.
This particular, the issue was to, pay the vendor promptly, but that's certainly up to City Council.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't have this information that's been introduced about a different number. Since there's urgency here, I don't know if the rest of council is aware of this, and maybe it's just me, but I would like to understand clearly where the challenge to what's been presented in our packet lies, so that I can make an informed decision in supporting the tabling of this or not.
Councilmember Sierra?
Yeah, so mostly a comment to Councilmember Barentine. Do you have it in writing, the conversation that was had about a different number discussed?
No, as I said, it was a phone call. Write down his phone call. I had the phone call. I took it to the city manager immediately. From the concern, from the complaint that was being made, I thought that was the appropriate thing to do. I have since then not given any other further information than all of a sudden this being before me. I brought up the concerns that I just brought up to the city manager, and nobody got back with me and said anything. I just have this now to vote on. So that's the reason I'm asking the question. I just assumed that there would be more information coming forward on whether that was accurate or not. Had this bill been for about $30,000, I would have thought that it got resolved. But since the number is different, what's being brought forward to us, then I felt it an obligation to bring up that there was that conversation, and it's inconsistent.
I haven't seen the documentation for anything other than this amount.
Okay.
Councilmember Martinez?
I'm out of the loop as well. I don't know anything about what conversation Councilmember Barentine had with, it sounds like, this company. Did someone from this company call you, or did you call them, or can you tell us what happened?
Somebody from this company called. I think they called several other members. I don't know. Maybe I was the only one to answer the phone. I immediately took his information down, didn't tell him I knew or didn't know, immediately called the city manager and asked her to check on it. I assumed that she checked on it, so maybe she has some additional information for you.
Well, checking on it was making sure that this came before you for payment as quickly as possible. But that's...
You never had any conversation with that gentleman?
No.
You had any conversation with the police department or how the procedure or policies that they used for this?
Yes. And I know, and I'm sorry that Ms. Sabata is not here tonight, because I know that she talked to their accounts payable person to clarify this invoice, and this is the information that she brought forward for you. But I did not have a personal conversation with anyone in the ground services.
Okay. So I assumed that the city manager would follow up on somebody saying that the code enforcement supervisor is strong-arming them, in my opinion, my words, that they're to accept under $25,000, or it's going to go before the council, and they may not get paid. That's what was said to me. That's what I shared with the city manager.
Correct.
I would assume that the city manager, that's their job, because that's their employees. And maybe whether that's an appropriate way to handle vendors or not, I guess she handles it in the way that she sees fit.
Councilmember Wink?
Thank you, Mayor Olson. Thank you, Director Hargrove, for your information. Based on what information you've presented here tonight, and given I don't have any documentation at all to believe other than what you're saying, I would be in support of this issue this evening.
Councilmember Sierra?
I, too, would be willing to move forward with this, with the vote tonight. We have to be careful with accusations that we're making based off a phone call or hearsay, and I just don't like the fact that we're airing that out without actually true evidence that that's what occurred.
Thank you. Councilmember Barentine?
I share your concern, Councilmember Sierra, but when somebody comes with a concern, and I handle it in a way that I think is appropriate with the administrator, and I don't get any information back, and I'm just asked to vote on it with no additional information on what was brought to me, then I think it's only fair that the concern be brought to the entire council. And if that's public, then that's what happens. And it is important that the entire council know what people in the community are saying about the way we're handling them and our contracts and our billing. That's important. You don't want to be blindsided by that. And so I certainly think that it's important to at least repeat what was said. Whether you consider that an accusation or not, I don't know, but we do business with them regularly, and I wouldn't want to hurt that relationship.
Thank you. I'm going to weigh in on this. I have a feeling there may be just some communication with this, and I can imagine someone calling me saying, well, it's almost $30,000, and perhaps that's what was said. I don't know. I didn't hear it. But I would be fine with approving this tonight, knowing that if it's over this amount, you come back and ask us for the other part if there was some miscommunication. I'd like to see us pay this person on time, since it sounds like they've already had some kind of a bad experience, perhaps, with us to call a council member and say that something happened. So I would prefer to start making good on our promise, and if we need to come back to something more, that would be my druthers. Could I have a motion to approve? Or did we already do that? Oh, Councilmember Cuesta?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll speak during comment.
Okay. Could I have a motion to approve?
Actually, we have a motion and a second already.
Did we already? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Cuesta.
There's been enough doubt cast here that I'm going to be voting no. I don't want to place a sleepy vote on something that I should have paid a little bit more attention to. I do certainly agree with we need to be careful with how we characterize these conversations. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
I agree with Councilmember Cuesta and Councilmember Barentine that we do need to be careful, but I also think we do need more information, and that's why I'd like to table this. So I'll be voting no.
Councilmember Barentine?
I would like the guy to get paid, and if there was a difference in there, so I don't have a problem with making sure that the person gets paid, but I think we need, and I wish you had, I think we need to vet out a complaint like that when somebody has acted or is making the accusation that somebody has said, that, in my opinion, tried to strong-arm somebody like that. And I think we should vet the information out and make sure that that's not happening. When accidents happen and we happen to accidentally go over that amount, that shouldn't put the vendor in an awkward position. And so I'm gonna have to vote no.
If I may, Mayor, I would say that Maria Sabato did reach out to the vendor to get that information, and so I have not well represented her conversations in terms of vetting and making sure that the information is accurate. Happy to provide that with more information if that's council's wish.
And I appreciate that. It is a very serious accusation. It disturbed me greatly, and I put it into your hands, and I'm sure you handled it, and she's just not here to answer that. So maybe we need that information. Thank you.
Please vote.
All votes have been cast. Let the record show 4 ayes and 3 nays, the 3 nays being Mayor Pro Tem Russell, Councilmember Barentine, and Councilmember Cuesta.
Thank you.
All right. Next is 11C7, is that right? Award contract for abatement services to Orion Environmental Incorporation for existing PD headquarters building. Staff recommends that City Council award by motion a contract for Orion Environmental Incorporation in the amount of $75,000 for asbestos abatement and universal waste removal in the existing police department headquarters building. And Manager Larry Nimmo is here from the Right-of-Way Services. Do we have questions for him?
Questions?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Is this included in the $27 million contract for the new? Okay, so it's there. Let's see. There have been some questions too that have come up over the past several months regarding the solar panels on the roof and notifying regarding avoiding penalties before they demolish the building.
We're working on those. This is Orion is strictly dealing with the asbestos inside, and then I listed all the items: fluorescent lamps.
Okay,
smoke.
right, and I saw that. So
that's all. That's
okay. But are the solar panels being addressed before we get ready to demolish that building?
We've got an RFP out right now to see what's going to happen with those. So if we can do anything with those solar panels.
Okay.
So we'll be coming back with that. But yeah, we issued an RFP today to look at. Is there any value, things along that line. So, yeah, they are a completely separate issue. They are scheduled as part of the GMP to be demolished.
Okay.
That part I can tell you.
All right. Thank you. So I move to approve 11C7, award contract for abatement services to Orion Environmental, Inc. for existing police department headquarters building.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Please vote.
All votes have been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
11C8, the resolution award contract to Presidio Network Solutions, LLC for surveillance cameras at the Englewood Police Department headquarters. Staff recommends that City Council approve a resolution to contract with Presidio Network Solutions, LLC in the amount of $87,719.88 to provide and configure a video management system per the attached contract documents for surveillance at the new EPD headquarters. Again, Manager Larry Nimmo is here from Right of Way Services.
So, Council, the last time I presented this, I misinformed you. There was some information that I did not have. Upon your questions about it, I did some additional research. The fact was Presidio in March of this year, there was a conversation with the CBRE and city manager at that time. Presidio was actually under a governmental purchasing agreement. I included a copy of all of that. They go out, they have a very extensive process, very close to our own procurement process. The fact is, as we've had further discussions, the gentleman that's there, we have a previous relationship with him. He has actually given us better pricing than even that agreement. We're about 27% below the TIPS agreement. So we're getting a pretty good deal on this. We're also getting all the equipment included in the labor charges. So, but it was a 27% below TIPS. It's like 35% below. There are all the numbers in there, 35% below retail. So, but it was done under the Colorado, I'm sorry, we're all getting tired, interlocal purchasing agreement, TIPS. So, and I did not know that when I presented this the last time, so it was not a sole source. It's been done under an agreement. It was bid.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Russell has a question.
Okay, I have one question. When did the City of Englewood engage Presidio to provide planning, design, configuration, procurement, and deployment of the Avalon IP video surveillance solution?
It was the email exchange, I know, was in March to get the agreement to use that agreement to move forward. So it would have been sometime probably after March. I'm not.
Okay, it does say that here that the decision was made in March. Excuse me. So we'd already decided we were going to use them before we did the planning and have them help with the planning and all of that? Design?
No, that was the thing that was the catalyst that got them saying this is the company we're going to go forward with.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That was the original.
Right.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
And the email chain, I was not on that email chain. That was a conversation I didn't know about. But with your questions, I went and found out and found a whole bunch of new information. So,
Councilmember Berentine.
So then wouldn't you just include that bid process in here? Wouldn't that bid process just be included then?
That was the TIPS bid process that it is included in there. The Colorado,
So now you're saying that they're the ones that bid that piece of it? So that was part of, I'm a little confused.
No, we're both.
Say that one more time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The process, the agreement that we're using is that they have a formal bid process. As a matter of fact, it actually rebid at a new price. We were under a different contract in March when we first started this, and there was actually a new procurement agreement that went through the TIPS group. So, and that's why we actually had to update all of this because it was updated in July.
And what else was included at that time? Just that?
Just the material. Oh, in the agreement?
Right.
I don't know. Their agreements are pretty big. They have a lot of other things in there. We just focused on the Presidio piece of it all, the Avigilon piece of it all, I mean. Am I answering your question?
Yeah, so it was, because what I'm getting from you is that it was part of a much bigger process. And that's why you didn't know that it had happened. And that's why you had said last time when you came that it was a sole source.
Right. There was another process that went on that I did not know about, but that was that they had agreed to use this as we have the ability to use somebody else who put it out to bid. And that's what we employed. So we used a cooperative purchasing agreement.
Okay. And so for their documentation for the stuff that they're doing, doesn't that stay with their information so that we have documentation of the process of how that came to be? I'm just trying to find out why there was the disconnect in the way it was presented last time, and it's different.
The fact was what I presented last time was incorrect. I did not have knowledge of this. I didn't have knowledge how we got here.
Right. So if you look in the drawer and you look at their contract, isn't there documentation that would give you that kind of feedback on how they got to where they're at? I mean, wouldn't that all be in one place for you to see that?
Yeah, and that's actually included in this packet is how the tips people obtain their pricing.
So that's what you've got now, but it wasn't available to you before.
I didn't know about it.
Point of information, because I think this will help.
Mayor
The
Pro Tem,
tips,
you have the floor.
the tips, the Colorado Tips and Taps. It is a state organization that
That we can use.
Right. We're procuring it through a state cooperative thing. It's not a. And I'm assuming that you did not have that information.
I did not.
Okay.
That's what I did.
What I'm asking, and that does help, but what I'm asking is that procurement process for this piece, any contract, should be with that contractor, with the information in the file for them available. Mm-hmm. And I'm a little confused or concerned why that wasn't just available to you before.
When
like you open their file, so you know how they got there.
Right, it was never disclosed to me. All I was told is this is who we were using.
Right, and so then
I'm going to ask us to call for the question here. I think we're quibbling over something that you've already admitted you did not know.
I don't believe I'm quibbling over something that's not important.
I'm not saying it isn't important. I'm saying that I think it's been pretty clear that he has said that he didn't know, he doesn't know, he did not have the information.
I do have the floor, and I want to ask you for the package. So this was a piece of a bigger. There were several things that were in this. You said there were more than just. It's part of there were more contracts that were bid within this process.
Oh, as far as all of the contracts that
right.
that this group bids with, the Presidio
right.
bids with them, I don't know all of those.
Okay. And what I'm just
I looked at the documents and saw lots of keywords that you can search on.
And what I'm concerned about is that we don't run into the same issue with something else, that we break down if it was if it was just a piece of a bigger thing, that we get all of this together so we don't have that issue in the again, because it didn't get put through in that wasted time for you.
Right.
I just want to know if we can make that happen.
You're right. The fact is I didn't request all of their unit prices for everything that they bid. I was only concerned with what the pricing sheets, and one of the things that also didn't happen last time is the attachments didn't come through, and so you actually didn't see the unit prices for the materials and labor last time. For some reason, that didn't attach either. So I now have that attached, and in the spreadsheet that shows this is the pricing that they're giving us, this is their tips pricing, and this is the list pricing and what our discounts are.
So you have a method so you can avoid having it happen in the future?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
City Clerk, did we make a motion on this? I'm now really lost.
I don't think so.
Did we? No. Okay, let's have a motion. And
I move to approve 11C9, resolution to award contract to Security Central for security system at the Englewood Police Department headquarters.
Wait a minute, we're on the.
You didn't
we're on 8.
Oh, we're on
Presidio.
8. I'm sorry, that's the one before.
You wish.
I have too many piles. Yeah.
You wish.
Okay. I move to approve 11C8.
Thank you.
Resolution to award contract to Presidio Network Solutions, LLC, for surveillance cameras at the Englewood Police Department headquarters.
And a second, please.
Second.
All right.
We're not tired yet, are we?
Any further conversation? I think we've had most of the discussion already. Any further? Seeing none, please vote.
Thank you, Larry.
All votes have been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
One more.
2 more.
2 more. Well, yeah. Council, 11C9, resolution award contract to Security Central for security system at the Englewood Police Department headquarters. Staff recommends that City Council award by resolution a contract to Security Central Incorporated in the amount of $168,602.21 to furnish and install a hosted keyless entry system, card readers, and burglar alarm systems for specific areas. Again, thank you, Mr. Nimmo, for being here.
No problem. Okay, so as we asked about that one, basically what we've done is we've negotiated a contract with Security Central. Security Central is the city's provider That sole source was done in 2016 through some other documents. So they are our provider for this, and over the years we just keep expanding on that. The security gates down at the service center is an expansion of that. We did negotiate. We requested pricing. What I found out, this was provided. The direction to use Security Central was provided in June of 2017 to CBRE to move forward with Security Central to get this together. So that's what I determined, and we just, as I understand it, we negotiated a contract to get what we need to protect that police building. And the one concern we do have is if we did go out and we try to find another system that we could have multiple keys, and the one people we don't want with multiple badges and stuff are the police. They need to be able to use one badge, whether to get into any of these facilities.
Thank you. You have a question for Mayor Pro Tem.
I do, and I'm a little bit concerned on this one that it was not brought forward with this language initially. Is it, I mean, the other one was more of a state contract. Is this also because you didn't know that this had taken place, or?
I did not know about the 2016 agreement. I've included it in there so you can see it actually came from Michael Hogan originally.
Okay.
And Dan Long just ran across another document about a week ago that found something from Jim Kavinsky that got us in this Honeywell WinPack. I'm sorry, I don't remember the whole name. It's got a really long name, but the Honeywell WinPack system, which is the basis of all of our security system. That's the equipment that we use. We have since found that there is another vendor, which we have not had in the state of Colorado up till just recently. Dan did contact them. What we found out is they don't do installation. They're willing to give us a price on a monitoring service, which Dan does need to reevaluate per the original 2016 agreement.
Okay, thank you. I move to approve 11C9, resolution to award contract to Security Central for security system at the Englewood Police Department headquarters.
Thank you. And a second?
I second.
Any further conversation? Please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, 11C10, award contract to CCS Presentation Systems, Colorado for the Englewood Police Department headquarters building. Staff recommends that council award by motion a contract to CCS Presentation Systems in the amount of $301,464.40 to furnish and install audiovisual equipment per the attached contract documents in the new EPD headquarter building. Again, Mr. Nimmo is here.
This one was run through the formal bid process, the formal RFP process. We had 6 original bids. We disqualified 2 of them, and this is all in there. I'm just highlighting it real quick. Disqualified 2 of them because they did not meet the requirements. They didn't provide a scope, and one of them was a residential contractor and was only willing to give us a 90-day warranty, so those 2 were disqualified. We took the remaining 4. They did a scoring sheet. Had however their proposals looked. They took the 2 highest scores there, which were also the 2 lowest bids, brought them back for a second set of for an interview, said, okay, you guys are moving forward in an interview process. Through the interview process, what we found out is the one company, ABI, really just got into this whole change order thing, and we were looking for some value engineering in this process. Acuity did a design, but we know with their equipment, specific equipment, they have ability to do things, and so we really wanted a company that wanted to come in and work with us. CCS just stood out in that arena, and so they scored very high. They were actually a little higher on the proposal, but once we got through the value engineering, they were able to lower their proposal by almost $83,000, and we're not losing any functionality. So, and that's all been done with the IT department and the police department. We've all gone through the process, but this was all formal. We had to do we did an interview to really nail down the company.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Can I have a motion?
I move to approve 11C10, award contract to CCS Presentation Systems, CO for Englewood Police Department headquarters building.
Thank you. In a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
All votes been cast. Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Council, I would like to suggest, unless there are any pressing issues from any members, to forgo 12, 13, and 14. unless we have something in particular. Mayor Pro Tem?
I actually do have a council request. I would like for a copy of the official police report for the incident at 4898 South Lincoln Street that occurred on 11/27/18. That was the couple that came last week. I also would like an audio copy of the call log for Englewood Dispatch of the 9/11 calls from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. I would like an audio copy of the radio calls that day. Who dispatches ambulance calls? Does police dispatch ambulance, or do they just call Denver Health?
Excuse me, it can come in through a variety of ways. If it comes in through our dispatch, and we send it over to Denver Health.
Okay, so
Not sure in this case.
Okay, if it came through Denver Health, could we get a copy of the call log from Denver Health that dispatched the ambulance?
We can request that, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I just, one other thing, I would like to thank Mr. Margiotta for the copy of the Policy and Procedures Manual. I believe this is the manual that I asked for about a month ago, and we have not got yet. So can council read this? And because I noticed 3 or 4 times in the packet today, people were using the Policies and Procedure Manual to justify. And is this the Policy and Procedure Manual that they're using to justify?
Yes, by city code, the city manager is directed to have an internal purchasing policy. And it does not control anything that the city council does. City council purchases according to charter and any rules that they've established by ordinance, which are incorporated into the code. These are the rules that the city manager holds his staff to. These were written by one staff member about 5 or 6 years ago, and there's problems all the way through them. There's conflicts with charter and there's conflicts with the code, and we actually have a first draft circulating with staff right now, hopefully to bring a cleaned up version for the council to review. The city manager and I discussed this earlier today. She's hoping to get the cleaned up version to council just so that you'll know what it is the city manager is imposing upon staff by the second meeting in January. So we're moving forward with that. If you look at this, the city manager holds the staff to this to the best of her ability, but it's not perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. And I just want to thank everybody for coming out this evening, for those of you who stayed till the very end. And I just want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So,
Councilmember Cuesta?
You bet. And I know that tonight was a rare exception, but meetings going this late, I think, get difficult. The city does deserve our focus and consideration, sharpness when we're going over matters. And at least for me personally, I'm not doing my best work in the 6th hour past 1 a.m. So I'm not sure what happened this evening, but I found this docket to be way too full, like twice as full as it should have been. So I tremendously appreciate the work that you do, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, and it's a job I don't envy. But I think this docket just got way too full, and I would hope this isn't repeated in the future. And I totally agree with that sentiment. Merry Christmas. Thank you. I appreciate all the work you guys do, and happy holidays to you, too.
Thank you. Councilmember Barentine.
I too appreciate the policies and procedures being given to us. It was written by the previous city manager, Eric Keck, and the CFO, Frank Gregowitz. It included organizations, and it has been EAF and EMERF, and had that been done, they still aren't following those procedures. So I don't know what the conflicts with the code is, but this... we keep going back to just some things that conflict with the code, and so that it's not enforceable becomes a big problem. So if we could get that taken care of, because I looked through the policies and procedures from when we had done the community block grant before, because that policy and procedure was what was included on our federal grant, we provided that to the feds is how we do our policies, our procurement procedures. That's what we gave to the federal government in our grant process. So I would assume that it's something we're following that we knew was in compliance with our charter, and because we gave it to them as part of our grant. That was some pieces of that. It was exactly what we read a couple of months ago when we had to turn down poor Larry's original procurement request. So if we could get that done, but it certainly wasn't 5 or 6 years ago. It was 2016 is what's written on it. The Airbnb, I would like for information from the Planning and Zoning Board after we met last time, and then staff told them that they were putting a stop to the Airbnb and delaying it for now. Because of something Littleton was doing. When I went to find out what Littleton was doing, they were told that what they had in front of them was copied from Englewood. So, and then there's something about somebody else is going to be hired for enforcement and stuff. And I really would like to have a little clearer line of communication of how we're moving forward with things. Because I had somebody call me and I go, I did not know that council put the kibosh on moving forward with a discussion of Airbnbs or whatever they were doing. So, and they were kind of upset. So I would like to find out why that communication happened, and where in the world we're getting our ordinance from, or why we're waiting for them. And if we could just get a little bit more clarification on the discussion, that would be helpful. And I agree with you. Merry Christmas. Although we'll be seeing each other tomorrow night.
I actually don't have any pressing issue to mention.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez.
I just want to see if we're still have our special meeting tomorrow.
Is that
Today.
So
Later today?
It's today, and it crossed my mind that perhaps there was a way to postpone it. I don't know. Is there? I mean, it would have to be then the first week of December. January. Yeah. Well, let's go back in time. I guess it's. I fear bringing it up because it's now 1:30, and I'm not sure we'll make a good decision. But is everybody game coming tomorrow night? I guess is the question.
Well, I'm not game to staying now, but
no, we would. I
Let
mean,
the city manager answer.
Yeah.
Well, my concern is that it's been posted for the public as a meeting, and I'm not sure at which point you could cancel that without public notice.
All right, we're meeting tomorrow night. Thank you. Is that it, Councilmember Martinez and Councilmember Sierra?
Yeah, nothing to report. Merry Christmas.
All right, thank you. I do want to say one thing, that when Mayor Pro Tem and I looked at this last week, we tried to weed out some things, and there was no way to do it. Unfortunately, it looks like January has a meeting just like this, and so tomorrow I think we're going to do some pretty serious talking about how do we do this. We've got to find a different way to do this. We cannot do this again. This is really impossible.
We do it a lot.
So we're going to have to come up with some different ways, because now we're bringing everything before us financially that we were not doing before. We were not in compliance. So, City Manager, Interim City Manager, do you have anything tonight?
No report, thank you.
City Attorney? No. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.